This is it. The crucible fueled by a year's worth of hard work and accomplishments, a year's worth of skill, a year's worth of cunning, a year's worth of dueling. Right here, on this very table, we are about to witness dueling greatness. One person in this room is going to win an unprecedented championship for unprecedented times. The players are here, the judges are in position. Welcome to the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
It's time to duel!
It's time to duel in Rosemont. The storms may be dying down outside, but the action is just starting here inside the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont, Illinois. Nearly 2,000 duelists have made their way from across North America to compete here today for the title of North American Championship. This is a tournament unlike we've ever had before. Normally, you have a World Championship qualifier right now. But right now, all we want to know is who is the best in North America. Hello everybody, I'm Jerome McHale. I'm here to give you all the information you need to enjoy the weekend's festivities. But I can't do it alone. I am joined in the booth this weekend by Billy Brake and Ravi Boyajian. Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Doing well, Jerome. Very happy to be here. It's always a really exciting time to be a duelist this time of year. I can't wait to see who's going to walk away with that title of champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we run these large premier events all throughout the year, but this is the one everyone talks about. This is the one where we will crown a single North American champion, and with a widened field that we have this weekend, I'm really excited to see what deck comes out on top.
It's going to be a grueling weekend of competition for these duelists who are going to need to compete in a startling number of rounds. I believe 11 rounds, almost 12. Billy, tell us about it. What are they going to have to do if they want to take this down?
That's right, Jerome. Let me break down the tournament format for you. So here in day one, we're going to have 9 Swiss rounds. Each one of those rounds is going to be 40 minutes long, best 2 out of 3. Then we're going to come back for day 2 for 2 more rounds of Swiss, same amount of time limits, also going to be best 2 out of 3, before we cut to that top 64, and then eventually a single elimination tournament where we'll get down to top 8, in top 4, where the time limit will increase to 50 minutes, and then we'll have a final that'll be an hour long. I can't wait to see which player is going to walk away and make it to the finals.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be exciting, but they're playing for more than just that coveted title. Let's go ahead and look at the prizes our first place winner is going to walk away with this weekend. First up, everyone at the top is going to receive the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship sleeves, Taka game mat, and card case, of course, alongside the Nintendo Switch system and a custom Switch case, a copy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Dawn of the Battle Royale download code, alongside Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution download code, a complete set of Battle of Chaos and Dimension Force, including the Starlight Rares, followed by a super rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card, Dueling Dragon the Dual Dragon. Next up, the Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning game mat, the Crystal card featuring Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning, and finally, that championship trophy.
And as you can see, we've got a look at those prizes right here. You got the Rite of Erebusir game mat right there. And as we pull back, you can see some of that beautiful hardware. Those light up, by the way. Very nice bases on them. Got different colors for the different placings. It's some serious stuff. And we'll find out who's going to be taking that stuff home by the end of this weekend. Now, as everybody knows, the end of a dueling season means that we need some special guests here to celebrate it with us. So please welcome to the stage the voice of Aster Phoenix, Oliver Wyman, and the voice of Jaden Yuki, Matthew Laberto.
Welcome to the North America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
Thank you all for being here today. Last week, we were all shocked and saddened to hear the sudden passing of Mr. Kazuki Takahashi. We are deeply grateful for the wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe that he crafted, and our thoughts are with his friends and family at this difficult time. As I'm sure as all of yours are as well.
Together with his countless fans, we pledge to carry on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy with all the love and care it deserves.
And now, we're going to ask everyone in attendance here today, those of you watching at home, to join us in a moment of silence to honor Mr. Kazuki Takahashi.
Thank you very much. One of the best ways we can honor him and his memory is to celebrate Yu-Gi-Oh! With a great event like this.
It certainly is. You know, we have 1,840 duelists competing at the North America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship today. It's amazing. There will be 9 rounds of Swiss today, and 2 rounds of Swiss on Sunday, and then a cut to the top 64 who will duel in single elimination until the champion is crowned.
And in addition to the main event, there will be lots of public events, such as Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, Speed Duel, Win-A-Mat, and many others. And if you win a Win-A-Mat event, you can win a game mat featuring the greatest duelist in Duel Academy, Aster Phoenix. And I think there's another guy, Jaden?
Jaden, I think.
Yeah, I think he's on there too.
I've heard he's pretty good as well. Now, for those duelists born in 2009 or later, we have a Dragon Duel tournament starting at noon today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Also, there are stations set up so you can try a demo of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and there is a Mega Duel area where you and your friends can duel with giant cards.
And for those of you out there, the duelists that would like to come over and say hello to Oliver and I, we'll be signing autographs this weekend as well. We'd love to meet each and every one of you.
Come on by, we're looking forward to it. And now we're going to hand things off to your head judge, Anthony Takela, who has some important announcements. Everybody, have fun. Let's duel!
Good luck. Get your game on!
That is just, you know, so iconic. Just seeing those two up there together, it's amazing. A lot of awesome stuff coming up at the championships weekend. We are mere moments away from the first round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back for our first round of Swiss here at the championship.
With spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full Furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. And much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory! Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
It's really cool.
Everybody here already. I guess we're a little late. Got a little faster though from the speed duel. We got plenty of time. These are all the same.
Yes, packs. And then we started talking and she's like, oh yeah, my pack's
And the field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surge. You can't do that in speed duel.
For sure.
Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how daunting it is for new players to try to play regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Bro, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the Elemental Hero cards and the Winged Kuriboh just because it's the main character, Jay and Yuki's favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization, and I'm going to send these two to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase, I'm going to activate the skill card. It shows that there's other ways to play the game, and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
Just lets you trigger the activate polymerization.
Yep. We don't know who's playing.
Round 1 of the North American Championship is on its way. We have, you heard, we've got 1,840 duelists starting off their journey here in round 1, and by the end of the weekend, there's only going to be one of them left. Just one small thing in their way. It's the 11 rounds of Swiss they'll have to play in order to make it to the top 64 playoff, and then a few more high-pressure single elimination matches right after that. So, you know, no big deal. It's easy, right?
Pretty easy, I'm
You've
sure.
You've done
it. Barely. We squeaked in at 5th one time, but hopefully, you know, at the end of the day, what you're saying is 1,840 duels, a large turnout, right? 11 rounds of Swiss into a top 64 cut. Tons of rounds to look forward to, and this is like the tournament of the year.
It is.
Right? Yeah, all they care about is this. Like we've been mentioning, there's a lot of very powerful decks out there, you know, ones that people have on their radar. Maybe some different versions now finally come out, right? Usually people sort of keep their secrets up until this tournament. I think we're going to see exciting new versions, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit grueling, I think, is what you described it as earlier. 11 rounds with a top 64 cut is a ton.
All right, let's get it started.
We're going to go ahead and head down to our first round of the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship for this weekend. Our players on the left, we will have Andrew. He's from Lakewood, Minnesota. Favorite card, Overdrive Teleporter.
Oh, I love Overdrive Teleporter. Every time there's good Psychic cards, you got to pull that out of your collection just in case.
It's definitely a powerful one. And then on the right side, we have Michael from Millburn, New Jersey. Favorite card, Swap Frog.
That's another good one. Swap Frog is one of those, it's a really fun card when you're not sitting across from it.
Yeah, it does some pretty unfair things, like unassumingly so. Swap Frog is incredibly unfair. But, yep, I'm excited to see exactly what these two duels have brought here this weekend. You know, we talked about it. You know, whether it's Sword Soul, like the Despia branded strategy, or maybe one of the, like, sort of punk synchro decks, right? There's a lot of very powerful, very good decks out there in the field right now.
So one thing that's interesting about this tournament in particular is it's invite only. And you have to win your invitation through, you know, regionals or from side events or YCs, that sort of thing. And that means that everybody here is at least some baseline level of good that they were able to get here in the first place. But there's actually another way that you can qualify as well. If you did not get your invite before this event and you still want to play, you could show up Friday and play in single elimination last chance qualifiers. There's 16 players each. And one of our duelists in this match has qualified in that way. And part of the particulars of that, you might think, well, what if I just play a gimmick deck for 4 rounds and get in that way and then switch over to Sword Soul or something like that? You cannot do that. If you qualify through the last chance qualifiers, you must play the same deck in this event that you did for the qualifiers. So we took a look through some of those decks and we found some really interesting stuff.
I just use it as a
and we're going to show off some of that right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool to watch. As you mentioned, Andrew's our player who made it through our last chance qualifier. I believe we had around 75 last chance qualifiers who made it through. It's going to be very cool because, as you mentioned, you know, they had to register their deck list for that, right? They've already gotten a couple rounds in, maybe a little warmed up from the day before, but there were some cool decks there, and Andrew's especially one of them.
Really excited to see it, see how it's going to work, and
you know what?
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. The idea of warming up ahead of time. I always felt like, you know, maybe it's a disadvantage that maybe you're a little fatigued after, you know, maybe you didn't make it in the first LCQ. Maybe you had to grind 2 or 3 before you made it. But that is a good point. Maybe, you know, if you get in the first time, you know, you're feeling good about yourself. You're on your game. You're ready to go. And it looks like our duelists are getting their final instructions before they are ready to go. So we're counting out our top 5 cards here. Want to make sure everybody is on the level. There we go.
Match the zones.
I think one of the coolest things could be is if a last chance qualifier, you know, ends up, you know, making it all the way.
Right.
Because if you think about it, they're basically 4-0 to start this, right? Like, Andrew's sitting here 4-0. He's excited. He's ready.
That's the dream, right? Like, it's such a good story, though. You have to get a last chance qualifier who makes it all the way. It's not
So
a,
no pressure kind of
there's
for
not
show,
really
or-
a high conversion rate between last chance qualifiers.
Yeah,
That's why
okay.
it's so neat whenever it happens, whenever they do make the playoffs.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, James. Yes. Because not only do the
All right.
the Discord and Twitch people see the life on your pads, you can
Everybody's ready.
better, the more the better.
Let's get going for game one.
We ready to start?
Mhm.
All right. We'll see who goes first.
Oh, and we get to see the dice roll. This is one of my favorite parts. Let's see, 8 for Andrew.
Ooh, 7.
Here we go.
And the color-coded dice, too. I like that.
10.
10.
You're at 8.
Yeah,
I'll go
no.
first.
All right. 10 and another 7.
Gentlemen,
Mhm.
40 minutes. Are we good? You may begin.
All right,
Good luck,
Andrew's
man.
up
You too.
first. Got to be a good sign, winning your first die roll of the day. As you can see over the corner, Andrew's playing a Danger Zombie
Water
deck
Enchantress?
with the adventure cards as well.
Right. Yeah.
Just going to add that Rite of Aramis here. The very same that'll be on the playmat.
Add the right.
Yep.
Yeah, something we've seen, you know, since it's released, this adventurer package of cards does a lot for very little, right? He's going to start with the Water Enchantress, go ahead and get the rights, activate it, get his token onto the field before he grabs the Fateful Adventure.
Thank you. And then to place Fateful Adventure on the field.
And if you're coming in for Master Duel, you're probably now quite familiar
Not in that half.
with with this card that was just added in the latest pack, the Wandering Travelers, along with Fluunderies as well. Adventure
Okay,
cards,
emergency teleport?
it was interesting that they had kind of like a downturn
summon
for a
level
while,
3?
and now they're back in force.
Or lower.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with Billy about it earlier. It just, the options the package offers and just its strengths, really, I think part of it, this resurgence might be in
activate
response to
Fateful
Mystic
Adventure to add
Mind,
the equip spell?
right? Dracoback just being so incredibly easy at allowing you to out it.
Yeah, Dracoback is always the one that's just like that's the secret strongest adventure card is Dracoback.
Actually, though, yeah, actually.
Right on top. Reserve.
There it is. All right, so emergency teleport got Punk Ziaman.
My hand.
Dracoback is added then off the trigger for Fateful Adventure.
3. Activate Fateful Adventure to add a monster.
Yeah, that's fine.
Next up, going to add a monster here.
Yep, gotta assume it's gonna be the Wandering Griffin Rider.
Yep.
Protect him a little bit as he continues to go off. One reason why this package is so strong, right? Like, lets you fight against these hand effects that might disrupt you either ways. And you just get to discard the Dracoback, so you're never losing out on value.
I will activate Griffin in hand special.
Yes.
All right, so Griffin is out there. And that's the thing, like, if you're going to use the dangers, like anything danger-related is going to have to summon just a ton of monsters. That's just how those decks work. And you can't really bring that deck to a tournament if you don't have something that's going to knock out Nibiru. Because otherwise, your deck's just dead in the water. So the adventure cards are perfect for that sort of thing because you're almost never normal summoning something in these kinds of decks. It's all just a series of special summon effects.
4. Sorry.
Yeah, and even if you do normal summon, right, you don't have to necessarily rely on that monsters effect a lot of the time.
Like maybe it's Sangan.
Yeah. Or in this case, zombies could just be a Mizuki or something, right? You just field whatever you need, get the material, and then you get these bonus graveyard effects. Zombies, it's very, very good at.
Put your hand back in.
I think I did. Yeah, just put it on top. Whoops.
And that's tough. So that's one of the things where nerves might get you, is when you're searching and everything's going well for you.
I remember.
And
Sorry,
it's
I want to verify, but it was.
I remember this one.
It appears
it
that
was these. I 100% remember that. But
it appears that Andrew shuffled his hand back into his deck as part of the.
That's a little bit unfortunate, right? Because your hand's right there. You set the deck down. You might pick it up with it.
So it should be the bottom cards.
Yeah.
In this case.
yeah, it was. I thought I only had the 2. That's all right. I shouldn't shuffle. Because the 3rd was Deer Note.
What?
The 3rd was Deer Note.
So he had the Deer Note that was searched out from Ziaman, and he discarded the Dracoback, which is now back here. So there should be 2 other cards with it. Now the problem is the identity of those cards is unknown.
Yeah.
Only Andrew knows what they are.
If they could, yeah, it was.
If they can verify it.
So
if they can.
I think it should be, so emergency teleport, right? Water and trenches, those are 2 cards.
Yep.
Xiaomin was off of the emergency teleport, right? So that one doesn't count. Everything else fielded was searched.
Oh, look at that, buddy.
He had the other punk monster in his hand, right? That's 3.
He's going to see if they can verify.
yeah, he searched the deer note with the Xiaomin, right?
Yes, yeah. So that wasn't his hand. The other punk monster was Forbidden Droplets, right? Like this 4th one. So I think there's supposed to be a 5th. I'm pretty sure that 5th was Ash Blossom, which was also in that bottom bunch of cards. But just because we can see that on camera, it doesn't necessarily mean that...
Yeah, that anybody at the table can.
Exactly.
And, all the shuffling in between that kind of mixes it up as well. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. So generally when you have things like that happen, if the game becomes impossible to complete, generally the person involved with that winds up getting a game loss. But in a case like this, they're going to do everything they can to try to repair it so that this doesn't happen.
Exactly. And both players, they realize it's just a silly situation to be in.
And these things happen at WCQs and these types of tournaments all the time. Like if you remember, back in the, I think it was the Burning Abyss format, we had a case of decks being swapped, and both players
remember that.
playing Burning Abyss decks with the same sleeves and just playing from each other's decks for the first part of the game. And that got fixed.
Yeah, very, very quickly. That was actually just one of the wildest times. I had forgotten about that.
That's a good one. And so, that's the thing, right? A lot of things can be fixed that you think might not be able to.
Yeah, or because you.
Yeah, that's literally where I put it all the time, but when I picked up the deck, I just whop right on top. And it's like, that's not good.
It happened so fast, too.
It did, I was like, where'd my hand go?
Because I didn't even catch it. Like, when you said, where'd my hand go? I was like...
It's one of the most disconcerting things, though. It's like when maybe you set your hand off to the side or something like that, and suddenly you can't find it. Happens a lot more often than you'd think, just in general. Like even when I'm testing, I'll be in the office like running through stuff, and I'll be searching for something. I'll set my hand down, and then somebody will come and ask me a question, and then I'll go back to searching, and then somebody will ask me another question, and I'll go back to searching, and then my IM will go off. I'll answer that, and I'll go back to searching. And by the time I actually have pulled Punk Xiaomin out of my deck for emergency teleport, I don't know where the rest of the game is. It's just gone.
For context, though, for those who have not seen the RD room where you work at, there's also piles of cards everywhere. There's
not
very
any more.
disconcerting in terms of like where your head could be. But yeah,
there's not any more. We've got a new office now. It's clean.
I hope it stays that way for your sake and everyone else's. But yeah, we're just gonna keep on figuring out the best way to solve this really quick. Our judges are doing their best.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, so the card he was missing was the Ash Blossom Joy Spring, so it looks like they're going to be able to correct it. I assume there's going to be some amount of penalties involved, but likely not a full game loss because they're choosing to repair it.
That's fortunate. It's always good when you can fix these things and you can keep the game going.
Yeah.
I will give you guys a 5-minute session.
Thank you. I'm going to go back in, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm going to put that here now.
I can't
because I put the deck down. That's what happened.
That's the important, right? Is you don't make the same mistake twice. That's learning.
Don't jinx it, man.
We're learning. Learning.
All right, so you just resolved the Xiaomin search, right? That's the last thing that happened?
To get Deer Note.
Yep.
Over here from now on.
And what level is the token?
The token is level 4. Okay. 2,000 to 2,000. My God, dude.
Yeah. Look, when you say, where'd my hand go? I'm like, huh?
Yeah, right. It's my G word, not allowed.
Yeah, you said cursing. Cursing, basically.
You
just curse.
Oh,
it's okay. It slips right out. It's fine.
To be fair, back in the old office, it was fun to film the videos there with all the mess on the sides.
Thank you very much, guys.
I got the impression that people enjoyed seeing it.
It's humanizing, for sure. Humanizing for the kind of work y'all do. right, so yep, after resolving the Ziaman,
Okay, just let me know when.
I see Andrews, yeah, they're just waiting for the judges to finally resolve, get the extension written down.
As we heard, it's a 5-minute time extension.
Yep.
So that'll run after the clock hits 0.
Yeah, it's tough. We're wearing 2 of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's one underneath.
Wow. They're safe and sorry.
Yeah. It really masks our voice. Yeah, it really does. All right. I'm waiting on him. We're good? Okay.
All right. Off we go.
Alrighty. I will activate Deer Note in hand. So reveal, and then reveal another punk card.
And that is
summon one or the other one, and the
Foxy
other
Tune.
Right.
Okay. No punk, Deer Note. Yep. So reveal Foxy. Special Deer Note. Foxy gets to the graveyard. Synchro for 8.
Yep.
And the level 3 punk is a tuner, so you can synchro summon here for Chaos Ruler, the Magical Dragon.
To mill the reveal the top 5 and add 1 light or dark. But then I'll chain link 2 Deer Note to special target 1 non-level 5 punk card in my graveyard and special summon it. So chain link 2.
Yep.
I will target Foxy Tune.
All right, so that looks like it's going to resolve successfully. Foxy Tune is back on the field, and then we're going to take a look at those top 5. And we see a Unizombie, Triple Tactics Talent, Forbidden Droplet, Emergency Teleport, and Danger. Tsuchinoko. It's interesting. He's got 2 he could take here. Cannot use the effect of normal summoned monsters this turn. So that Unizombie would probably be for the future.
Right.
Then the rest gets sent to the graveyard.
All right, so the snake is headed to the graveyard. Looks like he's got Collector Rare Teleports too, which are nice.
His deck does look very, very nice. It's interesting that he's maintaining the Triple Tactics talents, but chose to go first.
Right. Well, sometimes you just need to use it to draw another 2 cards.
Detach material. We both mill the top 4 cards of our deck, and then I get to select one of the monsters and special summon it to my side of the field.
All right.
I'll detach Synchro.
So this is one of those plays that shows up in a lot of different places. Like you also see it in Dragon Link sometimes, where you'll make the Chaos Ruler, you'll get some cards in the graveyard, get another free card, then overlay it for Zombie Vampire, get more cards in the graveyard, and take stuff as well. So he's going ahead and taking an Effect Veiler, and he sees Scapegoat, Super Polymerization, and a Trap card. I don't know that I've ever seen Scapegoat in a Subterra deck.
Neither have I. Scapegoat just reminds me so much of like Trickstar back in the day. Like that's what I think of when I think of Scapegoat.
The Trickstar into OTK combo.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the sequence of Chaos Ruler into Zombie Vampire, crazy, right? Like so much advantage, and also getting access to the tuner to go into Halqifibrax while still filling your graveyard, very, very powerful.
Yeah, if you just hit any tuner from either player's deck, you're in business.
Yep. And so it looks like that Halqifibrax is going to go ahead and grab. He's put Jet Synchron at the top. Also has Plague Strider Zombie as an option. He's going to go with that one instead.
Now we're going to start to see some of the zombie stuff going on. All right. That's what we were hoping for, is that we see the zombie part of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some on Resolution.
Oh, yeah, let's see it.
So it looks like something might happen in Resolution. I assume it's a...
Activate Imperm, target to negate.
Oh, maybe it's Imperm plus Nibiru.
Ooh.
A little scary.
Griffin.
Target Griffin.
Sorry.
Target
Yeah, so the question is, do you want to put that back in your deck or let it get Nibiru'd?
No.
I activate Nibiru.
You got it.
Oh.
Let's see here. 1, 2. Yes.
Imperm plus Nibiru.
So Nibiru attack.
2,000, what's played?
200, 400 attack. 2,000, 2015.
Okay, so 2,000, and 400 is 44 plus
So 59? Yeah.
59?
59.
And then count the defenses?
48 plus 2, 5,000.
Okay, so
Oh, you know, just, you know, 59, 5,000.
Casual. And the big thing is, though, these tokens usually don't last for too long, right? Yeah, there's usually some way to, you know, destroy it or disrupt it, something easy.
Or use it for something.
Let's use a different one just to keep it simple.
All right. So he was using the Fateful Adventure token. If you saw that token that he had before for his Adventurer token, that was made in the token booth that we've got here this weekend. One of the backgrounds that you can take a photo with is from Fateful Adventure, where you can join the party with Enchantress, Griffin Rider, and the Relic Warrior. I got one just yesterday. It's really cool.
It was very funny seeing you post for it. Yeah, so now 3 cards left. Still hasn't used his normal summon, right? So he has Ash Blossom, this Unizombie, and Forbidden Droplets. Plague Spire Zombie as well in the graveyard. Can't use the normal summon monsters effect like we mentioned because of the Fateful Adventure. It looks like he's going to use Chaos Ruler's effect, though.
Yep, so you can still banish a light and a dark to get that out of the graveyard. There it is.
He gets banished during or when he's sent. When he leaves the field, correct. Excuse me.
All right, so that Unizombie's still a tuner.
Eight, 9, 10, summon.
It's counting up the levels.
Here, sorry. Activate Plague Spreader, place 1 back on the top of my deck, and special.
All right. So that's
He'll
a
also leave the field.
level 2 along with a level 8. So that makes Baron, if you want it. I don't think he can make the Zombie Lord.
For Baron?
So there's Baron.
Baron's effect, pop your Nibiru.
And through Imperm, Nibiru, not too bad of an opening, right? Yeah, it's going to be a little rough now that we know he's playing Subterror, right? So like maybe this card, like something like Forbidden Droplets, maybe not as strong as you would hope, but still not a bad opener.
Yeah, so like you're down 2 cards here. Baron negates 1, can destroy another, and that token's enormous.
You are good.
Entering main phase.
Yeah.
This is a tough situation.
Yeah.
Activate Hidden City.
Well, that's a good way to start.
It lets me search a Subterra monster from deck to hand.
And
oh,
that's shotgun it, I think. I like that.
And we know about the Ash there from the repair. Gets hit with the Ash Blossom. That leaves no cards in hand.
Set a monster and set a card face down.
Baron thrives in situations like this, yeah.
This is exactly...
Battle phase is good.
Ending battle phase.
Yeah.
Main phase 2. End phase.
All right. Goes through.
My turn?
Yeah.
Drop.
Yeah.
All right. So it picks the Unizombie back up.
Good one to draw.
2.
You knew it was there because of the Plague Spreader Zombie, but one of those standalone cards that's like a sick top deck most of the time.
Right.
I was going to go and use Baron on the back row.
Yeah, he probably figures it's a floodgate, like there could be only one or something that's going to stop him from getting the monsters he needs to win.
It's just interesting because you also have the Baron negate, right?
Right.
So unless it's a spell speed 3 card, you could go after the monster and then just probably set up a pretty easy OTK because that's already just game with the 2 monsters right there, right?
Yep. What's the token's type?
So like probably the monster does everything but play around strike for game.
Earth?
No, that's the attribute. The
type. Type.
Yeah.
Fairy.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
And there can be only one.
Fair.
I figure he thinks he's got something else to deal with the monster.
Let's activate Faithful. To add a right.
Yeah.
You're going over here, man. You are going over here. I don't think I'm going back in so you can cut.
Yeah.
And then, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Faithful. I have to add Enchantress. I'm skipping a step. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't grab Right of Enchantress
yes, you are correct.
directly.
Add Enchantress.
It gets there eventually. It's add Enchantress, ditch Unizombie, then get right.
Yeah.
Now we add the right. I don't normally do that. Now you know.
Yep. The nerves could get you.
It's okay. He found the right sequence, and that's all that matters. He's going to use that next, get himself the token.
I'll summon in attack mode.
And probably just being a little careful in terms of what he's doing, just make sure he has absolutely enough, but
We'll just keep it simple.
I like keeping it simple.
Attack mode, attempt to enter battle phase?
Yeah.
Baron will attack your face down.
All right, on declaration, I'll activate Hidden Cities effect. When you declare an attack, I can flip a face down monster face up and block the attack.
Oh, and block it.
Yeah.
Activate Baron to negate.
Sure.
And I believe it destroys.
Yeah, it destroys.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then this is, what was the stats? I'm sorry?
2,000, right? The token?
No, this
oh,
is
the Nibiru.
It's 59. He's 100 short, right?
59.
48 attack. 48 attack.
Yeah.
Attack 48. Attack.
It's 48 or 59.
It's like 49, 5,000. That's 48.
Yeah,
48 sounds right. There's a Griffin.
How? Yeah, and how?
Yeah, so 40, so 2,000 and 2,000 is 4,000 plus Plague is 49.
And then it was also one other one, wasn't there?
Yes, because Griffin's about 26 defense.
No, it was,
28.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Let's get,
Helk as well?
Helk doesn't have defense. So.
No, the attack.
Oh, yeah, for the attack.
Yeah, because he's
So
an attack.
it's 40, it was a Griffin, the 2,000, 4,000 plus 15. So 50, 49. Is it 49? Oh.
59.
59.
Yeah. 15,
59, yes.
59?
Yeah, so he's going to come out 100 short after the 59 and 2,000, right? 79?
And then attack at 2,000?
Yeah.
Oh, because he attacked with the token.
Yeah.
He attacked with the Baron first.
Oh, the Baron.
Yeah.
The Baron just against is a 2,000 defender. Okay.
Yeah. Still a commanding position.
Yes.
Like he has droplet set, right? Literal 0 cards on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think he should have that Unizombie though, because you have to send a card to the graveyard after you grab a thing with Fateful Adventure.
He sent the Enchantress and then banished the Enchantress to get the rights.
No, I mean to get the Enchantress out of the deck with Fateful Adventure.
Right. So he searched the Enchantress and then discarded it.
Oh, and used it in the graveyard.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
A
getting
lot's
2
happened.
steps.
Yeah.
Two
Yes.
steps.
Yes.
Main phase 1.
Yeah.
And that is why it's very important to do everything very specifically and exactly and tell your opponent.
We can go to game 2.
Game 2?
Yeah, game 2.
Okay.
Smart move to go to game 2, I think, for Michael. Save as much time as he can.
Yeah.
Going to game 2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one draw in a control deck like this isn't going to do it.
Yeah. Especially, you just need as much time as you can with the control decks, right? Like your games go long.
Yep.
Trying to really grind it out. But yeah, through some trials and tribulations, Andrew takes game 1 with his Danger Zombie deck, featuring still Punk Engine, Adventurer cards, very, very powerful cards, very like synchrocentric in a lot of ways, right? But we saw he plays cards like Krishan Halka 5X, right? Assuming that he might have some sort of artifact scythe thing going on too, because it's just so easy in these decks to do that as well.
It makes you wonder what he was going to do with that Plague Spreader Zombie if he hadn't gotten it.
Right, yeah. What's interesting is that if he would have committed a lot of cards to set up like a scythe play, not even that great against Subterror, right?
Yep.
So maybe it was good that he got it that way.
It doesn't do anything against them. They don't really use the extra deck.
Yeah, being able to Baron after getting Nibiru'd is just so much damage, right? Because you get to use the Baron immediately destroy their Nibiru, right? You set up game almost every time the second turn, because you got to figure that token's at least at like, high 3,000, 4,000. Yeah, so it's like any other monster you can field.
And the right gets you one all the time. It's another 2,000.
Yep. Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see when we go to game 2, right? Like the control decks really thrive going first, right? Like you get to have cards like there can only be one, like online very quickly. In addition to, I'm sure there's going to be some other, those like continuous, really like hindering trap cards as well that we'll see from Michael's side.
Yeah, I thought the Scapegoat was interesting. Like seeing those 3 cards come down, like Scapegoat Final Battle Super Polarization. It's interesting. I'm wondering what he's going to come up with. Like, what do you Super Poly for against this particular deck?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? We've always seen Super Polymerization as sort of like a balancer in a lot of ways, right? Like very good at like breaking away these fields, especially when your deck isn't one that can capitalize on things like Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen like Evenly Match gain a lot of popularity recently, especially with the Adventurer package, because like, they have a token, they have to just leave the token.
Keep the token.
Right? But Super Polymerization, interesting. Obviously, the Scapegoat one for me is like the, what are you doing that? It could be like back in that Trickstar situation where like, oh, I'm just setting a Subterra and I'm scapegoating for just a lot of Link monsters into some sort of like quick OTK combo or something, right?
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think control decks that can fit in sort of OTK combos like that are ones that tend to excel, right? Because they can end games quicker.
Right.
Like look at Sky Striker, right? Like easy access to Alka Fibrex into Celine into access code, yeah. And that's what makes it such a good control deck, right? Because it can always flip that switch and be like, nope, we're just ending the game now.
Yep. Still, I feel like we're going to see Super Polarization taken out for this game too.
Like,
I didn't see anything there that would warrant keeping it in.
My question is, so you're going first, right?
Yep.
Normally when you'd want Scapegoat in your deck.
Yep.
But do you keep it in against a deck like this when it's really like not interacting with anything, right? Like you said it, but you're committing a card that you know isn't going to disrupt what your opponent's doing. They're playing a heavy combo strategy, right? Like you just saw 3 or 4 different combo engines, right? Like as soon as you see some zombie cards, I feel like as soon as I see a Unizombie, I'm like, oh no, like what's gonna happen? So I'm just scared to play cards like that sometimes in these sort of environments, right? Like, cause it's really for those like maybe control mirrors or sort of like mid-rangey matchups where you're trying to get value out of a Scapegoat, but it's not doing anything reactive in your control deck.
It's just like you're just going to lose the card as opposed to losing the duel, which is, it's a good trade-off. I'd rather not just lose, but if I'm getting a chance to go first here, I feel like I want something a little more impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see those out of the side deck, right? Like that's the big thing. Maybe Scapegoat is just one of those flex spots, right?
So game 1, you could just steal it. That's really important for these decks as well, to try to steal that game 1.
Yes.
Because once the side decks get involved, like the amount of cards that people have in their side decks for decks specifically like this one, or anything that might run Mystic Mine, something like that, there's just a ton of hate cards in there, and it's hard to win 2 games straight after your opponent gets access to their side deck here.
Definitely. I mean, with how well Mystic Mine, not even as a strategy on its own, but like incorporating these strategies has performed recently, you have to figure there's going to be a ton of spell and trap card removal, either in, probably some main deck copies more so than there was before, right? Or especially when it comes to the side deck. But it could be just like the resurgence of popularity in this Adventure Engine is like the response to Mystic Mine, right? But we're going to see exactly what Michael has in store for Game 2 now, getting to go first with his Subterror deck, really where you want to be, but he's going to go ahead and we're going to see some set cards, at least one.
Ooh,
a single
set
and
one
pass.
Go. That's brutal.
All right, Michael, you scared me.
That's brutal.
Have to assume that he has some hand effects, right? Like, and that's really it.
Well, either hand effects or cards he can't use.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this list, we've seen it before, right? The Red Eyes Fusion package, very popular in Subterror.
Very popular specifically in this deck, and basically only this deck. And if you draw that Dark Magician or Red Eyes, not the best.
Yeah, and Andrew's hand very good against those hand effects too. He has both Call by the Grave and Triple Tactics talent.
Ooh.
Yep, Xiamen's going to hit the field, so he's going to...
Xiamen's effect, pay 6 to add.
Yeah.
Yep, pay 600 life points, grab another Punk Monster from his deck.
You're going over there. I'm not doing it again.
And you see the learning has continued. Keeps his hand off to the side. Very smart.
I will add Deer Note to my hand.
It's okay to make mistakes.
Yep.
It's just about making them the second time.
Yeah, just don't do it twice. Not just a general good life rule, but also a Yu-Gi-Oh one, as that's how penalties end up getting upgraded, is we do the exact same thing multiple times.
Attempt to activate Deer Notes again. Reveal Foxy. I will special Deer.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and activate the Deer Note, send in that Foxy tune down to the graveyard. A resolution, we're going to see.
Ooh, all right. Dimensional Barrier for Synchro Monsters.
That's an interesting one. What's even more interesting for me, Andrew kept in Forbidden Droplets.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're going to negate with that.
Maybe it's just he didn't feel like he had enough, like, cards to side in for it, right? To make it like, oh, it's just an effect negation. Maybe that's just fine. But
or maybe he figures that Dragoon is in there.
That could be it. Oh, that's a very smart.
Specifically against that card.
Very, very smart, especially going second, right? If there's any time to have droplets in your deck. Yep, so now cut off of Synchro Monsters.
Takes a look at his Link Monsters and just moves Halka Rex over to the top.
The most synchrocentric of them all, however, can still do some other sweet things. He's going to go ahead and use his 2 Punk Monsters for that Halka Fibrex.
Halka Fibrex effect goes through.
Oh, your response? I will respond. Called by?
Scott
Target
called
effect
by for the Veiler. We got the
Oh. I love stuff like this.
Imperm for Hal.
Nice.
Impermanence is good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yep. So Effecto still gets banished.
My bad. I'm so used to it.
All right. So Effect Veiler out. Imperm in. Hulk also out.
Cards in hand. Triple tactics.
Starts with triple tactics talent.
Yep. Only checks if something has been activated.
Yes.
Right. Doesn't matter if it's resolved or not.
He draws 2. Comes up with the Droll and Lockbird and another droplet.
Interesting to sign in droplet as well. I mean, not droplet, the Droll and Lockbird, right? Gonna get in with that Halka Firex.
65.
Super Michael doesn't have like a monster, right, or something he'd want to set right now.
Yeah, the Hulk is pretty nice here, because if your opponent's setting cards, you can bring in that Wonder Magician to knock one of them out.
I'll pass to you. Go ahead.
Draw phase.
Absolutely.
Draw phase.
Yeah.
Standby.
Standby is good.
Main phase.
Main phase is good.
Oh! And we've already got a crowd watching this match.
Yeah.
They're losing it for Red Eyes Fusion.
My question is, how many do you think are going to come from the deck versus the hand?
I think it's going to be 1 and 1.
You think 1 and 1?
I think it's 1 and 1.
I think that's a safe guess. I'm going to make it exciting. I think we're going to see both.
Both?
I'm going to see, yeah, that this is going to be the unbrick of I got nothing left.
Top deck too.
That's an incredible draw if it
That's
is.
so amazing. I love it.
That's like the only one that you can get.
It's not even that good. Like that's the worst part about it if it's both from your hand. But
well, the thing is, oh yeah, that's right, because the triple tactics would have been a forceful effect and put it back.
You go ahead and chain the effect of Halka Firex. So I assume he's just going to grab the Wonder Magician, right, just to field it.
Could go Shooting Riser. Could you do Shooting Riser?
Oh, that is a better option.
Resolve Red Eye. And then mine will activate in your hand.
There's one in hand.
Darn.
Is it a 1 and 1?
Yep, it was a 1 and 1.
I love it. That's good.
Yeah,
oh, it's Ulti Dark Magician.
I was going to say, yeah, so it's premium gold Red Eyes and the Ultimate Dark Magician from the, it's reloaded? Is it structured deck?
I think it's one of the reloaded decks, the starter deck reloaded.
Oh yeah, starter deck Yugi reloaded.
All right, so we've got a Red Eyes Dark Dragoon sighting, taking on Shooting Star Dragon.
To
send a specific level, I can't remember. I think it's just send a monster. Yep, send
all
one
right.
monster from the deck to the graveyard.
So it's got to be
and whose level is lower than this, and then
a monster with a lower level than that. And this is...
Correct, the monster cannot be.
So it can't be activated this turn, so you know maybe you send Snow, maybe you send Enchantress. It's usually one of the two.
He also has cards like Mizuki as an option.
Yep, and he activates the Dragoon. It is going to get negated, and he pitches Plague Spreader Zombie.
Yeah.
So Dragoon is down to, what, 1,500 until the rest of the turn?
Indeed. Effects negated as well.
Effects negated.
Riser's going to stick around.
Yep. And this works because Forbidden Droplet does not target. While Dragoon cannot be targeted by card effects, you simply choose the cards when Droplet resolves, and thus you can get around it.
I'll send Water Enchantress.
It's one of the reasons why Dragoon hasn't really ever been a super dominating force in the game is, you know, here's this card that everybody plays that specifically counters it, in addition to being good against tons of other things.
And he's at 15, right? You're still at 21?
No, he's 21.
Okay.
You're at 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Battle phase. Main phase too? Yeah. End phase. Go ahead.
All right. So just Michael does not have any cards in hand.
All right. Draw.
And we're dealing with
Attempt to activate Water Enchantress.
the tactics. Doesn't do you any good right now. But you can still pitch it for the other droplet.
He also has that draw and lockbird, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
At the right.
So you're going to go ahead and start by banishing the water and trenches, grab the rights of Armis here.
Attempt to activate right.
Yeah.
Summon the token. And then activate the adventure, the continuous spell.
Yeah, I think he definitely came prepared for the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. We saw a couple lava golems, I think, in his deck while he was shuffling through it. So things like that and forbidden droplets.
And then discard one.
Yeah.
So if the Faithful Adventurer is going to let him grab, we assume Wandering Griffin right in
What are
here.
your life points at?
65, yeah.
Yep, took that one attack from Halka 5 Rax. That's 15.
I will discard the Duel. Special Griffin.
Griffin Rider's on the field. Dracoback is up next.
And he's back to 3. I cannot target him.
You can't target him.
Or destroy my card. Or destroy. So.
Cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. It's a nice card.
Great droplets.
Be a shame if somebody halved its attack.
Straight up to obviously
Yeah,
half.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Then activate Dracoback's effect in the graveyard to re-equip.
All right, so that droplet is just free.
Effect, bouncing back.
What's that game?
Enter back.
It goes away.
2, 4, 6.
Right at 6. That's 61.
So
Is it
61.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, so you still have 500. All right then, let's see.
61.
That'd be 61, so it's not game.
Still not a lot you can do drawing to one card from Subterra. I'm sure he could have figured out some way to deal a little bit more damage. Hopefully something he figures out in the next couple rounds, but still Subterra drawing to one card when he's already used Red Eyes Fusion.
And Griffin Rider's on the field to negate it. And Dracoback's on the field to bounce it. I'm not liking his chances, unfortunately. All right. So we're thinking.
One no hand.
Do you want to synchro summon something? Or link summon something?
That'd be the best option. Go ahead. I am
It seemed, yeah, I think that's right. Just leaving it like there. If you can't make a Baron with your remaining 2 cards.
Standby.
Yes.
Main phase 1.
Main phase is good.
Yeah, that's correct.
Griffin to negate.
And destroy.
Yeah. Yes, destroy.
Nates and destroys the hidden city. Griffin Rider goes back to the deck.
Battle phase.
Yep.
Main phase 2.
Yep.
I love that Michael goes through all of his phases regardless.
Yep.
I appreciate that, especially in a format where evenly match exists.
Yes.
Just
very
being a part
smart.
of it, yeah, not that bad.
Very smart. Because if you do it all the time, then they never know whether or not you have it.
Thank you for carrying.
No problem. No problem.
All right, and that's going to do it for this first one. Andrew takes a 2-0 win here, but I feel like we didn't really get to see everything that Andrew's deck can do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the main things we saw is just the adventure engine, right? Like we talked about before.
Yep.
It's powerful. Dracoback just does a lot for very little. Wandering Griffin Rider as well. And the fact that you could just send down water and trenches whenever it's convenient to get yourself into the rights, it's nice.
Although, it's kind of an advantage, right? If you play early on stage, right? And your deck doesn't do all of its stuff, well, then nobody's seen everything else that you could do, and you can just pull those strategies out later on as the event continues and maybe keep on surprising people.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hope we see more of this deck, right? Like, I love zombies,
Me
right?
too.
Even back then,
right?
Diva Zombies, card of safe return, like, ooh, that was fun. It was incredibly powerful back then, and it's not like cards like Mizuki aren't strong now, right?
Yeah,
like,
it never goes out of style, special summoning more monsters.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially, we keep talking about Unizombie as well. There's a lot of really good things. Halka 5-Rex into Plague Spreader Zombie gives you more access into those cards, and we also talked about Chaos Ruler into...
Undead Zombie?
Yes.
Or Zombie Vampire.
Close enough.
Zombie Vampire.
yes, it's a Zombie Vampire. And just how many cards you can sort of field and the advantage you gain, right? Incredibly powerful.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go away. We got interviews and more action coming up next. See you then.
Hey everybody, I'm back with Andrew, your round 1 winner. And Andrew, that was an exciting one to start things out. So, so round 1, you're on stage first up. How did that change the way you approach the game?
Being on stage here actually made things a little more nerve-wracking for me. It's the first time doing it, but it was a lot of fun. Michael, my opponent, was great. He definitely was like, I understand you're nervous, and didn't realize how nervous he was until we just talked at the end there too, but he was a great guy.
Yeah, it was fun watching you two. You had good chemistry as well. So what did you, what really stood out to you in that match there?
Sorry, one more time?
What stood out to you the most in that match?
Oh, my mills. I was just, I don't know if you guys obviously saw, but milling a lot of my spells and not my key cards. There's a whole element that's just missed that I completely missed out. That was the main thing that stood out. And then the Dragoon still being there was a big one too. Just with DPE, Anaconda being gone, you just don't expect Dragoon anymore. And that was also what stood out to me.
Yeah, there's a big reaction from everybody when the Dragoon came out. So you had Subterror first time with Dragoon. You don't really see a whole lot of that. What are you hoping that you're going to see moving forward?
Oh gosh, actually, Flunders, because I do run the Zombie World package. Again, it was completely missed. But I love what I just dropped, Zombie World, and Flunders kind of have to hope to draw the out to it. That's actually a really good one. As well as anything that has to deal with any sort of archetype. Sword Soul is a really big one I like too. Zombie World, again, just shuts it down. I tried to pick a deck that can utilize a lot of things while just having one card do a majority of the work. But unfortunately, Despia is not affected, and funny enough, neither is Marine Cess. So those are the two that I was a little nervous about. But
all right, so taking all into that account, what do you think your chances are moving forward?
Well, if my mills will get better, I'd say pretty fair. But I'm more here just because I love being at these events. I'm so glad it's back. It's open, it's fun. More excited to play people and interact with people rather than winning. It's more for the thrill rather than the skill.
All right, thank you very much. We're glad to have you here. Glad to have everybody else out here as well. Nice to see that so many people came out. And all of you watching at home, we're glad to have you as well. And I hope that you'll stick around because we've got more with Robbie.
Awesome, thanks, Jerome. Yeah, Andrew touched on it. A big part about these events, it's just all about having fun. In addition to the main tournament, we have all these other fun things you can do, like public events. We went ahead and sat down with some duelists who are here this weekend to ask them what their favorite public event was. Let's go ahead and take a look.
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Public event has got to be Attack of the Giant card. And who doesn't want a Giant card taken home? I was so close to getting one back in 2018, but maybe this is my year. This is my year to get one this year.
My favorite public event is probably Yu-Gi-Oh! Day. It is just about the whole community coming together to enjoy the card game they love. And there's a little bit of good prizes at the end too.
My favorite public event is probably the Attack of the Giant card. I just think it's really cool to see the Giant cards, and hopefully I can put one on my wall one day.
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Public event is honestly just the main event. Though I do really enjoy watching the Rivalry of the Warlords tournaments. It's really fun to see some of those strategies. I actually just watched some of my friends play strategies that I didn't even know really existed, so that was a lot of fun to watch.
I think my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Public event is probably going to be the Rivalry of Warlords. I think it's pretty cool that they have all these pre-selected decks for you to play, and it's pretty fun.
My favorite public event, I would say, is Attack of the Giant card. I think the Giant cards are very cool, and when they pick a really good one, it's just fantastic, and they're just so cool to look at. And ever since they introduced the medium cards, it just makes the side event just very fun to play.
Yeah, some good answers there. We all know that Attack of the Giant card, definitely a huge fan favorite just because you get these awesome huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. I mean, Rivalry of Warlords, another one I know that R&D works really hard on, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of the public events we're running this weekend. In addition to Attack of the Giant card, the 3v3 tournament, always a big one for me, and I think a lot of players out there. We also have Dragon Duel, both constructed and sealed tournaments, Speed Duel Attack of the Giant card as well if you want something a little quicker, as well as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Charity tournament on Sunday. Following those up, we got Speed Duel Constructed, Structure Deck tournaments, Tag Duel tournaments, and Winamats. all these, you know, giving various promotional items that you can win, some of them exclusive to those events. So it's a ton of fun, and you should definitely go and check them out whenever you're at a premier event. We're going to go ahead and cut to a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with more action from the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship soon. Stay tuned.
It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately. New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for Teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Championship here at Rosemont Convention Center. You see the beautiful skyline here of downtown Chicago. You know, it's always a beautiful city. A view from the Navy Pier. Definitely a beautiful place, and I'm excited to go check that out sometime this weekend. But for now, we're here at the championship. We have almost 2,000 duelists that competed here this weekend. We are in round 2, and you see the event attendance was 1,840, just shy of that 2,000 mark. And after that first round of Swiss, we have 878 duelists remaining undefeated. With a lot more Swiss rounds to go throughout the day, it's going to be an exciting day of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm excited to be here with you, Robbie.
I'm excited to be here with you too, Billy. Yeah, it's going to be awesome, right? We have 2 days of non-stop dueling action where we're going to crown a North American champion. We had an exciting round 1, and there's going to be more exciting decks as we see throughout the tournament.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that round 1 was a great way to start things off. It was cool to see the zombie package being included, you know, the adventure, the punk stuff, and, you know, walking away with the win there was fantastic. But we're ready for our second round of Swiss, so let's go ahead and meet our players. Let's go ahead and jump into round number 2.
Yep, and first up for our duelists, we have Matthew hailing from Seattle, Washington. Favorite card, Artifact Scythe.
It's a good one, I hear.
Quite good. A little contentious as well. And next up, his opponent. Oh, Big Braun, excited to be here. John from Toronto. Favorite card, Royal Oppression.
Speaking my language. You know, Royal Oppression is one of those iconic cards. You know, so powerful it ended up on that forbidden list, but definitely an iconic card for sure. You know, we've seen John Wilkin here before. He's, if you're familiar with his name, he was competed in our remote duel events. We've seen him at feature matches at previous YCS. He is known for piloting a specific deck, one of those decks that kind of stays true throughout time, that survived many, you know, hits on the Forbidden Limitless to it, and it's that Dragon Link strategy. While it is not really anywhere close to what the old Dragon Link, you know, the Agropane and LP Dragon Link we knew so well in the past and relied on like Starleaf Safer and Chaos Dragon Living, you know, using those cards from the Grand Creators, the Adventure package and stuff to really subsidize what they're trying to do and get some protection on the field before they do all their full Dragon Link combos.
Yeah, definitely very powerful. As you mentioned, it's not the same sort of Dragon Link that once was, right? We saw very combo heavy, now definitely more in the mid-range. I was comparing it earlier to like Sword Soul a little bit, right? A deck that has a lot of hand effects, just sort of makes the board and disrupts what your opponent's trying to do. Or if they're going first, right, you're able to fight a little bit, and usually you're able to extend a little bit further once the Sword Soul's trying to do. But for like those, you know, maybe stronger boards and more extension, there's a sacrifice to be made, right, Billy?
Right, it certainly is. Sometimes you're gonna have to give up you know, some power, just have some more consistency, but, you know, the Dragon Link deck definitely has a lot of power. It gained that Boral in Dragon from Ghost from the Past, the second Haunting, and his opponent over here, Matthew, is bringing a deck that's a lot of players should be familiar with going into this tournament. You know, if they had any idea of, you know, winning, you're going to want to know about, you know, this Punk Adventure Synchro deck that, you know, kind of relies, I like to focus on the Sangan aspect of it, that normal summon Sangan to really get your whole combo online, be able to link it away into Almirage and grab that Crusader Arborea and then go into the coveted Kriston Hauka Fibrax. We're going to have to see which one of these strategies is going to take away the win here in round 2. It's going to be a close one. Both these decks are really good. You know, there's like 5 decks a lot of players consider to be like above all the other rest of the, you know, the decks to beat here this weekend, and both of these decks made it onto that list.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even looking at how we talk about Dragon Link evolving, right? This is basically that same Synchro Adventurer deck that just keeps on evolving, right? Like introducing Punk cards, maybe cutting away a few other engines, thinning out some, and then, you know, finding different ways to do what they're trying to accomplish with when it comes to like Dagda, Hauka Fibrax, all that stuff, and Sangan being the one that Matthews chose to lean on.
Yep, certainly. I mean, you touched on it there. That's the 2 card, you know, that a lot of people are talking about going this week is Kriston Hauka Fibrax, Artifact Dagda. If you're able to get those 2 monsters on the field, you're golden. But here we go. Let's go ahead and jump into game 1 here of our second round of Swiss, the Yu-Gi-Oh! North American TCG Championship. Both these players did win round 1, so, you know, they started the day off the best way they could and then trying to move on to the 2-0 record. There are 9 rounds of Swiss today, so they're still going to have a lot of dueling to go to make it before we can get to day 2 and eventually that top 64 cutoff.
Yep, and we'll see if their favor continues after this match. It looks like John won the die roll. He's looking through his hand, seeing exactly how he wants to start.
I can split? No, just play like a normal
All right, John Wilkin has the play. Dragon Link, a deck that wants to go first, try and get that Chaos Ruler on the field to really fill your graveyard up with effects so you can activate, maybe milling something like Chaos Space, while also being able to add, you know, cards like Effect Veiler and stuff to your hand. But starting off with Illusion of Chaos, a card out of Battle of Chaos, one of my favorite cards from the set. Going to be able to use to grab Magician Souls from the deck here.
Search Magician Souls.
It's definitely a small little package, right? You just get to include that copy of Magician's Souls, cycle a little bit, get some extra cards.
Yeah, and Magician's Souls has only gotten better with time, right? We saw it like back with Spiral. Spiral is one of those decks that could use, when you send the spell and trap cards to the graveyard, they have the graveyard effect, so you're getting value out of the draws, you're getting value out of the cards you send. And you use similar here with, you have stuff like a Boot Sector Launch or a Dragon Ravine that you've already used for the turn. You could send that Magician's Souls, turn it into a new fresh card. Same with the Adventurer cards. If you've already resolved Faithful Adventure, you don't need your Draco back, you can send that with Souls.
So I'm gonna think on cost for a sec.
Matthew just wants a quick refresher on what Dragon Ravine does. He has the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in his hand. It looks like he also might have a copy of Infinite Impermanence as well. So 2 ways to disrupt what John's trying to do. John's going to trade away Effect Veiler. So looking for a little bit more proactivity.
Yeah. Sure. Anytime you see like a card that sends a card to the graveyard, you really want to highly consider using that Ash Blossom, because usually if you're going to dump something in the graveyard, it's going to be quite useful. But this is going to move John just to go ahead and use the Magician's Souls now. Maybe he's just going to try and draw a fresh card off that Dragon Ravine, and it looks like that is the case.
That's fine.
He's going to get hit with Infinite Impermanence here. Like, a little interesting, right? As you mentioned, preventing from getting another card, but there's probably bigger things that the Dragon Link deck is trying to do, where maybe you just let them get that card most of the time.
Yeah, you're really just trading, you're losing a card out there in terms of value there for the Magician's Souls, since that body still stays on the field.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like he's going to follow that up with the normal summon of Red Rose Dragon.
It's a very good normal summon to have.
Link summon?
Sure.
Yeah, one thing we haven't touched on there, we were talking about Dragon Link, right? One reason why this deck is so strong is because it can include the Adventurer package, right? And Red Rose Dragon, one of those cards that works incredibly well with it.
Oh yeah, Wandering Griffin Rider, Red Rose Dragon, best friends. But links into Halka 5Rex here, and going to bring out Rocket Synchron, going to link one into Striker Dragon. Striker Dragon's going to let him grab a Boot Sector Launch from his deck to the hand.
Boot Sector Launch?
Yep.
Striker Dragon, definitely a big reason why Dragon Link has stayed so strong for so long.
Sure, that's good.
Looks like he is going for the value here to switch to destroy the Halka 5Rex to add the Rocket Synchron back to his hand. So he's going to save that for next turn. Or he's going to use Boot Sector to summon from hand. So you see, John didn't have the best kind of hand here, but he's working with what he's got to still establish some sort of board that's going to be able to disrupt Matthew. You know, he already had to use the Infinite Permanence and the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. So he's down 2 cards, going to have to draw to 4. So if he can put up a couple of points of interaction, he might be able to take this game 1 here. It looks like it is just going to be the seal.
Yes.
And seal one of those cards, not just disruption, right? Gets a little more gas as well by fielding the monster when it's tributed.
Yeah, sometimes we see it summon Quackmere and Drago from the deck to kind of cut off light and darks.
You can, you already have Neuron. If you go ahead, I'll allow it.
Matthew, going to take advantage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app really quick, reading up what exactly that Spheres will do.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app, awesome. Really, I wish I had it like my entire time as a duelist. It's a great tool. You can look up any card, you can build decks on it, you can have stuff for later. There have been so many times I've just been like in a car, I would try to write down a deck, and it was so inconvenient. Having that free app just makes it so much better. And also has a life point calculator, everything. Pretty much everything a duelist will ever need, yeah.
Draw hands even, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Matthew's hand looks very, very good, though. Even though he only has a few cards, they all seem to be powerful.
Sure.
So now he's chaining the Wandering Griffin Rider since he controls no monsters, special summon from his hand, and now Wright is going to resolve to give him that token. So now there won't be a time that he'll have the token on the field, and Griffin Rider won't be there, so he'll be able to negate the effect of that seals if John decides to use it. So heads up play here from Matthew.
No, it's fine. Just before you draw.
Yep, definitely showing his way around his deck a little bit there. So now he has the Faithful Adventure up. As you mentioned, both the token alongside the Wandering Griffin Rider. Looks like he has 2 copies of Emergency Teleport. He's going to go ahead and use one of them.
Yeah, both these decks kind of have Matthew using the Emergency Teleports. John has the quick launches. Just both really powerful quick play spells like special summon a monster from your deck. Teleport, though, summoning the No Punk Zeamon.
Zeamon will activate effect of No Punk Zeamon.
Yep. Pay 600 so he can add a Punk monster from his deck to his hand. You got a couple of options now. It used to always be you'd get Foxy Tune, and then you get maybe you also can grab Deer Note. Deer Note coming out of Dimension Force, having a huge impact on the metagame.
That resolves.
Looks like he is going to grab Foxy Tune.
Search for No Punk Foxy Tune?
Yep.
See if he decides to use that hand effect to discard itself and another card to special summon a punk from the deck to the field.
Yeah.
So you imagine he's going to grab that Deer Note here.
Yeah, interesting to know what this last card for John is, right?
Could be, it could be one of those monster effects from hands that could be highly impactful here. I mean, we know it's not something that would be a starter, right? Because we'd be holding on to it.
Yeah.
Those are the little reads you can make based on how your opponent played their first turn. Like maybe how many disruptions do they potentially still in your hand? Like if your opponent draws and passes, you can celebrate and be like, oh, they didn't really get their combo online. But at the same time, you know they're going to have those the points of disruption from the hand for you during your turn as well. Oh, it looks like he grabs a Legal Knight, another secret rare out of Dimension Force.
Yes.
Equips to my token.
Yep, and he gets the value out of the Draco back there. He's going to go ahead and discard for the Faithful Adventurer. It's going to re-equip onto the Adventurer token.
Yeah, this is kind of where Legal Knight gets really cool. So like, if you open the Wandering Griffin Rider, before you'd only be able to get the Water Enchantress, but now that you have a Legal Knight, it can just be another body onto the field. Since he controls that Adventure token, he can special summon it from his hand. But he's going to use the Legal Knight's effect to target the seal.
It does not target?
Does not target.
Let's see if Matthew decides to negate the seal's effect here with Wandering Griffin Rider.
Yeah, what's worst case here, like Nibiru? That's the last card?
Yep, that would be worst case. He would be, because you'd be able to resolve the seal's second effect since it tribute off the field to special summon a dragon to the field, and then
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I still get it.
also have the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Yep.
First thing I was checking.
So the Illegal Knight is going to go to John's side of the field.
You're gaining control.
So I pick?
Yeah, so it depends on how much word it is.
Forget how that works.
I believe it should be my choice.
You give control.
Okay, so
You give it.
what's it? Effective seal?
Is that too special?
Plus summon a dragon from my deck, but its attacking defense becomes 0.
That is fine.
Used to be you'd get Chamber Dragon Maid here, and Chamber Dragon Maid would get you tidying. Not so much anymore now that you don't use the normal summon effects. They don't really rely on the Dragon Maids as much as they used to.
Right.
Some Abstract Dragon?
Okay.
Like that is, well, the Safer, right, being the two that really fell out of popularity.
Yep. But Absorrouter, definitely a good one to grab here, since that, when it's into the graveyard, will be able to grab a rocket monster from his deck to the hand. So Matthew has a few options. He can synchro for a level 8, or he could go into something like Halka Fibrax.
And it looks like he's going to go ahead and choose Chaos Ruler.
Effective Chaos Ruler, they call it Magical Dragon. Chainlink 2, no pump Deer Note, targeting Zeomon.
Yep, Deer Note is going to special summon back Zeomon.
Thinking here.
Okay.
John taking a moment to consider his options.
That was all.
No change, so Zeomon's going to come back, and now the Chaos Ruler is going to spin the Wheel of Fate. See the top 5 cards of the deck. Nothing so far. Okay, he'll be able to grab that Sengen. Ooh, Scythe is gone, but not. Now that the Scythe is his graveyard, if Matthew can find a way to get into a Baron de Fleur, he could tag that out during his opponent's standby phase, send it back to the extra deck, special summon back that Scythe, and now it just has a free Scythe block potentially during John's turn. That's the power of Chaos Ruler. Not only are you gaining a card from it, but it's going to give you stuff in your graveyard you can use later on.
Yeah. His options here probably between the Effect Failure and the Sangan, right? Basically whether or not he wants something for the... has he used his normal summon?
I don't believe so. I think this started with the emergency teleport only, yep.
And then
one sec. Sorry.
Thinking on resolution?
Yeah, I'm taking resolution, sorry.
Yes.
Mind if I just check?
Yeah.
Sorry. Add set again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You're fine.
I'm fine.
No responses yet from John. John at least wanting his opponent to believe he has an Nibiru in his hand, that he's waiting to time it correctly. Maybe force Matthew to make a slight misstep on his way to building his board. Matthew seems to be keeping his wits about him, though. Maybe a slight misstep here on his positioning on his monsters, because now he has monsters in each one of his zones that Almiraj would be able to point to, so not going to be the greatest. So he's probably just going to go straight into a different Link monster here. So you're going to send Chaos Ruler and Sangan, maybe for Dark, or how?
You can't.
Yeah, I was like, there's no tuner. I was like,
there's no tuner.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to figure out what he was like. That's not. There's the right zone it was in. Yep. I think he realized his error here.
I don't have the match left, so I'll just write it down here.
Yeah, he has the Link. There we go. That's the tuner he needs for Halka Fibrax.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of the nerves on stage getting there, but I'm sure he will push through.
Chain 2, Christian.
Just to let you know, I'm just going to give you a PE minor just for the
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have your match left currently.
Yes, that's fine. So this is from the health.
Yep.
Yep, summons Jet Synchron from his deck with Halka Fibrax effect, and looks like he's adding...
Is that Joel Lockbird?
Sangan? It might have been, yeah. That's pretty cool. Another interaction where you don't need to grab that extender off Sangan. You're able to get something you're going to be able to use during your opponent's turn, because Sangan only prevents you from using the effect during the turn it was sent there to the graveyard. So we're going to see him link away Halka Fibrax and Chaos Ruler for Dark. The Dark Charmer Gloomy.
I will activate effect targeting your Magician Souls.
That's fine.
Ooh, and getting the Magician Souls there, get some extra value maybe.
That is definitely a good one you'll summon here off Dark.
Is it a zone he points to?
It is a zone he points to.
I thought so.
Thank you.
Okay.
You have light and dark, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I'm fine here?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
See what he decides to do.
Effective Draco back, targeting my Illegal Knight.
Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry. It was the illegal knight that targeted the seals. Yeah, sorry.
Yep, still has the Draco back online. Going to get that illegal knight back to his hand.
Draco back on the seal, but I forgot that he illegal knight the seal.
Definitely showing you that, illegal knight definitely made an impact coming out with the adventure package. Gives you a lot more. It's a lot better going second because you're able to help break a board your opponent might have established.
Yeah, very interesting card, right? Just giving the extra option when Wandering Griffin Rider was sort of like that stable search.
Exactly. So it looks like we're going to banish a light and a dark from the graveyard to bring back that Chaos Ruler.
So boom. He's going to use that alongside the Jet Synchron.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's Special Summon Hot Dragon, Arching to the Abyss. I will link the Dark and Magician Souls.
Looks like he's going for game here.
Celine, effective Celine to gain counters.
Yes.
Removing them all right away, I presume.
Effective Celine.
Yes.
Celine is going to gain the counters for all the spells in his graveyard. He'll be able to remove 3 counters to bring back Effect Veiler.
I just always like to be sure.
You're good.
And now he can link the Link 3 and the Effect Veiler into a Link 4 Access Code Talker.
Access Code Talker.
Yep.
Effect targeting Celine.
Sure. On resolution, I'll Effect Veiler. Target the Access Code Talker.
So when Access Code Talker summoned, you can't respond to the summon, but after it resolves, you'll be able to use that Effect Veiler from hand, negating its effect, bringing its attack back down to 2,300 before he has a chance to start destroying all the cards on John Wilkins' side of the field.
And now, no cards left for John. We know Joel Lockbird and Illegal Knight for Matthew. He's going to go into battle, attack with the
Swinging to Observator.
Venture token first.
Yes, that's fine.
Yep. It's going to be able to add a rocket here with the Observator effect. Still has that boot sector launch on the field, and if Matthew can't get off the field, he'll be able to summon rocket monsters back from his graveyard, even since Matthew controls more monsters.
I'll attack directly.
Yeah.
Access code.
2300 direct.
First damage? I think so.
And I will track directly with hot red.
Sure, so I'm at 55. So yes, I take, sorry, 55 damage. So I'm
just checking life to make sure
I'm
it's
at
good.
25 to 74.
2,500 life points left here for John. So step 1, survive the opponent's turn. Completed here for John. Sometimes just having that effect negation on access code, because a lot of decks do look to like get a 3,000 attack monster on the field, go into access code, you have 8,300 right there. But you just even have the effect negation can really save you in the long run.
Draw for turn.
Let's see what John can do with this draw.
Stand my face. My face on.
How do you feel about Matthew searching Duel and Lockbird here versus something like Effect Failure?
It's interesting. Duel and Lockbird, it's pretty good against Dragon Link, but not really when they already have the boot sector launch face up. Because, like, the best time you're going to catch them on a Duel and Lockbird is something like Striker Dragon, grabbing boot sector, and then you hit them with it right there. So I don't think it'll be too impactful here at this point in the game. I think Valor might have been the better choice, especially knowing that Apps Rider's on the field and Apps Rider's going to grab you the Rocket Tracer. I think it might have been a little bit more impactful. But he still does have the hot red, so he'll be able to negate a face-up card on John's side of the field.
Yep.
I will go effect a Legal Knight.
Sure.
Targeting these 2 cards.
Legal Knight's bounce effect not once per turn. Well, it is once per turn, but it's not the same turn where he used the Illegal Knight, now that it is John's turn.
Okay.
Otherwise, that would be illegal.
The most illegal of all the illegal knights.
I'll use select to self from hand.
I'll use effective hot red targeting.
That's fine. Present hand.
1.
Activate quick toss.
Ooh.
That's a good one to draw.
We were talking about that earlier, right? The one reason why this Dragon Link deck is so powerful is because it has this ability to extend through just a little bit more than some of the other strategies might.
Yeah, a lot of cards you can draw that'll just give you another monster on your board, and that's usually just enough to really get everything rolling.
He has perfect information as well. Knows that last card is Duel and Lockbird in the hand.
Yeah, still hasn't had to add a card from his deck to his hand yet. So.
Sorry. Okay. Can you read real quick? Thank you.
So he has a lot of options. He can either destroy his boot sector launch hero tracer or the illegal knight. He's trying to summon Rocket from his deck. Striker Dragon not being in his extra deck limits some of the plays he can do here, though. But he could potentially still find a way to get into Chaos Ruler, mill a Chaos Space, use the Chaos Space to somehow get the Striker Dragon back into the extra deck. There are ways to recycle it eventually, but probably not going to happen here. So he's going to summon that Rocky Recharger after destroying Boot Sector Launch with Rocket Tracer's effect.
Rocket Recharger.
John definitely not out of this yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's made his way through basically all the disruption that Matthew had access to.
Yeah.
Duel and Lockbird, as you mentioned, not really going to do a lot.
20 minutes, 45 seconds.
So it looks like he's going to synchro with the Legal Knight and Rocket Tracer. He can only summon dark monsters from his extra deck since he used the effect of Rocket Tracer. Oh, he's going to link him away for dark.
I'll use the effect of Dark on Red Rose Dragon.
Sure.
And then I'm going to link away with that.
Sure.
So he's going to summon back the Red Rose Dragon and link it away since it is a dragon.
Red Rose
yeah, just the Red Rose. And to guard Dragon Pisty.
Okay.
I'll use the effect of Guard Pisty on Rocket Tracer.
So Pitsy is pointing and Access Code Talker is pointing down. So John's going to use Matthew's Access Code Talker to enable Pitsy to summon Rocket Tracer back from his graveyard.
It's Pisty. Hot Dog. He brought back something and linked it away right away.
Freeze play! Freeze play, Yu-Gi-Oh players, that is time in the round. At this time, those of you that are still in the match, please continue to the end of the current phase and then proceed with the end of match procedures.
Anything else here?
No.
And now, I figured a Chaos Ruler was going to make an appearance at some point. Oh. Yep, here it is. The Chaos Ruler is going to excavate the top 5 cards. Ooh, so he hits snow, but he has to add the snow since it's the only light monster he has to add.
Yeah, a little unfortunate.
Rocket Synchro. Not Rocket Tracer.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I will. I'll add the Fairy Tale Snow. That's fine.
Finally able to use that Droll and Lockbird that Matthew added to his hand some time ago.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, you're fine.
So you can add one, right? So you don't have to with the Chaos Ruler?
He could have dumped it if he wanted to instead. But he did choose to add it.
Maybe he has something where he wants to discard it later on the turn, like
Clawed Boral Dragon.
Enter the battle phase.
Good one. Nightmare Phoenix. Or not Phoenix, Unicorn.
Nightmare Unicorn's another one, you're right.
Crash my Pisty into the token for 1,000.
Yep, that was fine.
Going to move to the battle phase. Attack with Pitsy into the adventure token, so he takes 1,000 points of damage.
Into the access code for 700.
Yes, that's fine.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh players, I need Adam Seashults to please make his way to the scorekeeper stable. That is Adam Seashults.
What? Yeah, it was Chaos Ruler over.
Main phase 2?
Yes.
Chaos Ruler's 3,000, so it's 700.
I'll leave summon.
Yes.
Into Nightmare
Looks like the Nightmare Unicorn you're talking about is going to touch down here. Discard that snow he added off the Chaos Ruler. Snow plus Unicorn, that's a link 4.
I will shuffle back the...
Probably the hot red, I'd guess.
Depends on what link 4 he's trying to do next, right?
Hot red?
No, I assume it's Access Code Talker. Because the Access Code Talker plus the Chaos Ruler, that's 8,300 points of damage.
Sure. To banish.
So he has a chance to go for a game shot here if... Oh, we know Matthew doesn't have anything.
Well,
oh, he's already in battle. He went to battle already. Unfortunately, he had to use the battle phase, but still going to be able to leave Matthew on 0 cards.
Yeah.
But
Technically the same.
It still has that Jet Seeker in the graveyard, so potentially if you can find a way to more cards, maybe be able to jump back into this game. But it's not looking good here for Matthew in game 1.
Yeah. And he still has access to snow the following turn as well. Like definitely has the 14 or whatever you need to do it twice.
With the full grave.
Yeah, I'll use Fairy Tale Snow to banish these 7.
Okay.
6 spells in the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Link into access code Talker and then use the effect to target Unicorn.
Sure.
I will banish Radix Seal to destroy the token. And I will banish Pisty to destroy the Fateful Adventure.
The first one banished with Seals.
So sitting here with Access to Talker, gets to banish a monster of a different attribute from the graveyard, a link monster of a different attribute from the graveyard. Not once per turn, able to banish 2 to clear Matthew's board. It has that snow engrave, as you mentioned. Things looking good here for John. You know, that top deck of Quick Launch was huge.
Stand by me?
Yes.
Once again, Yu-Gi-Oh players, there is food available outside this room in all.
I'll activate the effective condition souls.
As stated.
The only live card in your graveyard is Jet Synchron, correct?
Yes.
Then on summon, I'll activate Fairy Tale Snow.
We can go next game.
Okay.
Yep, I don't think the Souls would have gotten too much further than this point, but Matthew now seeing the writing is on the walls, and after a long back and forth game, you know, Matthew was able to break that board from John, but John drawing the quick launch, you know, that's the best of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the heart of the cards. You know, the cards you draw for your turn can really change the tides of the game. That looked like things weren't going to go his way, but now John walking away with game one, and only one game winner away here from moving on with a 2-0 record at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that's sort of how the deck is designed, right? Like, has a lot of good extenders, a lot of good starters, and it's able to just push a little bit more than some of these other mid-rangey strategies that incorporate these hand effects, and we saw that exactly there. But it was juicy, right? See, quick launch off the top. You know there's very few cards, but same thing with emergency teleport. You brought that one up earlier. It's always rough when you think you've gotten through everything, but wait, there's more. And it's one of these quick play spells that gets you another monster, and things just open right back up.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that the Veiler that John had for that access code talker not only kept his life points, you know, above 0, it prevented Matthew here from destroying that boot sector launch. So having the boot sector launch on face up on the field already gives him that one extension, and then even though that wouldn't be enough, he still needed that quick launch, and then it's just really cool to see. I mean, the quick launch, you know, emergency teleport, very similar. So emergency teleport will get you Zeamon, which gets you another card, right? So you get 2 cards for 1, which will turn you into unlock your whole extra deck. And then quick launch gets you Tracer, which also gets another monster from your deck. So both cards extremely similar, very powerful, not once return. You know, definitely part of the reasons why both these players decided to bring these strategies here this weekend. But looking at the side deck, so going into siding, you know, you can expect John probably to put in some more points of interaction from the hand, even though Dragon Link is a deck that already, you know, you're going to expect to play things like Nibiru in the main deck since you can add it off the Chaos Ruler. But you're going to definitely have more to go in for the side decks. And on the other side, Matthew going first, you know, I don't know how many players side a lot of going first cards. I know Anti-Spell Fragrance is a big one right now. If you're able to get that, a lot of the cards that are good at going second, the Dark Ruler No More, Lightning Storm, even Forbidden Droplet, sometimes getting Anti-Spell up and forcing them to do it too early before they can like stick a card on the field and get that extra value, like sending a spell card with Forbidden Droplet can be enough to impact the opponent's hand. So definitely looking for something like Anti-Spell. It's pretty good against the Dragon Link deck with cards like Chaos Base. They need to get to boot sector launch. Maybe that'll be something we see him putting in going first. It's going to be anyone's games too. That's the cool part. Like game 1, you design your deck. You could lose or win game 1, but once you dump into the sides, everything changes.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Anti-Spell Fragrance. You're right. It's sort of like this sort of catch-all going first card now, even against these combo decks, just because they have a solid chunk of spell cards, especially when you talk about the Adventure Engine and all these other inclusions.
Those two.
Yeah, but the fact that it also combats those going second cards the way you mentioned,
yeah,
very powerful tool.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been a thing for Yu-Gi-Oh! Spell cards have been good since the beginning. We saw like Imperial Order dominate for so long, you know. Now Imperial Order ending on the Forbidden Limited list, so then you look to what's the next card I can include on my side that's going to slow down all my opponent's power spells, and you know, Anti-Spell Fragrance definitely being a key one. I expect a lot of players to have that in their sides or even main decks here this weekend. You know, I'm talking about Dark Ruler No More. That's a card I'm wondering if players are going to, you know, keep into the side for only when they go second, or just go ahead and throw it in their main deck because they know they're going to lose some die rolls throughout the tournament, and they want to have some sort of option to fight back into those game 1s.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the card to compare it to a lot is going to be something like Forbidden Droplet when you're considering a main deck slot, right? And I feel like Droplet just has a little bit more flexibility in terms of something you can set going first, and at least it does something.
No, we saw that in the first round.
Yeah.
If that was Dark Ruler No More, it wouldn't have been able to hit the Dragoon. Dragoon would have destroyed the field. It would have been a lot less impactful. So yeah, Droplet maybe in the main deck more makes a little sense.
Yeah. But I mean, if you design your deck to be one of those things that is really trying to go second, right? Whether or not you're losing die rolls, right? You're choosing to go second. Those are probably going to be the decks that take advantage of it. But not to say, both cards are incredibly powerful, just very different.
Yeah, they're both trying to do the same thing at the same time. A little different in the timing of activation and what they can deal with for sure.
Yeah. The card I'm really out to see its inclusion as we head into game 2 is Triple Tactics Talent. That's the card I want to see if we're going to see it main deck, if we're going to see it side deck, if we're going to see it at all. Right, we saw a little bit round 1.
And This is okay.
But I feel like it's one of those cards that, again, like fell out of favor for a long time. Like for how, I don't know, acclaimed the card was for a little bit there. Definitely not as popular, but maybe we'll see a resurgence here this weekend. Matthew's going to go ahead and start with the Water Enchantress at the Temple. Going to go and grab the Rites of Armor series. Going to activate it immediately, special summon the Adventure token, and then get that Fateful Adventure face up into his spell and trap card zone. His hand is pretty strong. We just saw it. Is a copy of Magician Soul. Is going to send out Illusion Chaos before he summons it. He also has copies of Emergency Teleport alongside Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Definitely the hand Matthew was looking here after losing that game 1 to bounce back here in game 2.
Yep, speaking of bouncing back, he's going to go ahead and grab that Draco back, the rideable dragon, to his hand, use the effect of Faithful Adventure, search the Wandering Griffin Riders, discard the Draco back, get that free value, the re-equip right there before special summoning the Wandering Griffin Rider. Now being able to deal with any disruption that John might have. Emergency teleport next, not going to fear Nibiru the same way. John can only help but laugh because this is a strong hand. He doesn't even know about the anti-spell fragrance just yet.
I mean, we also see the power of drawing Magician Souls with Right. Not only are you going to get the free 2 draws from that Magician Souls, the summoning of Magician Souls lets you grab that Draco back before you have to use that effect to add. So like sometimes like that's the hard part is you have to use a summon of some sort to get to that Draco back. But Souls just the perfect complement to Rite of Aramis here.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the teleport summons Zeamon. Zeamon, I believe, added Foxy Tune. He's going to link those away into Curse on Halka Fibrex, and Halka Fibrex is going to summon Red Rose Dragon from the deck to the field. Now this is the point where you would Nibiru right here, because if you use Nibiru, they could use the Wandering Griffin Rider, but you're getting that level 7 off the field, so they wouldn't be able to synchro into the Baron de Fleur. But it doesn't look like there is any Nibiru here from John.
The one bad thing you drew. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, interesting to see what his hand is, because, you know, as we into Dragon Link, one of those decks that does play a lot of hand effects, right? So that means his hand just has to be a bunch of gas. And is that gas going to be enough to push through a full combo board?
I mean,
especially the anti-spell.
Yeah, I'll say maybe without the anti-spell, I think you might be able to do it. The good thing about John's deck is he does have quick launch. If you could draw into quick launch, be able to chain it to the anti-spell, get some value out of it still there. But, you know, not being able to have... Nope, there we talked about it a little earlier. Halka Fibrex, Artifact Daga, a deadly combo as you're able to trigger the on-field effect of Daga. If you use a card effect on the field, you can set an artifact monster from your deck. He's going to go for Artifact Scythe.
Set Scythe. two important words. Set Scythe.
You can set Lancia as well. Lancia is a good one. Sometimes there used to be combos where you get Scythe and Lancia with Destroyer, and then you destroy the Scythe to destroy the Lancia, and you get them both. It's good old Phantom Knight combo.
I mean, yeah.
You're going to get Baron, Herald of... See, this is where Droplets and Dark Ruler differ, is when you have the Herald of Arclight on the field, you're not able to send the monsters. You can still use it on spells and traps, but if you can't send any monsters, they can negate it with the Baron, yeah. So this is an ideal... Nope, it does have the chain quick launch we were talking about.
I will go effective Baron.
Yeah, solid argument to try to negate it there, right?
Chain Cypher Mirror Gamma.
Ooh.
He does have the Herald of Arclight.
That's fine.
I was wondering if he had a Called by the Grave as well.
That's right. Yeah.
Opens up Droplets, though.
Standby phase. Any effects? First. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, not anymore, actually. Does not.
Effective Herald?
Yes.
Yeah, now that he's let it all resolve, definitely does not open up Droplets for him. So the Herald's going to go resolve. Grabs Illusion has the fact that you just get this extra card out of it, a little wild.
Yep, now in the standby phase, since he already spent the Baron, he can return Baron de Fleur to the extra deck to spell summon a level 9 or lower monster from the graveyard. He's going for Artifact Scythe.
That was all standby phase, correct?
Yes.
Yep, I was like, the Baron needs to get off the field.
Are we in main phase?
Yes, we are in main phase.
So, no spells, no extra deck. It's a tough battle here for John.
Quite.
Water Enchantress effects?
Sure, that's fine.
So he's going to lead with Enchantress. Enchantress geting right. This is something that would be able to deal with Scythe a little bit, because you'd at least be able to use the adventure aspect of your deck. But that anti-spell cutting him off on from that avenue.
Yeah, probably just going to do what he can. Set his spell cards.
Go ahead.
Sets 2 cards face down and a monster.
I'll drop her.
Yeah. I'm lucky there's no warnings for that. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I think I do see a copy of Triple Tactics Talents, though, in his hand, so he did put that card in going first. Good call there. For me, it's always like, am I going to use Triple Tactics Talents or Cross Out Designator, or both? You know? Because I believe you can still cross out whatever they use and then still resolve your Triple Tactics Talent on top of that. So definitely 2 cards that can work in tandem together really well.
Yeah, it's just rough when you draw too many of those types of cards, right? Not enough gas.
Yep.
The interesting thing about Triple Tactics versus Crossout is, like, Crossout, you have to commit to playing those hand effects in your deck, right? But if you're more of like hyper combo oriented, maybe it's the Triple Tactics Talent type beat.
Okay.
Certainly.
That's going to be, yes. I'm sorry.
So you're going to use...
Yeah. I will Normal summon effect.
Oh, he doesn't have Magician Souls in his deck, so he's not able to use the Illusion of Chaos. So now he's going to normal summon Effect Veiler, link it away into Celine. That would be. There's a lot of times where Torrential Tribute could really blow the opponent out. But it's cool to see sometimes those old school traps, you know, have those high impacts. It's cards like that you're not really going to play around nowadays. You're going to keep an eye out for Nibiru and everything, but not so much Torrential Tribute. I mean, I see Nibiru kind of as like the newer Torrential Tribute. It's the more like the one you can use from your hand that you catch people off guard, punish them for overextending, that kind of thing.
Effect target Celine.
That's fine.
That's an interesting way to describe it.
Sure.
And it looks like the access code is going to take out a Rite of Aramis here. No Effect Veiler here for John this time to use before he can destroy it. Foolish Burial, another good one. John's hand was good after that anti-spell wasn't there. Switches Artifact Scythe to attack mode.
All right, you got this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like Matthew takes it right there. On the back of probably one of the more, arguably actually the most broken hand we've seen this tournament, right? We're only around 2, but that was a good one. That was it's definitely a solid hand. Full combo, backed by the anti-spell fragrance. John doing his best with like the Siphon of Your Gamut at quick launch, but just still not enough with everything.
Yeah, I mean, he had to have that ideal opening. He needed every layer of that. He needed the Baron, he needed the Herald.
Oh, okay.
Because I couldn't tell whether it was Kazuki or because...
yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But our duelists are jumping in their side decks as the time is winding down. Both players have won a game here. Moving to game 3, John will more than likely be deciding to go first. You know, we'll have to see what he decides to do in his turn 1 board. You can imagine a lot of those like hand effects that we would have are going to go out. Maybe put in some more going first cards, some copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance of his own. I'm expecting that to be a card we see a lot this weekend, expecting games 2 and 3. I would be shocked if anybody in the top cut didn't have it in their side deck, except for maybe strategies that rely on like a follow-up spell, like Dogmatica or something, where you're going to want to be able to use like a Nadir Servant or something on the follow, or a fusion spell. But you know that kind of falling out of favor recently. You know, it's been people complain about normal summoning Alistair for so long, and now we kind of replace it with Water Enchantress. You can't normal summon Alistair and activate effect because you want to use Rite of the Armis here instead.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I think just seeing a card like Anti-Spell Fragrance, it's been around forever, right? It's definitely been points where like it was a very powerful card. You think about like, you know, Sky Striker, or even all the way back to like Spellbook or things like that, right? Like this heavy spell dedicated decks. But now it's really just like, if I can answer those few cards you bring in to beat me going second, that's just more than enough. And if I can catch some of your engine cards too, why not?
Yeah, and when because it's also interesting because you're playing against a combo deck kind of like Dragon Link, right? You don't want to put in spell and trap removal. You don't want to side in Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twisters, but like you kind of have to. You just have to like have that option to be able to chain dance. That's why I know Twin Twisters has skyrocketed in popularity kind of recently. I mean, not only do you get value from discarding the cards sometimes in Dragon Link or other decks, but you're able to get anti-spell out of the field, and usually anti-spell isn't alone. There's going to be something else you can destroy alongside it. Whereas like a card like Lightning Storm, yes, in a vacuum, it does more going second. You're going to always be able to activate it, but if they have anti-spell fragrance up, it's going to do nothing. So definitely going to be some like decisions I think that we're going to see shape the top cut of people going into this tournament that prepared. This tournament was a lot about preparation. There's a lot of good decks, a lot of ways to go about it, and you know, knowing what the players are going to bring and what you're going to need, definitely going to be a key factor in who's going to walk away champion of the weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these like very powerful, high impact, like format defining cards are things that can go into almost any strategy as well, right? And we're talking about just how flexible some of these decks are, you know, whether you're playing something more mid-rangey, combo rangey, even control. And we're going to see exactly how it pans out here in game 3. John will be going first this time around with his Dragon Link deck, unless he chose for Matthew to go first. It does not look like that's the case, though. John's going to try to start with Water Enchantress at the Temple, but is going to get met with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
That's fine.
Yep, not going to be able to add right, but John does have the Griffin Rider, and since he controls no monsters, he can spell summon from his hand. Let's see what is up next. Normal Summon Effect Veiler. Ooh, that's a level 7 and a level 1, so you can make a level 8 Synchro.
So maybe Chaos Ruler try to get in some way? Unless we're going to see a Link summon here.
Could be a Link also for Halka Fibrax.
Yep. Both strong options. I think it's probably going to be... Oh, it looked like it was going to be Halka Fibrax, but maybe he's changed his mind going in Chaos Ruler. Yeah, time is also ticking down. There's 1 minute left in this game. It looks like he's going to go ahead and commit to that Chaos Ruler.
Perfect.
Sure.
Let's see what he says. Chaos Space is going to be a decent one. All right, nothing too crazy here from the Chaos Ruler. He's already used his normal summon. So unless he already has something like Boot Sector Launch, yeah, he's going to grab the Effect Veiler. The Rocket cards aren't going to do him any help in the hand there.
Yep, already uses normal summon. Cut off from right, see a rough hand. He's going to end on just Chaos Ruler with the Effect Veiler in hand.
That is fine.
Oh, but...
Oh, a disastrous
hand, yeah.
Ash Blossom?
Yes.
Link? For Elmirage?
Yes.
Normal summons the Ash Blossom. Has the Arborea, doesn't need the Sangan, so he can special summon to the zone that Almirage points to. Now he has a tuner and a non-tuner, so he'll be able to link those away into Halka Fibrax. But we know John has that Effect Veiler already.
It looks like time is called right there. He's going to let the Halka Fibrax resolve, so holding off that Effect Veiler may be something that could possibly like deal burn damage or whatever. That's the only way he's going to be losing the duel.
I think that's exactly what he's thinking.
Yeah. Heads up, you know, if you can't win, neither of us are going to win. That's what matters.
A draw is better than a loss.
Yeah. I mean,
Slightly.
1-on-1, yeah. It's like
very small, but you definitely not. It's not something you want. But when you already won one round, like you don't want to get too many draws. But you can usually get like one throughout a tournament. But I wouldn't want to get any more than that.
It's about a point better than a loss.
Just about.
Yeah. If you really wanted to quantify it.
And that's it.
Sets Artifact Scythe, and yep, it looks like it is going to end in a draw here after 2 epic games. Both players not drawing. Oh, he just showed he does have a Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend in his extra deck. He could have gone into that instead of the Chaos Ruler, but then he didn't have the Effect Veiler, so he would have given Matthew an opportunity to do damage. There was still just enough time in that clock where that Scarlight was not a good option. He wasn't able to get another monster on the board. So this second round is going to end in a draw, and our both players are going to move on with a 1-0-1 record. Still very much in contention to come back for day 2. But yeah, what an epic match. We got to see, you know, kind of the best of both decks in each one of those games. It was really cool to see. But, you know, congratulations to both of them. Still moving on half winners.
Half winners. They each took half away. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, very cool to see both these decks. We keep on talking about Dragon League, but this Adventurer Punk Synchro deck, definitely sort of a dominating force in terms of what it does. One of the best, like, you know, Scythe, Dagda style strategies. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and toss to a quick break before we go to an interview with our winner. We'll be back shortly.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm here with one of our winners who ended up in a draw here of our second round of Swiss here at the championship. Matthew, well, congratulations on your draw. What was it like playing in the feature match here on the biggest stage?
It was really intense. I felt like there was a lot of pressure to keep my plays clean, but I tried my best.
All right, and that you did well. Did anything in particular stand out in your match?
In that specific match, I realized that my opponent had a lot of plays and gas after my first turn, and I didn't acknowledge that at first, and it really cost me the first game.
All right, that's excellent. And are there any decks that you've been looking forward to playing here this weekend at the championship?
This weekend in particular, I think I'm very excited to play any of the adventure decks. I think that there's a lot of variation with them, and they're pretty fun.
All right, and lastly, how do you feel about your chances of walking away with the title this weekend and winning the 2022 championship?
Well, this is my first national, so not as high as I'd like it to be, but I'm going to do my best to at least make it into Top Cut.
All right, sounds like a good attitude. This was our second round of Swiss. We'll be back for our third round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere. We got a lot more action to go here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG North American Championship.
Yep, thanks, Billy. As our duelist mentioned, it's all about doing your best, right? And you should do your best by going to as many events as possible. So let's go ahead and take a look at what upcoming events we have slated for this year. First up, San Diego Comic-Con, that's coming up soon, July 20th through the 24th, followed by the Remote Duel Extravaganza. That's going to be online from July 26th to the 24th, so the same weekend. Next up for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, we're heading to Niagara Falls, September 10th and 11th. After that, we'll be making our journey to Minneapolis, Minnesota from October 22nd through the 23rd. Last but not least, Pasadena, California, definitely a fan favorite from November 5th and 6th. And then finally, to round out the year, Remote Duel Championship Series. This can be online from December 10th through 11th. With that, we're going to be back with more dueling action from the North American Championship. Stay tuned.
Explore a city of gold full of secret treasures. You can gather powerful monsters with spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full Furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi. Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Everybody's here already. I guess I'm a little late. A little faster though than speed duel. We got plenty of time. These are all the same.
PS packs. And then we started talking and she's like, oh yeah, my cash
And the field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surge. You can't do that in speed duel.
Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how like daunting it is for new players to try to like play regular Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Row, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the Elemental Hero cards and the Winged Kribo just because it's the main character, Jay and Yuki's like favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization, and I'm going to send these two to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase, I'm going to activate the skill card.
It shows that there's other ways to play the game and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much like lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
Just let you trigger activating polymerization.
on the left, we will have Poe, all the way from Sydney, Australia. Sky Striker Ace Ray.
Makes
favorite
sense.
card.
Plays Sky Striker deck. And on the right side, we have James from Toronto, whose favorite card is Morphing Jar. I love all those old jar cards.
Yeah, the jars are cool. I have a special place in my heart for how much I hate Cyber Jar. But neither here nor there. Cool to see that 2 players not from the United States in the finals, right? We have one all the way from Australia and one from Canada. And we're going to see really like the big conversation at the beginning of the weekend was Despia Branded or Tenyi Sword Soul, right? We saw Despia Branded eke it out, it's now in the finals, right? However, there's all these decks that were designed to hard counter those strategies, right? Both Despia Branded and Tenyi Sword Soul, one of them likely the Sky Striker deck, right? Especially seeing how it's built.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're main decking dimensional barriers and you're main decking trap tricks to go get dimensional barriers, you're probably just gunning for those 2 decks completely, and you'll take the loss in points in some of the other matchups if you run into them, and if your Sky Striker deck isn't necessarily good enough to beat them, which Sky Strikers are still really, really good even after all these years.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're still incredible, right? And they've gotten a few tools along the way too, compared to even when they were like quote unquote full power with like triple engage. But the interesting thing for me is for James, his Despia Branded deck looks like it's also geared to beat Despia Branded and like Tenyi Sword Soul, right? Like it's geared towards those matchups.
Absolutely.
So this is usually when we see that like the rogue is a word I don't want to always use, like the non-targeted strategies dominate, right? It's when these decks get a little bit too targeted at themselves, right, to beat the mirror matches and things like that. That's when these other decks can capitalize on it. So I think just looking at the lists, I have to give a little bit of an edge to Poe, right?
A little bit of an edge to Poe, yeah. And you just have, talk about incredibly powerful spell cards, right? So you've got Branded Fusion over on the Despia Branded side. Then you have Engage over on the Sky Striker side. And while you have to, you have to keep getting more copies of Branded Fusion out of your deck in a variety of different ways, once you get that one Engage in Sky Striker, you know exactly how you're getting it back every turn.
Yeah, I mean, James also just has a ton of extra other powerful spell cards too, right? Like, I've been talking about Frankfurt Patchwork all weekend, incredible card. He also plays copies of Pot of Desires, right? And a full main deck suite of Lightning Storm.
Yeah, now that's something we haven't seen a lot of. I've seen people playing around it throughout the day, playing their monsters in defense position and the like, but we haven't seen the Lightning Storm itself. It made me wonder, are people really playing it? Obviously the answer is yes, and James is here on the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Asala was really talking this card up all weekend. He talked about, is it better, I kept on asking him, do you think it's better to disrupt or break boards this format, right? And just looking at the field, especially what like the Tenyi Sword Soul deck was doing, I was really on to like, oh, it makes sense to disrupt the board, right? Like, they're having success with it. And like we even saw, I keep on bringing up Paolo's Libromancer deck, right? A deck that's definitely designed to disrupt. You have so many hand effects. That's not the case for James, and he's in the finals. He's trying to break boards. And there's a crowd that everyone is hyped to hand effects. That's not the case for to finally see what deck will take it all down here in game.
Here we go.
And it looks like Poe won the die roll. I assume he's going to start off with Sky Striker Ace, Rose into Shizuku.
Set 1, set 2, and goes to the end phase. Taking a look at Rose there to see under what circumstances she might spring out from somewhere.
This is the one that if you kill something of mine, it specials itself. But if I kill this, it won't special itself?
No, it does not.
Alright. You added Engage?
I did.
Alright.
Good on him, just making sure, right?
Absolutely, you got to know what everything does, just keep it in mind.
Especially with Ray, right? Like, Ray's the one who just seems to come out of nowhere and then do extra things whenever you don't think she will, so.
Oh, you're just doing the draw phase?
Standby phase is alright.
In the standby phase, Poe's going to activate Trap Trick. Oh, here we go.
Yep, and now that they're in finals, they're definitely very aware of what each other's playing, right? So he's going to go ahead and banish a dimensional barrier so he can set a copy. Ooh.
That could be painful.
Definitely.
Yeah, and he needs to. It's kind of tough because it gives James a chance to try to alter his line of play here, but you have to do it that way if you have Trap Trick as opposed to Dimensional Barrier. If your opponent gets to the main phase, they have the right to do any one thing common to the main phase before you get priority to do anything else. So they could just slam down a Branded Fusion and you'd be stuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's also one of those things, too, where James is sort of forced to try to get him to flip it regardless, right? Because he can't just wait. If you give Sky Striker too much time, they're just going to snowball out of control.
So presumably he's going to use the polymerization here.
Yeah, especially with how free Fight for Patchwork is, you don't mind that. You're basically just trading away 0 cards almost for it. But the big thing he doesn't have to worry about, like, even though Poe's had a lot of success with, you know, Dimensional Barrier and Trap Trick to find it, Sky Striker isn't really a deck that OTKs anymore, right? We're past the days where they're Halka 5-Rack comboing into like an easy OTK. So he still has some time, but it's just like how much sort of like interaction Poe's able to build thanks to that engage, thanks to some other spells, to sort of like not lock down James, but give him a harder time the following turn.
I think you still have to respect the access code OTK. Like, you never know when it's coming.
You could be right. Yeah, now looking at his list too with 3 copies of Effect Veiler and some Ash Blossoms as well.
You're good?
All right, polymerization is go. So we know there's no Guardian Chimera since none of these cards are on the field. Uses Albaz and probably Edge Imp? No, a Looper. For Despy and Quertus.
So on the summon? Yeah.
How many in hand was it?
4.
4 in hand?
So Poe can only activate 1 more trap here. A spell is fine, though. A special summon was made so Demise of the Land can be activated to grab a field spell out of the deck and activate it. Activate it directly from the deck, rather.
A classic card, right? One that is definitely found popularity and a home again in these Mystic Mind strategies.
So this is interesting. Currently, they are even on monsters.
I believe it's just my special summon. Change the deck.
When you put a special summon,
Yeah. Forgot it there.
So that's going to be one way to hold him back.
Move to end phase.
Of course. The distraction. Go for them.
Yeah. Mystic Mind destroys itself.
Yeah, I probably misspoke a little bit about the, not the deck that OTK is now. The more that I look at these situations, between Trap Trick and Demise of the Land being like a 1-turn, I'll turn you off, then get rid of it. That's probably why Poe has seen so much success, is that exact strategy. Turning off your opponent just for a turn to open up an OTK the following turn. Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, so Engage is up next.
Also, the interaction Demise the Land, getting you like 2 spell cards in the graveyard to make your Sky Striker spells that much easier to turn on the second half of is very cool.
Sky Striker Mecha Widow Anchor is the choice there. That's the 3rd spell, so no bonus card yet.
But it does mean he can potentially wreak some havoc here.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he chooses to link away his Shizuku into. It's going to be Hayate.
Like directly?
Yeah.
Declaring effect?
Yeah.
Goes ahead and attacks directly there. Gets in for 15 and activates the effect of Hayate to send a Sky Striker to the graveyard. And that's going to be Ray.
These are the tokens.
Oh, I do so. Yeah. Thank you. Still during the battle phase?
Yeah.
Target this.
Sure.
Okay.
Takes over Quertus.
Puts me at 4.
Yep.
It's in for 25 there. Takes a quick look at it. It does have an effect that gives you back a card, but that won't apply, you know, if it's sent to the graveyard while it's, while it's on Poe's side of the field.
Yeah.
So he activates the Area 0.
There's 0 target.
Yeah.
Yep, and gonna get Some extra value out of James's fusion monster there, sending it away hopefully, but oh, misses off the area 0.
He gets nothing. So he can't send it off area 0, but he can still link summon.
Sorry, I dropped the card under your table. I dropped the extra deck, sorry.
Extra card dropped under the table there. So those two can be linked off into Sky Striker Ace Zeke, and then Zeke can be swapped out for Kagari. Kagari gets back Engage.
Yeah, but now it's still 3 spells in the graveyard, right? Thanks to the Widow Anchor.
Yep.
Can you...
It looks like he grabbed multi-roll there.
I draw one additional
Oh, another Widow Anchor. That makes sense. And he got through that turn without using the Dimensional Barrier at all. So he has that really powerful follow-up to whatever James tries to do on his turn.
Yeah, especially putting James to 4,000 already. That means it's going to make it very easy to find the rest of that damage the following turn.
Like, that's in access code range.
Yeah, I mean, and he still has the Widow Anchor, right? He can also potentially search like a Shark Cannon or something at the end of the turn as well to make sure he just always has enough damage.
You had Widow off engage this turn?
You do not have to answer that.
I was going to find multi-roll instead, though.
Yeah, all yours.
Drop. Main phase?
Main phase is perfectly fine.
Normal summon. Activate effect.
So that's a looper there. Yep. Thinking about a chain. I think I saw an effect veiler over there. There it is.
Resolves.
He's got all the Starlights, too. He's got the Starlight Rose, Starlight Veiler.
Also has all the ultimate aces.
Yep.
Cool deck. Very nice.
Oh, he's got the Ash. Ash for Branded Fusion as well. Still hasn't had to pop that Dimensional Barrier.
Sorry?
Pass turn.
I'll pass turn, sure.
Is really just holding on to this.
Activates multi-roll, then activates Reinforcement of the Army.
We'll go next game.
Sure.
And that's enough.
Impressive set of sequences, I think, from Poe.
Yeah, that was really devastating.
Just like the knowledge of him having Dimensional Barrier 2, ooh, as like the nail in the coffin.
It's so brutal. Like, I don't think that James actually wanted that polymerization to resolve on the first turn. I think he activated it just hoping that the Dimensional Barrier would be flipped and he could hold on to that Aluber and Albaz and do something different with it instead. But by letting it through, forced him into a suboptimal fusion summon of a monster that wasn't particularly useful and was eventually used against him.
Yeah, I mean, that could be why Poe did that, right? Like, putting him into that position, just saying, like, sure, you know, it's not like I can't deal with that, just a single fusion monster. Really, the cards you're trying to stop is probably Branded Fusion to make sure you don't get all those additional, like, trigger effects in the graveyard, right? And snowball out advantage. Ooh, this is exciting. This is high-level Yu-Gi-Oh, Jerome. Yeah. But the match isn't over. Game 1, still got Game 2. So duels are going to go to their side decks, and we're going to see exactly what tools that they bring in to try to combat each other. It's going to be interesting.
So the great thing about Sky Striker in a format like this, like in this event in particular, where Dimensional Barrier is everywhere, is that you just don't care about it.
Yes.
You're all Link monsters, and it can't call Link.
Yes. I think the one thing that Sky Striker does very well, we were talking about it before too, cards like Vanity's Ruler, Artifact Scythe, kind of just ignore them a little bit, right? Like, you have ways to deal with them. You don't necessarily need to access your extra deck during your first turn. Same thing with Dimensional Barrier. The way you're answering all these popular cards in the format, that's fine. You just don't.
You know, you've got one token generator, so maybe they try putting in Token Collector against you, but that feels like oversighting for a one-of that you don't even need.
Definitely. I mean, we saw that in an earlier match, but it was more so like he just took out a Fairy Tale Snow for a Token Collector because Snow wasn't good in the matchup, so something just send off of a Shooting Riser Dragon. But yeah, it's just Sky Striker's just attacking from a very interesting angle, especially Poe's version, right? With cards, copies like Demise of the Land, Mystic Mind too, and the like Metaverse, Trap Trick, Dimensional Barrier, really just trying to shut off his opponent for a turn, just to sort of like get his ground and make sure he has the initiative and opponent's on the back foot, right? He wants to be proactive, he wants his opponent to be reactive.
And it was interesting the way that he used the mind there. Like, he threw it out there when the monsters were 1-1, and you know it's going to self-destruct, and your opponent knows it's going to self-destruct. And the scary thing is, if your opponent, you both want the same thing. And when you want the same thing as your opponent, it's probably trouble for you.
Yes, yes, especially if your opponent is the one who put us into the position, right?
All right, and he lets Poe go first here, figuring, many Sky Striker decks like to go second. So I wonder if that's like a specific side deck strategy or just a specific Sky Striker strategy here, making him go first.
Yeah, I feel like with 3 copies of Lightning Storm in his main deck, James is probably really comfortable going second.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Just blowing out all those spell and trap cards at once.
Yeah, especially if he can take advantage of maybe like post-siding in some going second cards as well. Crowd's getting hyped again as we head into the second duel. Crowd's getting hyped again as of our finals here against Australia.
He starts off with Kagari into Shizuku with a face-down card, goes to the end phase, and picks up Engage.
A little bit reminiscent of the last game, 1 less back row, right? We saw Demise Land and Trap Trick set previously. We'll see which one this might be. It could be none of them, in fact. Could just be a Sky Striker card.
Main phase?
Or, in permanence.
Yeah, easily.
Like
Cost?
Metaverse.
Sure.
It looks like Poe's hand is 2 copies of Afterburner, Engage, and an Ash Blossom. So he has at least 1 point of interaction there with the Ash Blossom, but definitely looking to do more the following turn, right? Maybe tear apart a few monsters and try to get that Engage online ASAP.
So Albion was resolved here. It went to the bottom of the deck. Draw a card.
Activate Branded Fusion.
Here's going to get hit with that Ash Blossom.
Branded Fusion starts with the Ash. Does he have? He's got the cross out.
Another really exciting card to see. So, let's say you're James, right? You have access to cross out in your side deck. Do you keep in things like Mystic Mine?
At least one. At least one.
Resolve. Sending Fall.
Yeah, ooh, that's powerful. And, oh man, that's so good.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's super good. Yep, so the Branded Fusion is going to resolve. Send down, was it Despian Tragedy alongside
Aldaz.
A second copy?
Yep.
Cost.
Oh, and he has the Edgem Chain. Get the cards flowing. Get the cards flowing real quick.
Seem to flock together for the successful Despia players.
Yeah. And that's it. The ones who are successful are the ones where they end up drawing them together, right?
Together. And you have very
it's a very high power deck, right? Like that's why it's so popular. It does a lot of things with just a few cards if you draw them in in sequence.
And the new chain activate Edgem Chain.
Sure.
Edgem Chain activates here to grab Patchwork.
Activate.
Yep.
Sorry. All right. So we've got all that sorted out now. Mirror Jade is on the field, and a Luber is normal summoned. And a branded Speller Trap card.
Looks like he's going to get branded lost. Yeah.
It's never a good sign when they can search that out.
Means they have a lot going on already, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my fault. That's my fault. How many cards are there?
I have 3.
It's almost like foretelling your hope a little bit, right?
Oh, he's got even more cards coming with Allure of Darkness.
And we'll see how much better that Allure can get depending on what he banishes as well, right?
I like these versions of the deck that run triple Allure.
Especially when we're talking about like the most powerful hands are the ones that have like the Branded Fusions with Edge and Change or the Frankfurt Patchworks together.
Yep.
Makes sense, right? But the fact that they're also going bigger at the same time, a little interesting.
Yeah. Like Patchwork Allure is a nice little combo to start with as well.
Activate.
Like for example, let's say you're playing this deck at like 44 cards or something, 46.
Yeah.
Do you just jam 3 Allure?
Probably.
Doesn't seem that bad, right?
No.
Which is wild to think about.
Yeah, I didn't even think of it that way though. Like when I was building it, to test for this event, I built it with the assumption that I was already playing 3 Allure and that was part of the Allure of the deck.
I'll be on this turn. I did, right?
Yes.
Chain.
Sure.
Cost.
And it looks like he's going to chain to his polymerization with the Mirror Jade.
Fuse. New chain.
All right, so we've got Masquerade on the field now.
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what
So you go chain one, this resource, yeah.
Chain like 1 poly, chain 2 Mirror Jade, banish. He cannot activate Ray on summon because it lost, right?
Yeah. The last thing that happened was the summon of Masquerade.
Thinking on the ad for Lost, and did I activate Edge Imp? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. From Lubellion, right? Yeah. Lost effect.
Sure.
A lot of effects going on right now. Just got to keep it all straight.
Yeah, complicated deck, right? High power, but very complicated. A lot of proper sequencing is necessary. Just make sure you get the maximum value out of all your cards, especially in matchups like this, right, where every card really matters.
I'll be adding.
And then when you can, just extra deck.
Yeah.
Grab some more Courier. Great as both a monster negation and just something to banish for Allure because you get more cards out of it when you do.
Right.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship. We're here in Rosemont, Illinois at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center, and we are just about to enter into round 3 of our tournament. The players have been well fed. They've been off to their lunch break between rounds 2 and 3, and I hope everybody watching at home has had something to eat, some water to drink as well. And if not, then wait for between game 1 and 2. Get yourself some water. It'll be good. 437 duelists are left undefeated at this time, and we are going to take a look at another couple of them in this round.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about it. We've had 2 great matches so far. As you mentioned, this is going to be the 3rd round of Swiss. We have some really good competitors. I can't wait to see who's going to be playing. But as usual, we have new matchups, new decks have entered the tournament. So we're going to see if it's going to pay off here. If one of these players might be playing something a little more recently released.
Now, this is round 3, and that means that the VIPs have now entered into the tournament. VIP players in this case are the winners from the UDS Invitationals who have brought their belts, as well as winners of the YCSs this season, and we've got one of them in this round. Let's head down to the table.
All right, so first up we have Elijah. This is a YCS champion from this past year. He's from Lexington, Kentucky, and his favorite card, Destiny Hero Dasher.
I'm a fan of Dasher as well. That's a nice one.
It really is. Definitely an iconic card. And next up, it's his opponent, Michael, out of Etobicoke, Ontario, so Canada, I believe. And his favorite card, Swap Frog.
That's at least 2 for Swap Frog. I didn't see what the favorite cards were last time, but that is the second Swap Frog I've seen. As I mentioned before, fun card as long as you're not having it used against you.
It really is. Swap Frog is just one of those all-time great cards. He's able to special summon from the hand, send the water monster from your deck to the graveyard, return cards to your hand. Really, all around it, fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I've always liked the Paleozoic Frog deck.
Oh yeah,
that's one I enjoy.
It's a good one. You know, Soft Rock being that level 2, it really lines up really well. Getting you access to totally awesome and everything. Definitely a card a lot of players are going to be looking to use here in the near future. But here at the championship, we probably won't see too many Swap Frogs, despite it being Michael's favorite card. But
Water Monsters, on the other hand, I think we will see some.
Indeed. I think Elijah did bring this brand new version. You know, got a lot of boost from Legendary Duels, Duels from the Deep, a Marincess deck.
I think this is pretty interesting because the Prank Kids is out of the format now without their Link 1 monster. And Elijah switching over to another deck that focuses on, you know, starting off their combos with powerful Link 1 monsters in Marincess. I wonder if it's a case of something like, you know, the playstyles feel very similar. So the skills transfer over from one deck to the other.
Yeah, I think you're right on touching on that point. It's definitely, for me, it's always wanted to be comfort, where you're doing things that you're used to, you know, playing the comfort, the play style that you're most likely to use in the past. So you're going to want to find decks that do similar things. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. The Prank Kid deck, kind of the Marincess deck, it requires just that one starter summon, and you can use all your other cards to disrupt the opponent's turn. And one card turns into, you know, so many. So I'll have to see if it pays off for Elijah. Here, as you mentioned, he was that VIP, so he's already starting off with a 2-0 record. Michael, maybe not a VIP, but already won those 2 rounds. You know, buys are kind of interesting. You're coming in with a little bit of a lead. You didn't have to play the first 2 rounds, but your opponent, this isn't their first round. They've already faced a couple of difficult rounds before, so maybe they're a little more warmed up. So we'll have to see if that plays off here for Michael here in this game.
The thing that always interests me about buys is how it affects what deck you bring to the tournament. Like, if you have something that's really good against all the really good decks, but just loses to all of the other random stuff that you might, you know, find in the first 2 rounds, if you don't want to roll the dice on, you know, coming up against, oh yeah, the one Infernity guy, he got me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it gives you a little more freedom when you're your deck choices, not having to prepare for as many of the decks you might face.
All right, and it looks like we are ready to go.
Yep.
And Michael is starting off with, oh no, sorry, Elijah is starting off with
Signet Mining, pitching Marincess Seahorse.
Yep.
Scarred Seahorse for Signet Mining.
No response.
No response.
Signet Mining, fantastic card. You know, being able to grab any Cyber's monster from a deck, and you can use it in multiple Cyber strategies. You know, we've seen it in Salamander in the past, and now here in the Marincess strategy. Going to go ahead and grab Marincess Blue Tang here.
Normal summon Marincess Blue Tang, activate the effect to Foolish Burial, a Marincess monster.
Yep.
Blue Tang, quite a good card there. Send any Marincess monster from your deck to the graveyard except another card of herself. And she also has kind of a like a Salamangrate Foxy type of effect when she is sent to the graveyard for a link summon of a water monster. Activate your top 3, look for a Marincess card, see if you find one.
Yep, and it looks like he decided to send down Marincess Sleepy Maiden.
And I will do Chainlink 1, the effect of Marincess Blue Slug targeting Marincess Sleepy Maiden, and Chainlink 2 will be Marincess Blue Slug to excavate 3 and add a Marincess.
Yep, no response.
Okay.
So that's Blue Tang excavating, and Blue Slug
hit nothing.
Is going to add card back to the hand.
Add this back to hand.
Hits nothing, but gets back the card that he had sent down.
But now be able to special summon that Sleepy Maiden from the hand.
Blue Slug to special summon itself.
Yep.
And we're starting to see kind of how this deck just starts with one card and able to get into their full combo.
So Sleepy Maiden is one of the new ones from Duels from the Deep.
Anemone.
Yep.
I will activate the effect.
Those 2 are combined to make Marincess Coral Anemone. And that lets you special summon back a 1500 attack or lower.
Yep, that's fine.
Looks like he's going to special summon back that Marincess Blue Tang from the graveyard.
Link 1 for Marincess Sea Angel.
Now this is a part
I will declare the effect to search a Marincess spell card.
Where you are a little vulnerable. So the thing with Marincess is that you have to do a lot of summons before any of your monsters start to do a whole lot. So this is the case where if you're in a format where Nibiru's in the main deck, maybe this isn't the deck you play. As you can't use, say, the Adventurer cards in it like you could with the Prank Kids deck.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to have as much follow-up after that Nibiru touches down for sure. But it doesn't look like Michael has it or choosing not to use it here just yet.
Marincess Coral Triangle.
All right, so Coral Triangle's
declare
out
the effect of Coral
next.
Anemone when it hits the graveyard. To add back a Marine Cess card, I will target Marine Cess Seahorse.
And Coral Triangle.
Special summon from a hand?
Yes, to the zone now Marine Cess Link Monster.
Lets you add a trap. It's also another one from Duels from the Deep.
I will declare the effect of Marine Cess Coral Triangle to search a Marine Cess trap card.
Yep, sounds good.
So it drops,
Pitching Marine Cess Seahorse.
looks like another copy of Seahorse.
See if he decides to grab Marine Cess Wave.
Marine Cess Wave
Yep.
to my hand.
So this was one of the key features of Marine Cess Wave.
Whatever you need to do.
His key features of Marine Cess Wave. The key feature of Marine Cess Wave is that you can play it from your hand if you have a Link 3 Marine Cess monster. But Marine Cess Wave lets you, it's kind of like infinite impermanence. You can negate the effect of a face-up monster your opponent controls. But also, if you have a Link 2 or higher Marine Cess monster, your Marine Cesses, actually all of your face-up monsters, now that I think about it, are unaffected by card effects, your opponent's card effects till the end of the turn.
Yeah, definitely that part is a huge, you get the effect negation, but also having your monsters being protected is just huge for the deck.
I will summon Marine Cess Pascalis.
Especially when you're going to be able to summon something like the Aqua Agronaut at the end of the combo.
I will not activate the effect.
Now, because he's got the Battle Ocean out there from one of his other Link 1 monsters, he's able to use Marine Cess Dive to special summon something from the deck instead of just
Marine Cess Argonaut. Yep. I will declare the effect
instead of
Battle
just from the
Ocean to
graveyard.
equip Marine Cess Link monsters to Argonaut. Sure.
And this is the final new Link monster from Duels from the Deep. Marine Cess Aqua Argonaut can equip a bunch of Link monsters from your graveyard.
Going back in.
And able to negate, spell and trap cards on the opponent's turn, not once per turn, so you're able to negate up to 3.
Now, the cool thing about this card is that the so-called cost
600,
of using this effect is to special summon the monsters that are equipped. And she's also got an effect that makes it so that only she can be attacked while she's in the extra monster zone. It's 2,300 to start with, so you want to have maybe at least one of those on there to keep it on to stay at 29, but still, like, even if you don't, having 3 spell and trap negations is really nice.
Yeah, especially, we haven't really talked too much about Michael's deck here, the Dragon Link deck. Definitely going to rely on those spell cards too, but he is using other strategies alongside the Dragon Link, so maybe not only needing spell cards, but there's certainly, here's the one to start with, Emergency Teleport. Certainly a lot of them in the deck.
Yep.
That's fine.
So you figure if you just play all of the decks that have an Emergency Teleport type effect, you're pretty good. So you've got some Punk cards with Emergency Teleport, you've got some Rocket cards with Rocket Tracer, and you've got the Adventure cards. I mean, right counts, right?
Right. It certainly does. But it looks like he lets the Emergency Teleport resolve. It looks like he's just maybe holding off to use maybe the wave on a Halka Fibrax or something, and then after Michael's invested so many cards in his play, he'll be able to negate any follow-up spell that Michael might have.
Wave, target Zeon.
Oh, he's going to use it on the Zeoman.
Yeah, that's fine.
Interesting. Okay, so now Argonaut is unaffected by opponent's card effects the rest of the turn, and Zeoman is negated.
So unaffected by card effects until another turn, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe he's hoping that Michael doesn't have a way to stick another monster on the field and go into something like Crystron Halka Fibrax.
Roxbros? Effective Roxbros?
We drew the one-off Roxrose Dragon. Normally not something you want to see. That's what you want to summon.
From the Red Rose for sure. He's going to go ahead and look through his deck to add Basil Rose Shoot to his hand.
It's an interesting board state there. I feel like Michael has, he's got knowledge of what these cards do. So the impression I got from the way he was talking is that he's at least familiar with the deck and what it does.
Yeah, which is important. I mean, because you kind of get that benefit since it is a newer kind of deck. Allows might play against players that aren't as familiar with the Marine Cess deck and catch them off guard. But knowing what the cards do helps you time your plays much better.
Hockey Fibrax, yes.
I will chain effect.
Yeah, I would assume he had, since he used that wave on the Zeamon, I assumed he had another follow-up, something like Effect Veiler for the Halka Fibrax, but met by Called by the Grave. That might backfire on him now, because the wave you couldn't really stop with Called by the Grave. Veiler on their hand is fair game.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing.
Chain Marine Cess Aqua Augury.
So now we're going to get an Aqua Argonaut.
Negate, right? Yeah, it'll summon one from my equip zone and negate that spell card.
That is fine, yes.
All right, so that's going to go through. And we've got, looks like Coral Anemone is going to head out to battle. And Called by the Grave is going to be negated. And therefore, Effect Veiler is going to resolve unhindered and negate Hauka Vibrex.
Attack her while she's on the field?
Yes, you have to attack.
40 or 30, right?
Smart plays here from both players.
And let's see, right now she should be, what, 23 plus 12?
35?
So 35.
52 cards and we still draw Called by.
That's crazy.
You're not.
Activate Basil Worship.
Basil Rose Shoot up next.
To bring back that Roxos Dragon to the field.
I think she gets another 200 from Battle Ocean. I think about it. So 37.
Definitely a lot of attack and being unaffected makes it quite difficult to deal with.
No.
I'll activate Pisty Effect. Reborn.
Thank you.
Sure.
Now that's an interesting thing. So he's able to use the arrow from the Aqua Argonaut that's pointing downwards along with Pisty. So Pisty now pointing at the same zone as Aqua Argonaut. Its effect's now live.
We actually, this happened in the last feature match as well, except it was the Access Code Talker instead of the Argonaut. It was pointing forward, and the Pitsy and Access Code Talker made the connection. So it's something I don't see too often, but definitely showing how if using Dragon Link, you can make use of your opponent's link rating, or the arrows they're pointing to.
All right, so those two are going to head out. He's got to summon a dragon here, which is usually triple burst if you're in this sort of situation.
Sorry, what's your graveyard effect?
If she's sent to the graveyard, I can add back a Marine Cess.
Add back a Marine Cess card, right? Okay.
You can't summon non-dragon
Cannot.
monsters because you have Pitsy on the field.
Sorry, apologies.
Cannot summon the Nightmare Unicorn there.
Can we pause?
Yeah.
All right, so the Rocks Rose has to go back to the zone it was in before.
This was here. Apologies.
There we go. And you get a PE minor, essentially, for trying to summon a monster you can't, which is just a warning, as long as you hadn't done it before. All right, those two are going to go away for Dragoonity Knight Romulus.
Getting that Pitsy off the field now. Romulus will be able to add Dragon Ravine from the deck to the hand.
Check. I know more Rocks Rose, yes.
Normal summon has been used. Romulus can go and get Dragon Ravine.
Another copy of Effect Failure here from Elijah.
Man, it's a real good thing that Called by didn't resolve.
It really is. Yeah, that would have turned off both those Effect Failures. You know, really solid open here from Elijah, able to get to the Argonaut and have multiple points of interaction from the hand. Definitely ideal here when he wins the die roll in game one. You know, but Michael's still not out of plays yet. He has the Hawk on the field. He has the Romulus. That's, you know, they're both Link 2s. You can go into a Link 4 or a Link 3 here.
So here's a question. Does he just try to access code this out?
It looks like you called it.
Access Code Talker effect. Banish. Over here.
All right.
Targeting your Battle Ocean.
Did he use the attack gain effect?
Yes, sure, no problem.
It might have went a little quick there.
Any effects when they hit the grave?
No.
Okay. And you no longer get the boost, right?
Correct. She's back to 24.
Back at 24, right? And sorry, when she hits the grave, she gets to add one Marine Cess?
Yeah, I didn't hear him activate that effect.
I did not either. Love to see if that plays into this game.
Declare attack.
Anything before damage step?
Let's see if Elijah also caught that he didn't. Yeah, he did also catch that he didn't activate it.
Yep.
Oh, a slight misstep here from Michael, and Elijah, you know, realizing the mistake and then let him go into battle, and now both monsters are destroyed since they're both at 2,300.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. But, you know, we tell you at home all the time, always declare all of your effects.
Especially the optional ones.
Especially the optional ones, because...
I forgot to declare access code. Yeah.
So they were both 23.
Yeah.
Effective Marine Cess, Coral Anemone, targeting Marine Cess Blue Tang in my graveyard.
All right, so Coral Anemone is going to go ahead and special summon Blue Tang back. Blue Tang is going to activate.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. And we'll send another Marincess card to the graveyard.
I'll send a Marincess Spring Girl to the graveyard.
Spring Girl, another new one. Spring Girl is very handy.
Oh, yeah.
Lets you special summon her.
And then I'll present to Cup.
Definitely one of the better Marincess cards out of that Duels from the Deep.
Link 1 for Marincess Blue Slug.
Yeah.
I will declare the effect of Marincess
Kind of showing that
Blue
Prank
Slug.
Kid's power in this, where he's able to have just one monster on the board. To add it back a monster that's going to turn into this full combo yet again, despite not having any cards in hand at the start of this turn.
Oh, can I read Spring Girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is to Reborn, right?
It's just, no, I'm adding it back.
Oh, adding back to hand. Yes, yes. What's this?
Yep, so Spring Girl is summoned from your hand. So you got to add it back to the hand first, then you can banish one from your graveyard to summon her. And then when she's sent to the graveyard as link material for a water monster, you can then send more cards from your deck to the graveyard. And it's kind of like, what is he, the Burning Beast? Barbar?
Barbar to banish to do the damage?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. You send in cards from your deck to the graveyard equal the number of Marincess you control, and you do damage for 200 times the number.
That sounds like Barbar to me.
Let me double check the effect again. Yeah.
Yep, got to make sure you know it does. There are a lot of effects here from the brand new Marincess cards.
Yeah, Pescalis
Yeah.
lets you special summon a Marincess from your hand in defense position. And I'm assuming that
Marauding Captain, if you will.
yeah, it's kind of like Marauding Captain. You do have to special summon it in defense position. So I'm wondering if he's used the, he didn't banish something, so
I will overlay for Bahamut Shark.
I guess it's fine then.
Declare the effect of
Bahamut Shark, a powerful Exceeds monster. It's going to be able to summon a totally awesome here from the extra deck.
Yes, so one thing to note with these Marincess cards is that they have a tendency to lock you into water summons, not Marincess summons, water summons. So if you can get those 2 level 4s on the field, and Spring Girl is crucially another one, you can make Bahamut Shark and then get to Toad that way.
And Michael has seen enough, after that slight misstep there, sometimes when you're getting excited and you play just a little bit too fast, you forget to activate an effect and it can cost you. It's always going to take there's a lot of pressure here and a lot of nerves, so you just got to take a second and breathe. But yeah, even if you did, the kind of players talking about it, even if you did use that access code effect to attack it by battle, you still would have to deal with the same pretty much play that Elijah was able to present, and probably be able to deal with the access code talker that Michael had on the field. But it certainly would have been in better shape.
It's a tough one. You just have to get rid of it somehow in that case. 43 a lot harder than 23.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is the second time we've seen access code target come down, and then the other player survive the turn to make it to push it to another game. And if you can survive the turn access code target is summoned, chances are you might be able to follow up and win the duel afterwards, because that's a lot of these decks' big end push is to go into the access code talker to get that last amount of damage to reduce the life points to 0 from the opponent.
Sky Striker is one of those in general, especially when you've actually just expended everything to make that access code talker play. If you can't get another ray afterwards and they clear up, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing that Sky Striker always had. It was never had a way to output a ton of damage at once. It was really a slow, kind of a grind deck. But now with stuff like being able to go into Halka Fibrax to grab Effect Veiler, to go into Selene, you have plenty of spells because you've been activating Sky Striker spells all game. Sky Striker spells all game. Bring back that Effect Veiler, go into Access Code. It's so easy to just put out a ton of damage. Find a way to link climb into Access Code has definitely been something the top decks have been able to do for the past, ever since Access Code Talker was released.
And for decks that can't play Halka Fibrax, a lot of them will also use the Charmer Link monsters as well to get to Selene, since they're all spellcasters.
That's very true. Lots of ways to get to the same result for sure.
The Charmers are just good too, just
so
in general.
Good. Yeah, if you have the attributes, you're able to make them, and there's tons of cards those monster effects from hand, like Ash Blossom is a fire. There's lots of ways you can get those monsters from your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, Effect Veiler's a light. Lots of just general monsters people play are light. Lots of monsters people play are dark.
Oh yeah, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Light and dark has been defining attributes from the beginning of time for sure. But now the duelists are siding, so maybe the Marincess deck, I know when players are building their side deck going into this weekend, the Marincess deck might be one you overlook. So I don't know how much Michael might have in his side deck to prepare for this, but you can just expect some of the general good going first kind of cards, like Anti-Spell Fragrance is a big one. That the Marincess do rely on spell cards, whether it be Marincess Dive, the Battle Ocean or the Field Spell. There's plenty of things that if you were able to shut it off, they might never be able to get things going.
Yeah, my feeling on it, based on how that game played out and how Michael was speaking, is that he knows about the Marincess deck. Like, he understands basically what it does, but he was a lot less familiar with the particulars of it. And I think that, overthinking that and needing to check the cards multiple times, okay, so which one is this, which one is this, which one is this? So he knows them, but he hasn't necessarily seen them yet. And that's a huge advantage if you can bring a deck that none of your opponents have seen, because not only is it going to be a lot more mental strain on them to figure out what's going on, they might just not know.
Yeah, just one of my own personal times. The first time I ever played against Psyframes, like a pure Psyframe deck, was like in a tournament, and I was trying to learn what that deck was trying to do on a fly, and it was not easy for me, for sure, because that's one of those decks that is so unexpected. But that's neither here nor there. Our players have side decks, and we are ready to jump here into Game 2 of our third round of Swiss at the 2022 North American Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Championship.
All right, so it looks like Michael's going to start us off here. And it looks like he's got a Chaos Space over there. And looks like he's drawn his Dragon Ravine.
I like those IP Masquerena sleeves on his extra deck there.
They're nice, right? I haven't been able to find any of those.
I used the Astral Karibo, or the Magic Karibo sleeves myself. Those are from the Karibo collection. Definitely one of my favorites.
All right, so Quick Launch goes off without a hitch, summoning a Rocket Tracer.
Quick Launch is a great start.
Well, you're going to need something to go with that. Let's find out what it is.
Maybe he'll start with the Link one here for a Striker Dragon, or maybe he'll be looking to go into Chaos Ruler before going into the Striker Dragon.
He's checking to see if he has to target a face-up card for Rocket Tracer, which you do. And there was a distinct sign.
Just in the nick of time, he figured it out.
Yep. So he activates the Dragon Ravine there.
See if he decides to use Dragon Ravine's on-field effect.
Target Ravine.
Looks like nope, just going to use Tracer's quick effect to destroy Ravine to try and spell summon a rocket from his deck to the field.
And that's going to work as well. Let's see if we bring out a Rocket Recharger or a Rocket Synchron here. Presumably it's Recharger. That's usually what you're going to get first.
You would be right. Rocket Recharger coming up.
Rocket Recharger, yes.
So this is the cool thing about Dragon League is you have lots of options at like every step. You have the Striker Dragon option. You can go into Romulus. You can go into a level 8 Synchro. You can go into Hauka Fibrex even. Lots of different options depending on the way the rest of your hand is shaping up.
Yeah, what I can tell though is like this is an awkward hand, and he's navigating through it.
Yeah, certainly not him not using the Ravine effect definitely would indicate that.
All right, well, only good things can happen when you summon Chaos Ruler, even if it is just getting an effect failure out of your opponent's hand.
At least forcing some of that interruption here from Elijah.
Man, every time I see Chaos Ruler, I'm just like, man.
It's so good.
That's a good card.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, it reminds me of like Sixth Sense almost. Like, I mean, you're not going to draw 5 or 6 cards, but you're going to fill your graveyard up and gain a card to your hand on top of everything else.
I don't know, maybe it's better than Sixth Sense, because Sixth Sense only does things, you do it turn 1, and you get a much better idea of how many. It's always going to be 5 cards. They're going somewhere.
That's very true. See, I was a modest Sixth Sense fan. I would always go with 2 and 3 because all the numbers of 2 and 3 are good. And if I can roll a 1, I just got unlucky.
Just go crazy. 5 or 6.
Yeah.
5 or 6.
There's a distinct line. It's either people are always like 5 or 6, or they're way too conservative. Classic. But Chaos Space is going to discard Nibiru, so he can add a Dark, and he's going to add a Collapse Serpent.
All right.
Serpent special.
Does he have a light monster? Nibiru. He does. Nibiru.
So we do see that he has some Nibiru in the deck. So I'd wonder if maybe he sided in. I would imagine if it's in his deck going second or going first, he had them already in his main deck for that game 1. Just was unlucky not to be able to draw them. But
he's got 52 cards, so it's more likely than not you're not going to.
Yeah, that's very true. But now it looks like a Link here for Striker Dragon, so he'll be able to get Boot Sector Launch and the Wyvern Burster to the hand.
Now we're looking a lot more Dragon Link. This looks a lot more normal.
I mean, you would think with the discarding Nibiru, maybe he didn't have another light. Like Nibiru we talked about has so good against the Marincess deck, so either has confidence in the rest of his hand, or that was just the one he had to discard to get things started.
It's got to be the only one he had.
I think I would agree there.
It just ends Marincess so badly that I would not pitch that.
It feels when you have like the discard something like an Ash Blossom or a Nibiru and effectively like, do I like it? I absolutely have to do this. You definitely want to hold your ace card like that, but we'll see what kind of board he's able to produce this. You know, he's already played through one Effect Veiler. Elijah only on 4 other cards. Probably doesn't have. It's unlikely to have multiple points of interaction with the hand, but even if he has something else like another copy of Effect Veiler, he can still make a pretty formidable board.
Yeah, double Effect Veiler twice in one match isn't very likely.
Very true.
All right, so Striker Dragon's going to destroy itself to add Tracer back.
So not going after the Recharger combo, but he needs the Tracer in his hand so he can summon it with this Boot Sector launch. But he won't be able to use it because of the Striker Dragon effect. I'm interested to see where he's going with this.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear at what the end game here is. He's got to put something threatening out.
And he's already used Tracer's effect, so he can only access dark monsters from the extra deck. So no seals is going to be coming out.
Boot Sector effect special? Sure.
I don't think he can get all the way to like Boral End Dragon. You need what, 5 for that?
Yeah, I don't think Boral End's going to be able to make it out unless he has the last card in his hand is another way to get more monsters onto the board. I think he might still have a Chaos Space effect in his graveyard. Yep.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah, sure, no problem.
Sure, it's good. And Jimmy Cloud.
All right. So Collapsed Serpent is headed back in. Draws 1.
Always feels good to put the Collapsed Serpent back with Chaos Space, and you'll be able to search it out with the Wyvern Burst. It kind of breaks that limitation that's on the little Chaos Dragons.
Yeah, so we got a level 8 Synchro. Could it just be Boral Savage Pass?
That's what I'm thinking. Yep, Boral Savage Dragon.
Chaining to White Dragon, Wyvern Burst.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're targeting.
It looks like he might have another copy of Effect Veiler yet again. This would be the one you want to Veiler, but he does still have. Oh, that's way better than Effect Veiler here. I was going to say he's going to still have 2 level 8s on the field if he does have Effect Veiler, but Nibiru is going to stop Michael in his tracks.
That changes things. That changes things.
I know in the round 1, you and Robbie got to see the Imperm Nibiru play. That's what Nibiru plus an Effect Negation, one of the ultimate combos you can have in this format. Because a lot of decks are really good at putting up some sort of negate before they get to that 5 summons to stop Nibiru. But, you know, having that Effect Negation for the, you know, Baron or Boral Load or anything like that here will lead you into Nibiru and catch your opponent completely off guard when they thought they were safe.
So he sets 1.
I'll pass 3.
It takes a look at his thing, and yeah, nothing from the graveyard.
This is usually what happens when Nibiru drops. Usually a back row or 2, and then it's going to be the end.
Yes. You're thinking here.
You said you're thinking?
Yeah, thinking. Yes, on it.
Right. So we got a face down card there. You're going to flip like anti-spell?
That's what I'm thinking. And the Nibiru token's pretty sizable, you know, having to send the 2 synchros. It's going to, normally Nibiru Link monsters is not as bad. They don't have any defense, but 2 synchros, going to have a ton of defense here.
Big ones as well. All right, so we've got the anti-spell fragrance. That hurts. That hurts. It's going to cut you off of Dive. It's going to cut you off of Battle Ocean.
And I see a copy of Triple Tactic Talents he's not going to be able to use in his hand here, too. Normal summon a Sprint Girl.
Can I look at your graveyard?
Yeah, sure.
All right, she heads to the graveyard for Blue Slug.
Chain Link 2, Spring Girl to mill 1.
Yeah, that's good.
We're going to send 1 to the graveyard. It's another Nibiru. Picks up the Spring Girl. Spring Girl is normal summoned.
Thingy here. What is it? Thingy here. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
We're going to think here. That's fine. And taking a look through. We're going to get Nightmare. Oh, area. Okay.
We were talking about the Charmers, how good they are. So here we see the Water Charmer coming down. Now Sprint Girl's going to special summon from the hand by banishing the Blue Slug.
And she's going to go away for Sea Angel.
Yeah, that's fine.
I believe he's now waterlocked.
Adding Marine Cess Dive.
Might as well add the Marine Cess Dive. Won't be able to use it until that anti-spell's off the field. Oh, also a Droll and Lockbird coming down from Michael, so no more adding from the deck to the hand here from Elijah.
Oh, you know what? He might not be waterlocked right now. Yeah, you know, I don't think he is.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
Link into Marine Cess.
Oh no, it is the blue slug.
Okay, the blue slug.
Sorry, the blue slug did it.
You know, one of them does it for sure. I know you get locked into it pretty early in the combo.
Oh, it's one of the Link ones that does it.
Was there any other effects? Yeah, when you attack, I can send a Marine Cess monster from hand to grave to stop the attack. Basically.
Sure, once per turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Marbled Rock, one of the original ones. And that's it.
This reminds me of like the older version of a Marine Cess kind of board.
Yep, that's what you had back then.
Because the deck's always been around. It's always been a pretty okay deck, pretty solid, but definitely got taken to the next level after the Duels from the Deep.
So very big Nibiru token, or Primal Being token rather.
And Nibiru, the Primal Being, you know, the mat given out just for participating here this weekend. Beautiful artwork, looks great on the play mat, or the game mat.
That's very nice. I certainly want one.
Me too, me too. It looks like a normal summon of Rox Rose. So he's going to be able to add a Basil Rose shoot he won't be able to use. You know, I would guess that Michael was, you know, he hesitated to activate that anti-spell during Elijah's turn, maybe considering knowing he's going to need to use spell cards to jump back into this game since he's already so far behind.
Yeah.
But you need to at least have a turn before you can even get to that next point.
He's taking a look through the old extra deck there, and it looked like he stopped for a moment there over Borland.
Taking a moment to see if he knows he needs to get there. Now he has to plan his pathing to make sure he can summon that Boral End Dragon.
All right, so we're going to banish Light in the Dark to get Chaos Ruler.
If it wasn't good enough, you know, being able to summon it back from the graveyard, just amazing. But it will be banished when it leaves the field.
I wonder if he's using the Psychic End Punisher.
Oh, that would be cool. He could make it. It does have enough for a level 11 Synchro, and if he has less life points, it's quite strong.
All right, so tosses Spring Girl.
4,000, right? The 60 outside.
And that one makes it through.
This was 6,000 over 25.
6,000 attack Nibiru token, or Primal Being token.
Is this 65?
6,000.
Oh, 6,000 flat. Okay, yeah. Sorry. 16, correct?
Yeah.
Rox Rose also connects. And then those two, that's
7? Oh,
no, it's a Link Summon. Link Summon for Hulk. And that goes through. It's ciphering your Gamma, interesting. And then those two are going to make Baron.
Activate Baron target.
Going to use the effect to destroy a card in the field, and hits the Marine Cess Dive that Elijah had to set to try and activate on the following turn.
850? Yes. Yeah, sure.
All right. So nice turnaround there, I would say, from Michael. Able to get back into it after kind of a really awkward-looking start. But thanks to the anti-spell fragments, able to buy himself another turn to get back into it. And now he's getting in there with Crystron, Halka Fibrax, as well as Baron de Fleur. a lot of damage out of that Nibiru token, and that is the danger, is it not?
It really is. So Nibiru, while it can like completely stop your plays, if you're able to get the opponent to Nibiru when you actually have a high defense, the defense is key because they're always going to summon that token in defense mode unless the attack is lower, but that's very rarely the case. But if you get a high enough defense and backed by something like anti-spell, you're able to just let it stick on the board, and it's something that's really difficult to deal with. And we saw that here, and now he's used it as a material for that Kristan Hauka 5-Rex.
Have you ever had a Nibiru situation where you Nibiru'd them, made a huge token, and then stole it from them and beat them with the token?
Oh, no, I haven't, but I'm sure, with Triple Tactics Talents or something, that comes up a lot where you're like, oh, well.
Dude, it's Triple Tactics Talent. If you're side decking Change of Heart, you could always do it. Not that I've seen that as of late.
Yeah, I think in Hartford, a couple people were trying it out. It's definitely a solid option if you know your opponent, even like a deck like Marincess, if you're able to change the heart before it's unaffected by card effects, able to stop them, it could really play a key role in a matchup. But change the hearting a giant Nibiru token, attacking them for game, these are the monsters you used to have, and now they're finishing you off here with my Primal Being token.
That's just one of those things to think about is, if you have access to like a monster stealing effect, maybe it might come in handy there. So it's just something to think about. You always have to think, is there a way I can win here? Sometimes the lines of play aren't necessarily obvious, especially if you Triple Tactics Talent's a great example for this kind of card, where maybe you just always use it to draw 2. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just a card you have in there. Say, oh yeah, no, if they negate one of my things, I'll just draw 2 more, and it'll be fine. Maybe you forget about some of the other things it can do. That maybe you could Forceful Sentry back their next thing so that it eats up 2 cards instead of 1, or maybe you just win the game because you took their key monster, or you took, I think Jesse did this in one of his invitational matches. You take a tuner from them so that you didn't have, so that you can make Hauka 5-Rex, things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Triple Tactics Talents. The Forceful Sentry effect is really cool because it's a card. Triple Tactics Talents requires your opponent to activate a monster effect. So if you have that Triple Tactics Talents going first, not only could you decide to draw 2 to extend your plays, but your opponent, let's say they use 2 of those monster effects from their hands. They're down to 3 cards in hand. You get to look at it and pick and choose which one to take away, which really could debilitate them. The first step is stopping your opponent's plays, but you have to have that follow-up afterwards. So we saw it in Elijah's hand. Maybe if the anti-spell fragrance wasn't there, we would have seen that take the Nibiru token if he was able to force Michael to use some sort of monster effect, and that would have been pretty funny. But it does look like we are ready to jump back into this duel after everything got sorted.
All right, here we go.
Sure, thank you. So we're mid phase 2.
So last we checked, we had just finished battling.
I will summon
Elijah's down to 2,900, and now we are in main phase 2. Gamma's banished to summon Collapse Serpent, and then that's going to meet up with Kristan Hauka 5-Rex.
Nightmare Unicorn.
And they'll link into Nightmare Unicorn.
Cost, targeting.
Yep. Wanting to get rid of those spell cards that could potentially be set that Elijah will be able to flip to jump back into this game. Because, there's always a chance he had multiple copies of Marincess Dive set.
And there still is a chance that one of them's there. All right, Elijah's up.
Yes.
Let's see what he's got.
These link monsters have no effect in grave? Correct, sure.
Yeah, a lot of the Marincess cards, their effects trigger when they're sent to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Normal summon Seahorse.
Blue Slug effect, target Seahorse.
Chain Baron de Fleur.
No response.
So Baron's going to negate the Blue Slug and it's going to destroy it.
Draw 2.
Draw 2? That's fine, yeah.
Does have that Triple Tactics Talent set. Missed it with the Baron Pop and the Nightmare Unicorn spin.
Game 3.
Game 3? Sounds good.
Doesn't look like he drew in anything useful there.
Did not come up with a whole lot. So that's a good sign for Michael, that if you get one of your kind of not so good hands and you're able to play through it and get a win and force this thing to a third game.
Yeah, essentially through an Effect Veiler, a Nibiru, and, a starter card there from Elijah was able to, still win the game. Really on the backs of that anti-spell fragrance. So even just having it up for that one turn was able to, hold Elijah off just long enough for him to capitalize and find the moment to dive back into this game. But now it is even up, and we are going to a game 3. The winner of this will be moving on 3-0, and there's still 9 rounds total here, so 6 more rounds after this. It's the beginning of a long weekend, but starting off 3-0 is the best way you can do it.
So one more game here. Elijah's going to get to go first. It's a good position to be in.
Going first in game 3 definitely feels a lot better than going second, especially after side decking. The game dynamic changes so much because you want to build your deck. A lot of players build it just for going first. I'm more of the err on the side of let's make it well-rounded because I'm not going to win all my die rolls. I don't want to just bet on that. But for games 2 and 3, you can certainly design your side deck to where your deck is going to be in shape the exact way you want it, whether you're going first or second.
That's the thing. The idea of just building your deck to do exactly one thing and not taking into account, the 50% of the time that you're not going to go first, things like that. That's
you're just betting to
you
get
have
lucky.
to. Yeah. I know some people do that. Some people play gimmicky FTKs and just see how far it can get them. But in a tournament like this, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's at 11 rounds of Swiss. You need to have the winning record. You have to win so many games. Chances are you're going to run into things you don't expect. You're going to run into people that are trying to get an edge on the competition by main decking some certain tech cards that can really capitalize on the way the format is developed. So it's definitely you want to have multiple options and be as well prepared as you can for everything you're going to face, especially in a format as diverse as this one.
And we're going to be low on time coming into this. If you watched our previous couple broadcasts from the YCS, we were testing a rule change there where rounds were 45 minutes during the Swiss rounds instead of 40. However, for the championship, we were back to the standard current rule of 40 minutes per round. So if you're wondering, isn't the clock, doesn't that seem a little short? That's probably why.
Yeah, definitely got a little used to that 45 minutes, but 40 minutes has been, the bread and butter of the tournament scene for so long. So most of the players here are probably a little used to it, but it feels like it's winding down a little quicker than we have been used to in the past couple of YCSs. And then also, the remote duel events also had a little more extended time since, it's you have a little mishaps here and there across, dueling remotely.
Yeah, remote duel also used the 45 minutes as well.
Yep.
I think it's a good number.
It is. I like the 45-minute
good
number. Gives you just a little bit of extra time that you might need. For me, it's that 5 minutes will be if you side deck, 2 times, you get a couple minutes of side decking, and then you have your 40 minutes of gameplay.
Because if you break it down, it's 12 minutes per game, up to 3 minutes per side, 3 times.
That sounds perfect.
So it divides up real nice. And they did get looks like a 1 minute extension there.
And we did have a slight pause, so there's going to be a little more time here put onto the clock for us.
Yes, and that was the pause we had a little earlier in the match. So that's now reflected.
Yeah, I think you see Michael looking out to some friends in the audience, let him know, he's in it. It's game 3. He's ready. We saw some nerves in the first couple of rounds from our players, but now in round 3, our players are settling down. They're getting in the rhythm of things. So a little more focused and a little more brisk play. So excited to see which one of these players is going to walk away with the win here.
I feel like for the championships in particular, that's when you get the biggest crowds, even in the earliest rounds.
Certainly, a lot of the games finish. When you're done, what are you going to do? I'm going to run over to the feature match table and see what's going on.
And a lot of people just show up with their friends, try to LCQ, don't make it, and they're like, whatever, I'll support my buddy.
Yep, that is the best part. And a quick Seahorse into a Blue Slug, which is immediately met by Effect Veiler. Knowing time is winding down, Elijah playing at lightning speed, sets a card to his back row, and pass. And then an awesome opening from Michael.
Super good.
Chaos Base, discarding Absa Router is the ideal Dragon Link opening. You're going to get, the Wyvern burst into your hand, and you're going to be able to add a rocket from the Absa Router.
Absa Router effect? Chain Jewel.
Ooh.
Huge draw in Lockbird.
Ooh. Shane Gamma.
Met by some cheers from the crowd. Now, this is something that Dragon Link, my favorite part of Dragon Link, I talk about it nonstop, is if you have Ciphering Gear Gamma, you're able to use it on your own turn. That's a level 8 Synchro. Chaos Ruler is already online here for Michael.
Oh, that's so good.
I would just let him. I'd rather him add the card from the Absa Router than have to have let the Gamma and the driver on the field.
Man,
goes in match. Elijah, so he has another
light
card.
monsters.
So now it's a backfire on the Gamma because he's able to commit the light on the field.
Only light monsters.
I don't know which way this game's going to go.
Sorry, which one did he get off Chaos Space? Was it Wyvern Burster or Collapse Burster?
It's Wyvern Burster.
Wyvern Burster.
Yes.
Oh, so he's going to...
No. I said, let me check my action deck.
Looks like he is going to chain quick launch.
Did he say? I thought he said it was good.
I'm pretty sure that's what I was thinking. So, sure, just double check.
All right. So the question is, did he say it was good or not? So the question is, did he allow that Gozen match to resolve? And there's differing opinions on what he said. And frankly, I was too busy hooting and hollering.
I think that's kind of what happened for them too at the table.
To listen in. So I would not be shocked if genuinely nobody knows. It's been
an exciting game so far.
It has. I
was losing.
I'm blown away, just a little bit blown away on this one. I was saying I need Michael to draw my hands when I play Dragon Link because I never get anything that nice.
Yeah, no, I mean that's incredible. I didn't think I thought maybe the back row card maybe something like an infinite permanence, maybe a Marincess Wave or just a bluff. But you know, being that Gozen match, you know, one of the cards I'm assuming Elijah was ready to side in this matchup.
It makes sense. It makes perfect sense for this deck.
Yeah, you only need those water monsters, so anytime you only need one attribute, Gozen match can really shut down a lot of strategies, like especially like Dragon Link that rely on using lights and darks.
And realistically, you could probably run Rivalry of Warlords as well if you just wanted Cyberse monsters.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah,
you can't get your Bahamut Shark and Toad in that case, but you can still just run out all of the Marincesses, Argonaut and friends.
Yeah, the Rivalry might be good, really good against some of the other matches, but maybe not so much.
Yeah, not here.
Not against the Dragon Link one, but maybe having those options, but you know, sticking with that Gozen match could be huge. Even if, you know, this quick launch resolves, right, and he summons the Tracer, I'm assuming he's trying to do this so he'll be locked into Darks instead. He doesn't want those light monsters on the field, but man, what a swing. Like, I literally went from I thought both players were just going back and forth. After I saw the draw, I was like, okay, maybe Elijah has a chance here, a moment. But then that Gamma, but the Gozen match, like, it's just been so back and forth. It really could be anyone's game.
So the way this works with Gozen, if you're unfamiliar with it, and there's like a specific page on our website dedicated to those two cards and anything like there can be only one, that sort of thing. So the way it works is that if you control multiple attributes when Gozen resolves, you choose one of the attributes and then send everything you control of any other attribute to the graveyard. And then after that, you can only play monsters of the attribute that you currently have on field. And the reason that this situation is so huge is because if he left the Gozen match resolve, if he said it was okay, then he's stuck with light monsters. He can't activate that quick launch because there are no light rocket monsters, and he may not have something that he can even make in his extra deck that's a light monster, because you can't declare an illegal summon. So a lot of people think that, well, I can just summon anything I want from the extra deck because I send the materials to the graveyard first, and then I take the monster out of my extra deck, which is true in a physical sense, but in a gameplay sense, the process for declaring a summon from your extra deck is first you say, I'm whatever summoning whatever monster, and then you use the required materials, and then you put the monster on the field, and you can't declare an illegal summon. Therefore, with Gozen match in play, you can't summon anything from your extra deck that is not the correct attribute.
Yeah, well explained. Yeah, that's something like that can be really huge, and knowing like the little things like that makes cards like Gozen match and Rivalry like much more advantageous when you can capitalize on that and catch your opponent off guard on a summon.
Absolutely. So it's a huge moment, and we'll have to just wait and see how it ends up turning out.
Yeah,
especially with time winding down, this is huge. It's the difference between being able to get any attackers on the field and having to pass back.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of touched on it. If this quick launch isn't activated, there's a chance that this game's just over right here. He can't do anything with the materials on board, can't play the cards from his hand, and then he's going to have to, I guess Elijah's board isn't too threatening. He's going to have some sort of follow-up on top of that, but that Gozen match isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, so. And even if the follow-up is just putting a bunch of damage out, even if it doesn't win the duel, with so little time left, it might be enough.
Oh, that's true. The time is going to play a huge factor. Just being able to get just a little bit of damage in there, make it to his battle phase before time is called, is going to be what Michael is going to be looking to do. You know, this is our second Dragon Link deck we've seen here this weekend. Like going in, there was like 5 decks that kind of like stood out, and Adventure Dragon Link was definitely one of the ones that I expected to see here this weekend, but I think it's pretty well represented, more than I anticipated.
Yeah, I do wonder how many people are playing it.
It seems like a lot. I know like some top players, like Max is out there. He's using it. A lot of good players decided to bring it in this tournament with, you know, the versatility and the way. I mean, it's just Chaos Ruler, right? It does
pretty much.
It's Chaos Ruler. It does what the other decks do. You can put up the hot red where you're able to negate a face-up spell card. You get a little bit of diversity in your plays, and just having so many different avenues from the cards you have is really why we've seen Dragon Link be so prevalent throughout the years.
And there are multiple decks using the Chaos Ruler as well. Like a lot of the Punk stuff is using it too, like we saw in the first round. Yeah, anything that's using synchros is going to get that. It's just really good.
I mean, a lighter dark monster, right? You got Nibiru. You can either grab cards that are going to keep your turn going, but the main things like Effect Veiler, Nibiru, like the cards that you're already building your board and you're showing your opponent like, you're not going to be able to come back after I'm done with this board on top of that. Plus, you know, the cards you get to send to your graveyard in Dragon Link, you get stuff like Chaos Space. It used to be you could send stuff like Starleaf Schaefer and Chaos Dragon Levianeer, add it back to your hands. You'd actually be getting more cards. But now Starleaf Schaefer and Levianeer kind of fallen out of favor. Now that they're using the adventure cards, you don't have like that access to your normal summon effect. So they rely on other things. So now it looks like he did. Okay, he did chain the quick launch. Right back in this game.
All right. So quick launch is chained. It's going to get a rocket out of the deck.
See if he decides to go for Tracer. Oh, Rocket Recharger.
Grabs Rocket Recharger. Interesting. All right, so we're going to resolve this. The side frames are going to the graveyard.
Normal Rocket Tracer?
Normal summons are, well, that explains it.
He just needed to get the other one that he didn't have.
And we're going to get a Synchro summon here.
Imagine for Chaos Ruler, 2 darks can go into a dark.
Ah, that's Scarlight.
That is Scarlight.
He sided that in.
Oh, Effect Veiler. Scarlight can destroy all other attack monsters on the field and inflict 500 points of damage to the opponent. Met by Effect Veiler, still going to be able to attack over the blue slug and going to have to pass back. Oh, he has Dragon Ravine.
Yep, he's activating it just to do more things in this case. So he sided in the Scarlight knowing that time is running out. And he's played it. He's got some damage out of it, and now Elijah's got a race. But
No, go. Draw. Stand by.
He's got nothing, though.
He's just passing, going to hope that he'll have another turn after this, but it's not looking good here for Elijah.
Go ahead.
A little speed Yu-Gi-Oh here. So you can play quickly as time is starting to wind down.
Draw. Stand by me.
Yeah, you see this sometimes where both players will just start going at hyper speed. And that's it.
Wow, what a match.
2, 3, and 3. That'll do it.
Oh my gosh, that has been the best. I mean, we said this last round. Robbie said that's the best match so far. Well, once again, trumped by another match. Just an epic game here, and Michael able to overcome going second here, but he went first and he went second here in game 3 and able to deal with the Gozen match. Had that Effect Veiler and just enough to shut down Elijah's turn. We're talking about the Prank Kid similarity. That Effect Veiler was kind of like an Ash Blossom from the Prank Kid off of Meow Mew, where it just kind of ends the turn there.
And it's exactly like we said. The quick launch is the turning point. If he hadn't gotten that in, completely different game. Completely different game. But he did, and as a result, he was able to win it in game 3 with 3 clean attacks from Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend. All right. That's going to do it for this match, but don't go away. We've got plenty more coming up. All right, another thriller here in round 3, and I'm with your winner, Michael. Congratulations on your round 3 win. So being up here on stage, did that change the way you played at all this match?
Yeah, definitely. Before the game started, we were originally sitting down, and he told me, "Oh, I'm a YCS Charlotte winner, by the way." That was already so nervous. And then all of a sudden, judge comes up, like, "Oh, you're going feature match." I'm like, "That's too much for me." You know, this is my first nationals. Yeah, so it was just really exciting, really. But honestly, you know, I always wanted to come on feature. It's just something like it seems really interesting, you know, and it's just really fun. So I just at the end of the day, like, you know, my excitement for the fun kind of overcame the pressure.
Excellent. Did anything in particular stand out about the match or the whole experience? Anything like that?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, game 1, I got kind of nervous, you know, the kind of pressure came through, and then, you know, I forgot to declare my access code effect. I don't think it affected the game too much, but, like, I at that point, I just told him, like, yo, you need to focus, stop pressuring, like, stop falling under the pressure and play properly, right? And then, I'm so glad everything worked out. Yeah.
You did come away with the win in the end. So going forward, like, Princess, maybe not what you're expecting. What are you expecting? What do you want to see going forward?
Well, honestly, maybe not this version of Dragon Link, but I feel like a lot of pure Dragon Links will be out there, like Brave without the punk stuff. I just like the punk stuff because I just really like the archetype. I really like, you know, doing the Chaos Ruler play where you're reborn. It's just really fun, you know, and I really like this deck in general just because, like, there's that RNG factor, right? You never know what you're gonna get. But definitely looking forward to more games. I think there'll be a lot of Sword Soul too. Those are definitely all the popular decks. Looking forward to play all of them.
Kind of like Lightsworn back in the day with the RNG elements.
Exactly.
All right, so 3-0. How do you like your chances going forward?
Pretty good. You know, I didn't come in with too much expectations, you know, but honestly, this event's so great. I just came out to, you know, see the people, enjoy the community, you know, hang out with my friends. By the way, speaking of friends, just shout out to my friends over there, Kyle, my brother Jimmy and Mert, everyone from Toronto, you know, they're always out here supporting me. Exactly. I was so excited, you know. I was like, you know, it feels really good having them supporting me on the way. Yeah, definitely makes it more fun.
All right. Well, we're glad you're here. We're glad everybody else has come on out. And best of luck to you in the future of this round.
Thank you so much.
All right. That's your round 3 winner, Michael. Take it away, Billy.
All right. Thanks, Jerome. You know, it's great to hear about the power of friendship, bringing people here at the championship. We do have this main event going on, 3 rounds in the bag, but now we are going to be moving on to round 4. But before we do, I want to take a moment to talk about some of the other awesome events we have going on here at the championship weekend. That is the Speed Duel Giant card, Attack of the Giant card. And you could win these awesome giant cards. You see the Eldritch Flame Wingman, Destiny Hero Plasma, and everyone's favorite Moki. Definitely awesome prizes. Moving on, you can also have Attack of the Giant card for the trading card game. We get to see giant cards for Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, Ariana the Labyrinth Servant as well. Just brand new cards coming out soon. You're going to want to make sure a chance to get those. There's lots of other events, public events that go on at the championship every year. A lot more to do than just the main event, but we will be back shortly for the 4th round of Swiss here at the 2022 Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG North American Championship. Stay tuned. We'll have more Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming your way.
It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately. New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for Teen.
Monster attack!
Force effect.
No way!
I'm going to battle. I summon a monster.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont, Illinois, where the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship is underway. We are a third of the way through day one. 3 rounds have been completed. 6 more are on the docket for the rest of the day. From an initial event attendance of 1,840 players, there are now only 215 duelists remaining.
Yeah, but with those 215 duelists, still a pretty wide open field in terms of, you know, what we're going to see. We one interesting deck we saw a little bit earlier today was the sort of zombie twist on the Adventurer Synchro deck, right? So we've found that again for this round in the feature match against a deck that, you know, when you talk about the top 5 strategies, one that's more waiting in the wings, right? Not quite in that top 5, but Flaunderies being on the other side.
Yep, Flaunderies is one of those decks that if you go around and ask everybody in this room what their worst matchup is, the one they don't want to see, my guess would be Flaunderies. But unfortunately for the opponent of Kobe Lewis Short, or rather, Kobe Lewis Short, his opponent is playing it. Let's take a look.
Yep, let's go ahead and head down to that feature match table. This is round 4 of the North America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
All right, so starting up, we've got Kobe from Lafayette, Louisiana. His favorite card is Artifact Sight. Interesting choice. I feel like a lot of Artifact players would like Moral Talk a little better.
Yep, and on the other side, we have Nicholas hailing from Knoxville. Favorite card, Treeborn Frog.
There's a classic one.
Yep, definitely. A frog that's a little fallen out of favor compared to, you know, how much some of these other frogs did, but incredible stable for a long time, right? Like, Tribute Fodder every turn really mattered, especially when you were playing with, like, Monarchs back in the day.
Yeah, I feel like Ronin Totem kind of stole his lunch.
Ronin Totem is it's a good one. It's a good one, for sure. But yeah, talking back in this matchup, yeah, Flaundery is one of those decks where you really need to interact with them with what they're doing immediately, right? Because as soon as they get off the ground, it's hard to come back, right? Like, they just get so many consecutive normal summons, so many consecutive effect triggers. And the worst part about it is, you mentioned it earlier, like, Robina is the one that you really want to interact with, but they have great cards to sort of, like, battle that with, like Flaunderies and the Advent of Adventure, or cards like Book of Moon, to sort of make sure that your effect negation doesn't resolve, right? They push through their own effect. So it'll be an interesting matchup.
And they're really, really likely to have it, too, because they can run Duality, because they don't need a special summon, and Prosperity, because they don't need an extra deck. So it's a very consistent deck in terms of getting to those cards, but it doesn't always, you know, actually just do enough to actually win you the game. You really have to, I mean, the goal of it is to play on both players' turns, right?
Yeah.
So you do all your stuff on your turn, and then you do all your stuff again on their turn.
Yeah. It's also a deck that typically plays Dimension Shifter as well, like another card that sort of prevents you from doing a lot of things. And it's one of those strategies where, like, once they get the ball rolling, they snowball, right? They're just doing a lot during every turn, like you mentioned. And the real thing is that this is also a thin deck, right? Like 40 cards with a lot of high consistency tools, like you mentioned, with like 6 copies of pot cards. So they usually find these cards pretty easily.
So if you're, these were just actually introduced to Master Duel very recently. So if you're playing Master Duel and these cards are new to you and you haven't really seen them in action a whole lot yet, this would be a good match to watch and kind of get some pointers on how exactly the deck works, and hopefully we'll get to see where the best places to interact with it are as well. Kobe is no stranger to these kinds of tournaments. He won a YCS in the past. I think it was a Pasadena. Was it Pasadena a few years back?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
So he knows what he's got to do to win here, and we'll see if we get another thriller, 2 in a row after the last round.
I've just realized, so players were seated opposite where they should be, so when we did the intros, unfortunately, it was Kobe was Nick and Nick was Kobe, but we have that now corrected. Kobe is the blue duelist on the left, Nicholas the red duelist on the right, so Flaunderies will be on the right with the Adventure Synchro deck on the left with a zombie twist. I like this zombie inclusion in this deck.
Yeah,
it
so
seems so good. Like cards like Mizuki, right? We keep on talking about how powerful. In addition to cards like Changxi, one of the new cards from Dimension Force, you get so many cool tools and so many new ways. And the big thing is just access to Zombie World with Necroworld Banshee.
Yep. And the synchros are pretty nice too. Like the Immortal Dragon, for instance, can just send Necroworld Banshee to the graveyard right away.
Yeah, and we'll see. This is one of those matchups where Zombie World can do a lot.
A lot of damage.
Yep. And here we'll hopefully see that in game 1. We'll see who wins the die roll, because that's going to be big here. If Kobe manages to win, like he's playing a full-fledged combo deck, right? So that usually means he can go off and do a lot. It's 6 versus 7, so it looks like Nicholas... Yeah, Nicholas likely won that roll.
Starts off, he's got a called by. That's a little tough. That's a little tough. He starts off with Flandreese and the Magnificent Map.
Two. Sure.
All right. So this is one of the reasons it's tough to interact with the deck, is when you normal summon one of your Flandreese monsters, you can trigger all the ones that are currently banished. And it's all optional stuff. So whichever one you just summoned, you'll make Chain Link 1, and you'll make the rest Chain Link 2 through 12, or however many you have.
Normal for turn?
It really do be like that, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
And block it off that way. So with that extra normal summon, he plays Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds.
2, 1.
Sure. Yep, it's going to follow up with the Impin. And the Impin's going to be tribute summoned using the 2 other Flandreese monsters.
Not yet.
Who's got M-Pen. And that'll get the trap card, Flandreese, and the Dreaming Town.
Yeah, it looks like the rest of his hand's pretty reactive here. I think I saw it in permanence alongside an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so a lot of things to do.
It's tough. Like the statue plus all those interactions is pretty tough.
So Rubina trap card?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things you can do against Flandreese is just blast all their monsters off the field and try to get one really solid whack in at them. You'll see players side decking things like Raigeki a lot of times against this, which is now at 3. So it starts with Infinite Impermanence on the Barrier Statue. It's a good start.
Yep, going to unlock his other special summons outside of Wind now with that Infinite Impermanence. 5 cards still, though. We know that if you're just counting like 1-for-1s, right, really like effectively 3 left. Rites of Artemis here is going to be the next card he activates, so he's going to go ahead and get the Adventurer token onto the field and place that Faithful Adventurer face up from his deck into his spell or trap card zone.
Now there's still 1 free space, right? So you want to put it in the free space so you're not risking an impermanence.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep, Kobe no slouch.
Yep.
Anything on resolution?
Not yet. Bailey Michael Hendrickson.
All right.
Edwin Williams Toro.
Faithful Adventure to add a monster.
Once again, Bailey Michael Hendrickson and Edwin Williams Toro to the main event stage.
So the addition from Faithful Adventure is hit by Ash Blossom.
Yeah, interesting he chooses the Ash Blossom there versus something like Rites of Artemis there, right?
Well, you can't
Oh, sorry,
really...
not right. He did start with Water Enchanters, right?
Right,
That's the card you took the Ash Blossom.
It looks like he's got the token as well.
Normal summon, on summon, Faithful to equip, add equip.
Chain half.
All right.
Map Chain 2.
Yeah.
So Sangan is activated.
And then
And now here is where the map gimmick happens. So the map, when your opponent normal summons, you get to normal summon 2.
And I'll do Eaglin 2, Rabino 1.
And as a result, he can now go through his chain of monsters again on the opponent's turn. You really don't want to see map on the first turn if you're playing against this deck.
Anything?
Right.
Eaglin effect?
Sure.
Eaglin effect. It's going to grab Ryza, the Mega Monarch.
In terms of bigger monsters, this deck has access to, you have M-Pen, right, Ryza, as well as the Miss Valley Apex Avian. All filling like very important roles in terms of when you're trying to disrupt and do things.
Target to put the top back to hand.
Back to hand?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so we got 2 cards going back to the top of the deck and 1 going back to the hand. He gets that Ryza back to use again next turn, and this is why you have to get them early, because they can set up kind of this loop with Ryza the Mega Monarch to keep you drawing blank for the rest of the game while they recur whatever their best card is.
Yeah, I mean, Ash Blossom Joyous being stacked to the top as well. Big deal.
Pot of Prosperity, I will be banishing
still. Kobe's fighting on through it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Game 11, Blue Banner. Speed Deck 17 to the
Banishing 1, 2, 3. Looks like he's going 6. I think he's going 6. Yeah, this is a tough one.
Thinking on the last one, I'm sorry.
You're good. I think he's at 5 banish
spot.
right now. You gotta go to 6. Gotta go to 6. And we are gonna excavate 6. There's the Sangan, of course. Another one. Impermanence, effect failure. Enchantress and
Destrudo.
Destrudo?
Yep, that's the last one. Yeah, like interesting pot to look at, right? Already uses normal summon, so Sangan not really an option. Pot is Prosperity, probably not the best. Already got into right, so Enchantress not too great. Impermanence and Effect Veiler both more reactive right now. That he has cards on the field, can't really use the Impermanence anyway. So sort of forced to take Destrudo there if he's trying to make an action this turn.
Yeah.
Reveal Water Enchantress?
That's fine. Go ahead and banish Water Enchantress. Oh no, not banish her, summon her.
Declare Destrudo, paying half.
Yeah. And this is just rough because Nicholas also just still has all these back row, right? So he's really just trying to fight through as best as he can, but it's hard staring this down, especially knowing that the if he doesn't clear the barrier statue this turn, right, it's to be on for the rest of the duel. Still has to worry about M-Pen as well in terms of how it limits him.
And there's the trap card down as well.
Yep.
All right. So it looks like that's going to be fine. We're going to get a Synchro Summon.
Chaos Roller, wrong. Has to be the champion.
Yep, that's...
yeah, you're good.
There we go. So the
Chaos
Destrudo
Roller
was summoned as a level 4. And it's as easy to forget, but Chaos Ruler can be summoned from the hand, using its effect as well. So it targeted the Enchantress. So Destrudo came down as a 4, combined with the token to make Chaos Ruler. But it is hit by Infinite Impermanence, and Kobe can't get any more cards out of it, and has elected to concede this first game, which is very smart, given how long that Wandering's matchup against can take.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is that now in game 2, Kobe gets a chance to go first, right? So he's likely going to be able to do things like either get some great side deck cards in, or, you know, remove maybe some of these like hand effects that wouldn't be as strong against the strategy. Main thing, try to get that zombie world online, right? Another big deal. However, with that, this also means Nicholas will go first in game 3, which is sort of the issue you face, right? Like this game 1 is so integral, whether you're playing control or combo, just because you know you're going to go a little bit unhindered, right? And especially for control decks, because they're not really the ones walking into Nibiru or these hand effects. So like going first for them is especially powerful.
I feel like these 60 card decks have a really hard time, especially because it's just so hard to get some of these things. Like Zombie World is really one that we're focusing on, because that's the one you have the easy access to. Because of Necro World Banshee, and there's so many ways to just get her into the graveyard so you can banish her, put Zombie World on the field, and once everything is zombies, well then they're out of luck.
Yeah.
It's got to be Winged Beast in order for the deck to work.
Yeah, it's super, super interesting, I think, especially just because the dynamic you're talking about with 60 cards, right? Like, the good thing about 60 cards is like, oh yeah, you know, I get to fill in all these powerful engines. I don't have to worry about drawing these one-ofs that might, like, you know, sort of like brick up my hand or make it a little hard to play. And those are sort of the advantages you get with 60 cards, right? However, opposite side, it's really hard to draw these side deck cards, right? We were talking about like 15 cards at 40 to 45. That's like a third of your deck. 15 cards at the point you're 60, we're talking like a quarter of your deck, right? Yeah. And in reality, you're not bringing in 15 cards, like maybe 6, 9 if it's like really something like that. And so you're just smaller and smaller chunks.
And like the more you bring in, it'll still dilute the rest of your deck as well.
Correct, yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, luckily against these control matchups, it's usually about taking out like hand effects for cards, right? So you're not really diluting like core things, but especially when you have those thinner decks, yeah, you really have to worry about what you're siding out, whether it's engine, non-engine, right? And even cards like you know, things that tend to find other cards, right? Like Pot of Prosperities or other similar cards that draw cards. You don't really want to side those out, even though it doesn't feel like, oh, it's not a key engine card, it's not one of these other cards. Like, those cards will also help you get to your side deck faster, right? So, you know, one plus to the 60 card deck, he's able to fit cards like Pot of Prosperity. Seeing 6 extra cards, definitely going to help him try to get to those side deck cards, but we'll see exactly. The big card, though, that's going to really impact this matchup is going to be that Zombie World.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, other things, like other priorities, are things like getting rid of the field spell, for instance. You know, if you can get rid of their field spell, even if you don't have your own, you can try to stop them from playing on your own turn. And, you know, when it's your turn again, you can do your stuff without having, you know, all these monsters drop on you. In particular, the Mega Rise, which has blown everything away in the middle of the turn. And it's a lot easier to approach the deck.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see Game 2 what Kobe's strategy is going to be. Like I said, likely going to be able to go first here. However, doesn't mean that we might not, or we might...
Draw, stand by me.
Does not mean that Nicholas doesn't have hand effects, such as Dimension Shifter. So yeah, this is the big one.
Draws the Shifter, sends that off in the standby phase. So he's not going to be able to send anything to the graveyard this turn. Everything will be banished instead.
Yep, cutting off access to that Zombie World with Necro or Banshee, right?
That's tough. All right, well, we're going to banish a Water Enchantress for the right. So, activates right. The Adventure token is summoned to this world. And then Fateful Adventure is placed on the field. Now this is until the end of the next turn as well. And it's just tough with some of the, you know, you have to check your in-hand effects really carefully and whether they can be discarded or they just have to be sent to the graveyard.
Yeah. Effect Veiler being one that has to go to the graveyard.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got normal summon Sangan.
Much worse under Dimension Shift,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Also got to go to the graveyard.
Monster. Yeah.
And that's one of the things that can stop Draco back as well, is if it gets banished.
Yeah, it gets rid of that free value. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and get rid of it.
Yeah, the Griffin Rider is really important since you've got the chance to go first here. Like, the one thing that's good about seeing the Shifter is that it's one card that isn't advancing with Wanderer's player's game state.
Draw.
But that's about the only thing that's good about seeing it.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah, well, we saw how good Anti-Spell Fragrance was last time out. We'll see how it is here.
Banish.
Chains Wanderers in the Advent of Adventure. It can banish from hand as well, hand or field. Very strong card. And even if you banish from hand, because of the way the Wanderers effects work, you can just get them right back.
It's interesting to see a card like Dimension Shifter really just buying you a turn, right? Anti-Spell doing the same thing for Kobe. You're just trying to buy time, just to make sure that he's not hindered by the Dimension Shifter the following turn. For Nicholas, priority probably destroying the Sangan, right, while the Dimension Shifter is live to make sure that he can't get the search the following turn, because that's probably when Kobe could really crack open the game.
All right, so Sorbine back. And gets his high-level monster. And then Robina effect. That's going to get hit by the Griffin Rider. And really, you have to. You have to.
Yeah, big thing there was he chose not to respond to the map or anything, right? Making sure the anti-spell stays face up. That's the first job the Griffin Rider has. And now next is going to be to block Robina just to make sure that he just can't get off the ground, right? And you're hoping that the anti-spell does enough to hinder the rest.
Oh, and he's got the field spell, has to set it down there. So that's good information. Since you do have to set the field spell in the field zone, you know that they have it now. So that might help you determine your priorities a little better on your own turn. Now free from the effect of Dimension Shifter. Let's see what Kobe has got. He's going to start with Fateful Adventure. He's going to pull back wherever it is. There it is. He's going to pull back the Griffin Rider. I didn't see earlier, but I heard we had an illegal knight sighting earlier.
Oh, we did, yeah. It actually did quite a few fun things, too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Always good to see. Griffin Rider hits the field. And it looks like, a punk was sent to the graveyard. There's Gammon. All right, so Sagan heading off to his favorite place in favor of Salamandrate Almirage. Material for that is a normal summon monster with 1,000 or lower attack points.
Yeah, likely going to find Arborea here, right, to keep extending the plays. Arborea kind of getting around that the errata on Sagan, right? You can't use the card that turn.
Can't activate its effects, but special summoning Arborea to a linked zone is not an activated effect. Next up, it looks like he's using Foxy Tune.
Summon No Punk Deer Note.
To get Deer Note out of deck. Wow, he had a handful of...
Special summon Arborea.
Oh yeah, we'll go to the next one.
Yep. And conserving time there as well. Like, even if you're the Flandries player...
Hindsight is 20/20.
You know, you know that your... you know that your deck takes a little longer to play as well. So if you're in the disadvantageous position, it's also oftentimes a good idea to concede once you're pretty sure you're not winning it.
Yeah. I mean, so much can happen there, right? Like, even a Synchro Summon of Baron, for example, like being able to destroy the field spell, have a negate face up, and then if they aren't able to deal with Baron every turn you're just destroying something. That's the simplest thing that Kobe could do.
Yep.
Right? But right there, he had just everything unlocked. A lot was going to happen. The game was probably just over on that turn. So, yeah, good by Nicholas to just scoop things up while he can, make sure there's still time. Looked like there was about 25 minutes left after the concede. So, yeah, should be more than enough for a single game here. But big thing, Flundry going first, right? So how many, like, high-impact going second cards against a deck like this does Kobe have?
Yeah, so one thing that can be just absolutely devastating here is, and we didn't see it in the last game, but we could in this one, is the Harpy's Featherstorm.
Oh, yes.
Side.
Yeah.
As if you see that, you're definitely getting another turn.
Yeah, it's hard to think that a deck like Flunderies that's already sort of like difficult to play against, right, when they go first, also has access to a card like Harpy's Featherstorm, or Harpy's, yeah, Featherstorm. And then in addition to that, sometimes they'll also play cards like Trap Trick, right, just give them more copies. It's rough. It's rough out here.
It is tough. And so many of the things that are good against all the other decks are just not useful at all here. If you're playing anti-extra deck cards, not useful in the slightest here. What you need is removal. You need Spell Frigates, you need removal cards. Your Cyclones, your Twin Twisters, your Raigekis, just destroy things. Just get rid of them. Open up a path and just try to take your shot there to win it.
Yeah, that's usually the strategy against these control decks, right? You just have to find that one opening. You just try to find that opening and just take over the game before they have a chance to get the ball rolling. You know, combo decks like a little different, right? Because they're going to do pushes like every turn, pretty substantial runs, right? So it's sort of like stopping that key thing every turn, whereas for this one, it's just like, I need to do everything I can to throw as many cards at you, just hope you don't get online.
Now, just now.
Yeah, turn one for Fluanderies is big, right? Duelists are shuffling up, getting ready. We'll see exactly which one advances 4-0 here at the North America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Great start, right? Almost half your day undefeated.
Yep. It's nice with these odd numbers of rounds, so there's a distinct middle point.
Yeah.
Distinct middle point. This is the midpoint of the day. Well, almost. That's next round.
And here it is, Game 3, our final duel between Nicholas and Kobe.
He's shuffling up real good there. All right. Let's hit the tri-cut. Maybe shuffles it up a little bit.
All right, now we'll play first.
Here we go.
Can you stand up, Dan?
Nicholas going first.
All right, buddy. Good luck.
Fist bumps for good luck, and we'll see how strong of a hand Nicholas has. I think I saw an Advent of Adventure.
Starts with Duality. And we mentioned this ahead of time, that you can play things like Duality and Prosperity. And there's,
Not the best reveal, right? You either get something reactive or you're really trying to dig, you're going to grab that the prosperity. Duality, you can't duality into duality. Or it's not worthwhile to, at least.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Either the Ash or the Prosperity.
Means his hand probably doesn't have too much gas if he's grabbing the prosperity.
Yeah. All right. Well, round 2. Is gonna be. The question is, does he use the adventure first? Advent of adventure, not the other kind of adventure.
Everyone's on their own adventure here, Jerome.
It's true.
Their own path, their own journey.
Me too.
So big double or nothing here with Prosperity. Instead of the 3 from Duality, he's going to reveal a full 6. The Ash Blossoms find their way back, though.
Now let's just reveal more Ash Blossoms.
That's a lot of them, but finds both Map and Robina, which are two of the main starter cards you want to find. So he's going to go ahead and grab the Robina, put back all 3 Ash Blossom Joy Spring. So now, at least Kobe knows he doesn't have to play around that card.
That's
However, yeah.
You don't usually get that kind of information.
Yeah.
Man, what? All 3 Ash Blossoms showing up.
Yep, there's the Map. Here's Robina.
Gonna go ahead and grab. So Robina gets the level 4 and below. There we go.
Freeze play. Freeze
and then there's the statue.
Competitors, that is time in the round.
And then we've got Eglin.
At this time,
Ooh,
Eglin's getting ashed. So that's interesting because it keeps the high-level monster off the field and stops the chain of normal summons there.
It is interesting because it also probably means that he maybe has something for the statue, or was the Robina chain blocked?
The Robina was.
Chain blocked, yeah.
It was. So going to banish the Eglin with Advent of Adventure. Yeah, because he had the Eglin banished.
Yeah, yeah. So is Robina 1, Eglin 2.
Yep. And that's going to pick up, looks like another Robina. He's just going to try it again next turn. And, you know, not like his next turn, the next turn, thanks to the map.
No trap cards is a good sight, though.
Yes.
Could be much worse.
Interesting spot here. So the map is in play, so if Kobe normal summons, his opponent will get to do so as well. And that essentially lets him play out his entire Floowandereeze combo again on the other turn. He's going to go ahead and activate Prosperity first. I would assume he'd take whatever the same 6 are from the first game.
Yeah, interesting that he chooses Almirage.
Yeah, I guess he's just not planning to normal summon if he can avoid it here. Because if he normal summons, he's just playing straight
into the map, yeah. So hoping to just maybe like dig Fern out to the statue and then just special summon to push through everything.
Yeah. Now it'll be a little rough if the card you get is Spell and Trap removal, but
Zombie World is a big one.
Zombie World, Imperm, Rite of Aramasir, Effect, Veil of Jet, Synchron, and Arborea.
If he can't do something off of this, right, like Imperm at least for the statue or Zombie World to try to cut off so that you can start doing more things, it looks like he's going to go ahead and grab that Zombie World.
All right, that's huge. That's huge. So you can't tribute summon anything but zombies while Zombie World is on the table.
That is fun.
And that's going to keep the big ones in hand.
Normal summon Unizombie.
Normal summons Unizombie. Thinking about it.
Map.
Activates the effective map and normal summons Robina.
Yeah, a little less scary to normal summon now that Zombie World's face up, right, is the big thing here.
Yes.
Looks like Robina is going to grab, is that token?
Yeah, it's token.
Target a Flunder card?
Yeah, any Flunder card.
Thank you.
Yep, and that's the one that retrieves your banished cards. Summons that next. Picks up Eglin. And on a resolution.
And then you are going to. Yeah.
Pencil we've made.
Yeah.
Battle.
Gets the statue off the field.
82. Yeah. Main phase 2. Sure.
And now Kobe is freed up to start special summoning. Starts off with a Foolish Burial.
Does he know just the Eglin in the opponent's hand? Have we seen anything else public? Not right now, right?
No, I think it's just the Eglin.
Yeah. So still has to be at least a little bit concerned maybe about a hand effect, but I don't think that causes you to stop or try doing anything too different.
Oh, he knows it's not Ash, and he knows it can't be, like it can't be Ash, it can't be Nibiru, it can't be Imperm. It could be Droll.
Yeah, if he chooses to side that in this matchup, which doesn't seem too strong.
Could be Crow for whatever you go ahead and Foolishing. DD Crow. It can't be Shifter.
Yeah.
There's too many cards.
DD Crow seemed like a little bit of a Nambo with Shifter too, right? Maybe the redundancy isn't really there, so. Then we see Mizuki hit the graveyard next. Water Enchantress to special summon itself from the hand.
This is at level 3 still right now, or?
Yeah, I haven't used it.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
So no Unizombie effect has been used quite yet.
Thinking on summon of this.
So we're up to what? 1, 2, 3? 3 summons.
These, if they just leave the field at all, they'll get banished.
Right.
Even if I bounce them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Can I see your grave?
You'll still have plenty of time left, 14 minutes.
No effect.
Yeah.
Ah, the Immortal Dragon.
Yeah.
Here he is.
What does it do?
That's a cool one.
Zombie monster, but it changes its level equal to the difference. So if I send like a 4, he becomes level 2.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a Shooting Star Dragon kind of thing.
Shooting Riser.
Yeah, it's kind of like Shooting Riser. But it's also got like a special summon back effect. He was just explaining about destroying by battle, getting stuff back, that sort of thing. It's really good with Zombie World in play because you can summon any zombie.
Yeah, Mizuki Zombie World is just a dream come true for some of these combo decks for sure. Yeah, that Mizuki is going to banish itself, bring back the Unizombie. He's going to modulate the level of the token as he sends a zombie. Which one will he choose to bury down to his graveyard? It's going to be, oh.
There it is.
Yep, Chang'Chi.
There it is, the Shang-Chi.
See, this is cool because now we get to see what the zombie cards really do, right? Yep. Not only did it break open the game against the Floowandereeze, but he just gets to do everything and more. We're going to see Chaos Ruler next.
All right, so Dracoback is added to the hand. And then after we do that, we're gonna excavate the top 5. See Sangan, Ciphering Your Gamma, Ash Blossom, Infinite Permanence, and Twin Twister. Well,
a little rough.
Yeah, I guess it's the Sangan since you've got way too many monsters. And the rest go to the graveyard.
Good here?
Yeah.
And next up, those two are heading off to become a Baron de Flor. And keep in mind that this works because the level of the Immortal Dragon was changed to by its own effect, and it is a tuner as well on top of all of that.
It looks like he's going to go and banish the Chang'Chi alongside Cyframe Gear Gamma.
And summon her back, but she goes to the bottom of the deck when she loses.
Sure.
That's cool.
All right.
It's Foolish Burial for any zombie monster.
That's true.
Yep, so he's going to go and banish to bring back the Chaos Ruler, right? That's going to trigger the Chang'Chi, which is going to banish Ash Blossom, also a zombie.
Yep.
To go ahead and Foolish Burial another card. It's going to be Plague Spreader zombie this time.
It's got the ultimate Plague Spreader.
Yeah, all the way back to Crossroads of Chaos.
Yep, the original. And next, yeah, that's coming back too.
Plague Spreader zombie?
Yeah.
And that's a 2 and a 6.
And things are looking like they might be over for Nicholas here. Still has both effects of Baron
Oh no, it's
online.
It's a Crystron Halka Vibrax. I'm excited for all these synchro monsters. I thought we were getting another.
If I already use the Plague Siren, maybe we'll see a Jet Synchron. Oh no, it's gonna be the Punk. Looks like Zam and
Interesting. All right. And then that combines. Oh, that's 11. That's 11 for Psychic and Punisher in attack mode. Okay. Psychic and Punisher from Dimension Force. He is technically at lower life points right now, so his protection is active.
You have 3 in him?
Well, not technically at lower life points, he is. No, technically about it.
Yep, and that's it. Nicholas just offers the handshake. See, the writing on the wall right at that point that Kobe was able to sort of crack the game open and take it over.
Yeah.
We're showing off just how powerful the zombie engine is within this adventurous synchro deck.
Baron plus Psychic and Punisher.
It's a good one.
With Zombie World, that's a heck of a field.
Yeah. Yeah, so congratulations to Kobe, a round 4 feature match winner.
That was a good one. That was a pretty good one. We got to see a lot of what both decks had to offer. We got to see the zombie component to these zombie synchro decks. We got to see Flandres do its thing as well. It was, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, where we got to see sort of exactly why both these decks are powerful for the reasons they are, right? Talk about Flandres, like, great in terms of like disruption, has these cards that can just sort of end the game between like Dimension Shifter and the Barrier Statue and things like that, and just how many times it can normal summon? Countless, right? How many effects you're going to trigger Banish? Countless, but the Zombie Synchro.
Yeah.
Very powerful, very fun.
Always exciting when we see Plague Spreader Zombie back in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go ahead and toss to a quick break before we interview our winner. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm here with your round 4 winner, Kobe. And, this is your second round in the game. You came in with 2 buys. This is your second full round, and you're up here on stage. So how did that affect, your thinking in this match?
Oh, man, I am rusty. Made a couple misplays, but, it's okay. With the pandemic and everything, taking, time off of Yu-Gi-Oh!, kind of getting back in the swing of things. I wish I didn't choose a hard deck to pilot as I did, but this deck's so fun. Yeah. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, we were looking at it. We was like, yeah, Immortal Dragon. All right, let's see what this is going to do. So did anything in particular stand out in that match?
Well, I think everyone saw Zombie World is best card ever printed. Zombie World summoning back a Z Almond, so I could do the punk combo at the end of the combo. That was pretty cool. But yeah, nothing particular. It's Flunder. You can't really counterplay into it very much. It's just they either got it or you don't.
Yeah, it's a tough one, Flunderies. So obviously you don't want to see much more of that over the weekend. But what would you like to see going forward?
I honestly bring me more Flunder. The matchup's cool. I main deck Zombie World, so it's okay. But Despia, I like the field right now. I don't like the format much, but the field of decks, there's so many playable decks. You could play an 11-round tournament, 10 different decks. We haven't said that before in a YCS or Nats, anything.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge, but if you're going to face a tough challenge, best to do it at the big tournament at the end of the season. So 4-0, feeling good. How do you feel about your chances going forward?
We're going to see. I hope, I can finally get a championship top, nationals top. But yeah, feeling good, getting warmed up. We're in there.
All right, good to hear it. Well, congratulations to you, 4-0. Best of luck in the future. And we've got a little bit more from Robbie, so don't go away.
Awesome, thanks, Jerome. Yep. So Kobe starting off 4-0 means he's sitting pretty good as we advance into the rest of day 1 and into day 2, where there's these awesome top cut prizes. Let's go ahead and take a look at some promotional items you could win. First up, this is awesome, the Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the beginning game mat. This is a bonus prize to those who enter the top cut this weekend, so they'll get this in addition to the other top cut game mat featuring Rites of Armiser. After that, let's go ahead and look at our next one. Oh, this is the newest extravaganza game mat. This is also featuring Rescue Rabbit, Rescue Ferret, Rescue Hamster, and the alternate art for Rescue Cat. Just the whole posse is here, and probably one of the cutest game mats I've seen in a while, and you can get those at the extravaganzas. Next up, the participation game mat for this weekend featuring Nibiru the Primal Being, one of the format defining cards. Very just iconic and worthwhile promotional item if you chose to participate here this weekend, especially just given its popularity and dominance in the format right now. With that, we're going to be cutting to a break, so make sure to stay tuned for more Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll be back soon.
It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately. New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
All right, welcome back, everyone. Here is the beautiful Chicago, Illinois. We're here for the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship at the Rosemont Convention Center. See the beautiful view of downtown there from the Navy Pier. Definitely a place I want to go check out after this tournament is over, but that's not going to be for quite some time. We already have 4 rounds in the book, and we're here at our 5th round of Swiss. You see the Duelists getting ready for this 5th round. We had 1,840 players here this weekend with only 104 remaining undefeated. As the day goes on, we're going to have less and less undefeated, and we're going to get closer to that top 64 cutoff that we're going to have playing a single elimination tournament tomorrow. But for now, we're going to have to figure out who's even going to be able to make it to that day 2. And it's been a lot of great duels so far, and I'm excited about this one as well, Robbie.
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned, we're about halfway through day 1. You know, still have this round all the way up till 9, and then a couple more tomorrow before that top 64 cut. But the big thing is that, you know, we talk about those best 5 decks, right? Like decks that are similar. There's one here that looks like this could be in those top 5, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yep, and I'm excited to see it. And it sounds like our players are ready, so let's go ahead and toss it to our players who are getting ready for the 5th round of Swiss here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
I've been introducing our players. First, we have Raymond from Raymondville, Texas. TG Rush Rhino, favorite card.
Oh, that's a cool one. One of the, probably, you know, the best normal summon TG that you can be able to attack in there and get on that Horn of the Phantom Beast.
Yep, and next up we have Hassam from New Orleans. Favorite card, Magispector Unicorn Kieran.
Ooh, Kieran, definitely one of my favorite cards. I was able to win a YCS on the back of that, you know, Unicorn. Definitely one of my all-time favorites as well. Both these duels are getting ready here for the 5th round of Swiss. Already, you know, 4 rounds in the books. They're both 4-0. Feels good to start 4-0. That's like the number where I start getting a little excited. Like, oh, I win round 1, round 2. Like, you know, that's good. I love starting off 2-0, but when I'm 4-0, like, you're actually in striking distance of finishing out this day 1 with a really successful record, which is going to put you in a great spot to make that top 64 cutoff. And, you know, Hassam, you probably recognize his name. He has been competing in our events for quite some time now. He did very well. We've seen him at the Remote Duel YCS Top Cut. He's topped a number of events. And, you know, he's definitely going to want to try and win the championship here this weekend. But he's going to have to get through Raymond here first.
Yeah, I mean, but looking at Hassam, his deck could do it, right? Like, we talked about cards that are very popular in this format, like maybe Anti-Spell Fragrance or similar. And this is one of those decks that you look at, and they definitely looked at the metagame, looked at what people were trying to do to beat the metagame, and then went one step further, right?
Certainly did. Yeah, definitely more dedicated and focused on this punk strategy. You know, you can just tell. You'll see it as the game plays out, but we can tell just by looking at his deck list. He prepared for the things that everyone else prepared for the weekend. You know, he definitely had some things in mind, like, you know, people are going to be bringing stuff like Anti-Spell Fragrance and trying to counter certain strategies, and hopefully he's going to be able to take, you know, use this innovative deck list that we're going to see here today. And take this round 5 victory. But Raymond from Raymondville, not a slouch himself, going to be playing a deck we haven't seen yet here on the feature match stage, and that is going to be like that Adventure Punk Therion deck. So the Therions are a great new theme that came out of Dimension Force. Really, really powerful. I mean, just behind Regulus and Lily, you're able to stick a monster on the board that's an Omni negate, you know, being able to negate a spell, trap, or monster effect. Really fantastic, while you're going to still be able to do your full combo alongside it. So I'm really excited to see these two go out. I mean, being 4-0 is definitely a feat here. There's a lot of diversity in this format, so if you're able to do well this far, chances are you already were prepared for this tournament going in. A lot of preparation has been important for this event. You can't really just be like, oh, this is the best deck, I'm going to take it and see how well I can do with this tournament. No, you're going to have to get that edge and find out what key tech cards and the way you can play that really will give you a slight edge on the competition. But without further ado, let's go ahead and jump here into game 1 of our 5th round of Swiss.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these two decks play out, right? Both seem very combo-centric, but the big thing for me is that thin decks, both at 43 cards, right? So we'll see things like Raymond, who's including all these additional engines, you know, that might hinder him, right? He might draw some of these one-ups that you're not too interested in seeing early, or, you know, maybe it's just the reason that he's going to be streamlined into these strong combos because his hand's looking nice. He's going to go ahead and start with Water Enchantress of the Temple, banish it from his hand to grab Rites of Armistice, opening up that whole Adventure engine, assuming that it resolves.
Yep. You know, Hani's brother is not happy about going second here. He definitely wants to go first, but Hassam going to be second here in this game. But Water Enchantress does grab that Rite of Armistice here.
Can I get a token?
Yep. Rites is going to activate, and it looks like it's going to resolve. He's going to get that Faithful Adventurer token, going to place it in defense mode. Then the Faithful Adventurer is going to come from his deck, face up into his spell and trap card zone. Give that deck a quick shuffle before the spell card resolves and sent to the graveyard.
Sometimes that shuffling, there's something like cathartic about it. It'll help your like thinking process when you're shuffling as you're resolving your effects.
Yep, and he's going to trigger the Fateful Adventurer next. Grab. We're going to assume the Wandering Griffin Rider. Yes, it is to his hand.
Yep, doing this before summoning a monster, so wasn't able to grab that Draco Bag yet. Maybe wanting to ditch a card to the graveyard that he'll want there. And Jet Synchron's a good one.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to commit his normal summon to it. Maybe wants to normal something else. But the big thing is probably just couldn't find access to the Draco back. But he did have the option to just normal summon there and find it, right? So gotta assume he wants to spend his normal summon on something a little bit more crucial. He's gonna now trigger the effect to get the Draco back.
Yeah, another option is sometimes you like to hold the Draco back. You don't have to equip it, because if you're holding it, maybe your opponent's playing something like Mystic Mine, you're going to need that on the follow-up turn. Because when you're really discarding and equipping that Draco back on turn 1, you're going to get the benefit where it can't be destroyed by battle since it's equipped with the Draco back. But outside of that, it's really not doing anything turn 1 besides getting you that free ad from that Fatal Adventure. So, you know, heads up play here to see Raymond holding on, just knowing his opponent could be packing something like Mystic Mine.
So you're saying you just hold it into your hand just in case they have something to potentially out it or clear it so you can always get that bounce value?
Yep, exactly.
All right, sounds pretty good.
And next up, it looks like we're going to have Endless Engine Aggro System going to be activated. Going to let him grab Ethereon. Or he's Foolish Ethereon. And now Zeamon came up from the teleport. Deer Note's going to hit the field. Synchro summon for 8 with the Deer Note and the Zeamon.
Chaos Ruler is going to hit the field.
Target's going to be Foxy Tune.
That is fine.
Deer Note's going to bring back Foxy Tune. This is definitely one of the biggest interactions. What makes the Punk card so good is you're able to go into this Chaos Ruler, bring back a monster from the Deer Note.
It chooses Effect Veiler off of that. Going to send down an Effect Veiler, an Ash Blossom, a Zeamon, and a spell card. So really just only options there as Effect Veilers, but...
Good one.
Yep, not a bad one to find. Is going to then overlay those 2 monsters, 2 level 8s. We're going to see Zombie Vampire.
Everything good?
Really showing you the power of the Punk engine, just being able to mill the top 9. Isam has seen enough and decided his hand is not strong enough because he's going to be able to break this board from this ideal opening for Raymond. And he's at this critical point where he's going to have to mill the top 4 cards of his deck. So instead of revealing his strategy to Raymond in a game he knows he's probably not going to be able to make it come back in, he decides to not give any information to his opponent, take, you know, concede the game, save time and information at the same time.
Yep. Heads up play, some might say.
Yeah, knowing when to hold them and when to fold them, very important in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and information here crucial. Obviously, there's going to be some cards that you just assume are going to be good going second, right? So you might see some of those come in. But because we're so early on in the tournament, good chance that Raymond has no idea what Hassam is playing.
Especially since it's, you know, a little different. He might know that maybe he's using some of the Punk cards, but not how many of those Punk cards he's actually packing in his list. But, and now, so Raymond having to side blind here, kind of like, maybe putting in some like generic going second cards, maybe some point of interactions from the hand, something like, you know, copies of Ciphering Gear Gamma would be something you'd only have in your side deck to put in when you're going second. Maybe even throw in a Lightning Storm just in case it's a, you know, a back row heavy deck. But, you know, what we were talking about, Hassam is, you know, he's well known. He's been on their feature match stage many a times. A lot of times recently he's been playing stuff like Sword Soul or these like heavy combo decks. So, you know, maybe Raymond has heard of, you know, Hassam previously, take that into consideration and be like, there's no way he's, you know, here playing this Eldritch or anything. So not going to put in too many, you know, missteps there from his side deck. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, Lightning Storm, one of those cards because it has 2 modes, right? A little bit flexible and things when you're going in blind, but it's a little rough. But knowing that you have that game 1 already under the belt, it's okay to drop a game 2, I think, because you still just get to go first in that game 3. Good chance you'll then know exactly what your opponent's playing and have all those crucial side deck cards. So.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. That's something I always look at is like when I'm side decking. Like if I win game 1, I'm definitely going to be a little more adventurous when it comes to what cards I'm side decking in against my opponent. Because like, I'm up a game. I have a game to at least play around with. Just, you know, it's still important. You don't want to lose a game because everything can, you know, turn in an instant. But you definitely feel a little more freedom with your side deck options when you already win that game 1 for sure. It's a good point.
Yeah, you definitely have the right to be a little bit more faithful in your deck when it comes to those game 2s, just knowing how strong some of your core engine pieces are, because that's the big reason that these synchro strategies are so powerful, right? You're really just jamming all of these incredibly powerful cards in it to where, you know, something's going to work out for you. You have a lot of different options when it comes to your extra deck, and that's what matters.
Yep, certainly. Definitely not as, you know, the cards you can side are a lot more broad than perhaps they used to be, like for specific decks. Like I doubt you're going to see Raymond side anything like Token Collector or anything that would be specific, but, you know, there is a chance you could be like, I know this guy's played Sword Soul before. Chances are he might be using it again. I'll throw a Token Collector in.
And when is one Token Collector? When you're trying to get access off of like Shooting Riser Dragon or similar?
not too big of a deal to just include one copy, especially when it's that big of a blowout.
Yeah,
But
and you can also hit the adventure token. So chances are, if they're not running Sword Soul, they're going to have that adventure package inside their deck.
exactly, yeah. Something's going to line up against it, hopefully, but more so just the opportunity cost of including one card that you know you can access through all these extra deck monsters. That's the big thing there. I think when it comes to these synchro decks, really what you need to look out for is cards that are going to hinder you from accessing your extra deck, right? Because as long as you can access your extra deck, you have a way to play the game, right? You have ways to deal with cards, potentially whatever it may be. So possibly just bringing in a couple of those options that might clear those away. But looks like our duels are just about ready after side decking.
Yep, we had a very quick game one. This is going to be game two coming up here shortly.
And we're going to see Hassam hopefully go first this game, really get a feel for what his strategy is trying to do with just pure punk.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of board he ends on here. Definitely going to see some of the same kind of familiar punk plays we've seen in other decks, but he has a few other cards in his deck that might not be too familiar with, and we'll have to see how it pays off. So it's going to start off with the Ogre. An Ogre Dancer is going to let him add Zeamon from his deck to his hand by discarding it. Normal summon the punk, no punk Zeamon. Pay 600. He's going to be able to add a punk card from his deck to his hand. The punk monster.
Yes.
Yep, and the Zeamon will resolve, so let's see exactly which one he chooses here. Going to be that Foxy Tune.
It looks like we're going to see that same kind of play that we saw from Raymond, where he's going to be trying to go into that Chaos Ruler into the Zombie Vampire.
Yep, and we see Shinobi Necro hit the graveyard. One of those interesting cards we've seen. So this one will basically special summon itself back when it's banished for like a card effect or to activate a card effect. But the big thing is it's a level 2 tuner. That's what's going to matter. So when you put it in combination with some of these other cards that we expect to banish things to come back, such as Chaos Ruler, very cool combos.
That's definitely one of the cards we were hinting at that they're playing that hasn't seen a lot of play in other decks. So definitely see how it pays off for him here.
That's fine.
Looks like all the effects are resolving. He's going to summon back the Ogre Dancer with Deer Note. He's going to send the top 5 cards. Well, he's going to exit the top 5 cards, choose a light or dark to go to his hand. The rest will go to the graveyard.
Add Nibiru.
That's fine.
Interesting choice to add Nibiru there too. Would you already see the effect veiler?
Yeah, you just might want it just for the extra insurance. Like maybe he already has some sort of effect negation, so if things go wrong, he knows that he'll be able to solidify the game with Nibiru. Now the zombie. Oh, there's another card that we have not seen a lot of people playing, and that is the Gizmegarochi, the Serpenton Sky Slasher.
Yeah, give me flashbacks to like Sky Striker, Orcus, and similar. One of the most powerful cards in that strategy. But the big thing is he's filling his graveyard, right? You get 9 mills effectively between the Chaos Ruler and the Vampire Zombie. So you just have all access to all these monsters in the graveyard, in addition to things like the Shinobi Necro. They're just going to come back when you banish stuff. So a lot of gas.
Yeah, certainly just starting from so little, just really showing the power of the Punk engine, and then on top of using these extra cards that you're going to get from sending the deck together, kind of like a Lightstorm strategy where you know you're going to mill something good that's going to give you more value.
Yeah, but the big thing is that unlike Lightstorm, a lot of these cards are just going to be playable, right? Like these Punk cards are very good about interacting with each other. They don't really like brick up the same way.
Yep, certainly.
Can I see what you milled?
It looks like he's going to summon the Punk Sharyuska.
Thinking here.
This is going to either let him fusion summon or synchro summon during his opponent's turn. It's a pretty cool card. During your turn, you can pay 600 and fusion summon, or you can pay 600 and it works as like a formula synchro and synchro during the opponent's turn, where you can go into the amazing Dragon Punk Synchro, which lets you return up to 3 of your opponent's cards back to their hand.
Effect of Shinobi Necro was banished.
Now we're seeing that Shinobi Necro effect happening to special summon back to the field.
Yep, so that's a level 2 and a level 8, so that's going to give him a level 10 synchro.
I'd actually like to read it after you.
Sam really showing the innovation in their deck here. Going to synchro for that Baron de Fleur.
The natural progression of being able to go from Chaos Ruler into Zombie Vampire, then banishing for Chaos Ruler to bring it back, to get the Shinobi Necro for free into Baron.
is very, very powerful and very cool.
This is a sweet deck for sure.
But wait, there's more. Next up is going to be that Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher.
You're good. Oh, no, you search with this, yeah.
So he's going to have to banish the top 8 cards from his deck. Face down.
Chaos Ruler. But when it leaves the field, you get banished again. Here we go.
Drop a turn.
It looks like he's just going to have the Orochi. The Hulk can tag out. He also has the Punk monster that can synchro during the opponent's turn. Well, just with the Orochi and the Punk card, that's access to Amazing Dragon, which will return 3 cards from Raymond's hand back off field back to his hand.
We'll see how Raymond chooses to start. It's going to be Emergency Teleport as his first card played. Hassam is going to sit there and think for a moment. Still has a grip of cards in his hand as well, so likely some hand effects to interact, one of which is going to be Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring coming down, negating the effect of Emergency Teleport. Raymond still got a grip though, full 5 cards in hand.
Right, coming down next here for Raymond. Definitely 2 really good cards you want to have at the beginning, right? Teleport.
Yeah, some of the strongest starters, right? Or extenders, or just cards in general in this format. Yeah. Yep, so that right is going to get him the Adventure token. Also going to grab the Fateful Adventure to the field. Should be 4 cards left for Raymond now.
That's one.
That's one. Vertical deck.
Let's see what he decides to do next.
Turn to add.
We know Isam is sitting on a Nibiru on top of what he already has on the field, and it looks like he is going to use Fateful Adventure's effect to add a monster that mentions Adventure from his deck to his hand.
And it's going to be the Wandering Griffin Rider. He's going to have to discard a card next. See what he chooses to put into the graveyard.
This one.
Ooh, after he adds it, Droll and Lockbird is going to be hit with that, or adds the Griffin Rider, hit with the Droll and Lockbird.
He has a discard.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
It looks like a Jet Synchron. A little bit off camera, so can't see too well. Ooh, he's going to push forward with Therion King Regulus. Some still a lot of options to interact with here.
Oh, it looks like he has Therion. He's going
to use the Therion. That's going to get negated by the effect of Baron de Fleur, and Raymond's going to respond with the effect of Wandering Griffin Rider. Just get it onto the field. It looks like his normal summon is going to be Red Rose Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like he did discard a Zeamon instead of a Jet Synchron. Both super rares, both very similar looking cards.
Does it target anything?
It was close enough though. But now we got the graveyard, back onto the screen here.
Okay.
Thinking.
Now he's taking a moment. So this is the part where you can Nibiru, but it looks like he is going to pay the 600, Synchro Summon during his opponent's turn for Amazing Dragon. And Amazing Dragon is going to let him return up to 3 cards the opponent controls to their hand.
Or it does.
It does target. Target 3 cards, just send back to your hand. So that 3 psychic monsters with different names at a level 3. I have him, Ogre, and Zayaman, so I'm going to target this, this, and this.
Did you do the 600 before his...
I did. I'm going to bail that.
So he did grab that Nibiru because he already had a copy of the Effect Veiler in hand.
Yep, so now we know his last card, which was a Nibiru, but it's not going to matter. So Hassam really showing off what his deck does now, right? Dedicated Punk strategy, able to do a lot of very cool combos, a lot of interaction for the hand as well as what we saw that game. So really just like a streamlined version of Punk.
Yeah, it's something when I first saw the Punk cards, I thought, being played pure, there'd be a really good aspect to it. Because, like, the Amazing Dragon is amazing. Like, you're able to summon it during the opponent's turn. You get to return 3 cards they control in their hand. After they've spent so many of their resources, it can really cut them off from being able to do anything. And we saw that here. He took the strategy into the tournament, and now he's going into Game 3. But we saw how fast Game 1 ended. Raymond went to go first in Game 1, was able to take it in minutes because, Hassam saw the writing on the wall and didn't want to reveal what he really had going on. But going into Game 3, it's going to be a little different. Hassam is going to be able to have cards in his side deck that he's going to be completely prepared for going second this time. So maybe not going to be able to concede there's no reason to concede fast now because his opponent knows what he's playing. He knows it's going to be, if you see the Amazing Dragon, you can probably guess it's going to be more of a pure Punk kind of version. But it's going to be interesting to see how Game 3 plays out. Will Hassam be able to put in more of those monster effects from hands that he'll be able to use during the opponent's turn? Or will, Raymond just be able to run away with it?
It's going to be interesting, right? Especially, I think, the side deck from Raymond. Now he really knows, so, what card's going first, or you're likely to side against these strategies. Might be caught into, like, some of the traps of deck building that, we were mentioning Hassam might have prepared for. So it's going to be exciting to see who exactly comes out, because this is, we don't see too many decks exactly like this one that Hassam's playing, because it's really, like, interestingly a combo deck, but at the same time very mid-rangey with just the number of hand effects he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cool deck. I mean, the Amazing Dragon's like a mid-range kind of card, right? It also has another effect that you're able to special summon back a Punk monster during your next turn. So not only is it going to provide you that disruption, you're going to be able to have more follow-up because, he was just sitting on that Nibiru, but the Amazing Dragon will make sure you get to start your next turn, and all you have to do is summon back a Zayamon, pay 600, you get your full Punk combo going again.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely staying power. Just the number of cards you mill on top of cards like Gizmek Orochi, right?
That was that was integral into that
yeah,
play there.
But the deck has a grind game, right, which is cool, which is very cool for a more like what looks like a combo-centric strategy to have access to.
I think you're talking. This is a recipe for one of those decks that can win a tournament. It has the turn 1 boards. It has that staying power, as you mentioned. It's definitely going to be. If he wins this Game 3 here, this is going to be crucial. This might be, the toughest spot he's been put in so far into this tournament. Being a 4-0 record, he might have had, some easy 2-0 victories on the way here. But Game 3, this is the most important game of the tournament so far for both these duelists. While 4-1 is a solid record, you're halfway through the day. You just got to win the same amount of rounds you won already, and then you'll be able to make it a day 2 with like an 8-1 record or something like that. But 5-0, that feels so much nicer. Because even if you go 5-0, you really want to only lose 2 rounds, right? So you can still make that day 2 cutoff. So if you're 5-0, you really only have to win 2 more rounds to ensure it. But if you manage to win all 4, going undefeated in day 2, you can probably sit back and expect to make that top 64, even if you lose the next 2. The next day. So definitely going undefeated is what these players are looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm actually really interested in seeing is how this deck responds to Nibiru, right? Because you look at it, you look at the list, they're like, oh yeah, there's things they can do to push through. There's also things it can do to sit back, and it's just which one of those it prefers is very interesting to me. But let's go ahead and head down to Game 3. Raymond should be going first this duel. Hassam will be going second. See exactly how Raymond will choose to start this game. First card played, a spell card. It's going to be Fateful Adventure, so not rights. Starts with Fateful, going to begin by using its effect to search for a monster that mentions Adventure on it. He's going to go ahead and looks like he's going to grab that Water Enchantress. This is one of those things where you can just go ahead and discard the Water Enchantress as well, right? Banish it, get right, so you're not really like losing a card the same way you would otherwise.
Yeah, you just don't get that option to search for the Griffin Rider off the Fateful Adventure, but a lot of times you just already have it.
Yeah. I mean, well, it matters here, right? But especially when you're just going first, you want something to answer that disruption, whether it's Nibiru or anything like that. Make it so your opponent has to have 2 cards. Oh, it looks like he's going to discard Regulus instead because he has a second copy of Regulus.
So who needs Water and Griffin Rider when you have Therion King Regulus? Definitely a strong one. He's going to be able to special summon the Therion from his hand by equipping the machine or Therion monster from the graveyard to it.
Yeah.
And now he is going to trigger Fateful Adventure to add Draco back, the Rideable Dragon, from the deck to the hand. So Raymond already being able to start with that Regulus means, Hassam's going to need more than just a Nibiru. He's going to need some sort of effect negation to really punish Raymond from doing. Oh, it's just a Regulus, though. Just a Regulus, a set monster, and a set back row. Not an ideal open here from Raymond. While Regulus is strong, it's usually strong at protecting all your other cards.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like the set monster, set back row. Got a little like T-set Sangan vibes a little bit, but I have to assume that set card is something high impact, right? Like maybe one of those cards that I brought in going first, but not shotgunning on a draw phase will mean something. Yep, so he's not going to flip it, so we don't think it's something like Anti-Spell Fragrance, for example, which you would expect to bring in.
Anti-Spell Regulus, pretty good.
Yeah.
Thinking in draw phase.
Draw phase is going to activate infinite permanence from the hand, targeting that Regulus.
Yep, good falls off.
No, I'm doing no.
Are you negating?
Yeah.
Stand by. Main?
Yes.
Ogre Dance?
Going to start with Ogre Dancer. Going to be able to discard that Ogre Dancer to add a Punk Monster from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, 4 cards.
Raymond's going to sit there and think, it's going to be Called by the Grave is the set card.
That's a good one, especially when your opponent's trying to get things started with a monster that has to go straight to the graveyard as a cost.
Yep, so now 4 cards for Hussam. Oh, is he thinking a response or thinking at resolution? Probably a resolution.
2 cards in there?
Yes.
And if Hussam just has something like Emergency Teleport, it could really blow this game wide open.
Yeah, big thing is Raymond only has 2 cards, right? So 2 potential points of interaction, and Hussam has 4. So assuming it, hopefully at least 2 of those cards are gas, but we'll have to see. We've seen a lot of reactive cards from Hussam.
And Hussam has nothing, just going to have to pass. The Call by the Grave completely cutting off his turn. He really needed that Ogre Dancer to resolve. So he set a Water Enchanter. He's going to normal summon that Jet Synchron.
It's going to be a Link summon, likely for, Crystron, Halka, Fibrax. Sam's going to choose to effect Veiler, the Halka Fibrax. Still, though, Water Enchantress alongside the Jet Synchron are in the graveyard. He's going to banish the Water Enchantress of the Temple to grab Rites of Armiser. Already has the Draco back in hand. Fateful Adventurer also already face up, but getting the token means that he'll have stronger access to things like that Draco back, right, enabling it.
Certainly. Gets the actual Fateful Adventure token that you can get here at the championship. But it looks like Hussam has seen enough, and he's just going to concede. He knows he's going to be able to put 8,000 points of damage on the board, and even with this sweet deck, going to take his first loss in the tournament. Not out. Swiss means you're going to keep playing the rounds until the 9th round of Swiss a day, and then they'll cut to the top 128 or whoever has X21 or higher, and then move on to day 2. So not down, but not out. But meanwhile, Raymond moving on 5-0 with his Punk Therion deck. A deck, people know it's like one of the top 5 decks of the weekend, but not one we've seen played too much here. Because you see sometimes you just draw the Therions, none of the Punk cards, but even just having a Regulus on board with a couple of cards to back it up, even just something like Called by the Grave, was enough here for Raymond in this 5th round of Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see. Like we said, the matchup was going to be a dynamic one just based on how each deck operates, but good for Raymond, pulling it out. The Therion addition to the deck, very, very cool Regulus, incredibly strong card.
Yeah, Dimension Force had a huge impact on the game, but stick around. We'll be right back with an interview with our winner. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, and we were back at the North America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Exciting round. We got to see Punk Therion face off against a pure Punk strategy, something we haven't really seen much of so far. Will it make it into the top cut? That's the big question. Let's go ahead and look at some of the prizes these duelists are competing for today. First up, the Top Gun game mat, featuring the artwork from Rites of Armistice, one of the most format-defining cards, and has incredibly beautiful artwork as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at another prize that duelists can have this weekend. This is the Winamat featuring Aster Phoenix alongside Jane Yuki, Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix and Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman. Awesome artwork. Both of these duelists will be facing off in our live duel with our voice actors this Sunday, so make sure to stay tuned for that. We'll be back with more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here at the North American Championship.
Explore a city of gold full of secret treasures. You can gather powerful monsters with spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full Furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh!
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators.
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi. Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
Everybody here already. I guess I'm a little late. A little faster though than speed duel. We got plenty of time. Those are all the same.
Yes, packs. And then we started talking and she's like, oh yeah, my cash
And the field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surge. You can't do that in speed duel.
For sure. Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how daunting it is for new players to try to play regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Row, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the Elemental Hero cards and the Winged Karibo just because it's the main character, Jane Yuki's favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization, and I'm going to send these 2 to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase, I'm going to activate the skill card.
It shows that there's other ways to play the game, and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
Just lets you tribute acting polymerization. Welcome back to the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship here at the Donald E. Stephen Convention Center in Rosemont. As you can see, duelists are still just all over the place, competing for their chance to take home some of these, well, one of these gorgeous trophies that you can see right there. They light up, you can press a button on them, and right at the bottom there you got to see the play mat as well, the game mat for Right of Aramasir. So we are now in round 6. We started with 1,840 players, and now there are just 52 undefeated duelists remaining, who we have scoured for the participants in our next feature match.
Yeah, it's really winding down. As the day starts to draw to a close, we get to start to see the better players making their way to the top tables, and we're only going to be able to see who's going to walk away to be able to come back tomorrow for the final 2 rounds of Swiss.
So this round represents the 2/3 of the way through the event mark for day 1. Once we finish this, we'll just have just 3 rounds left before we cut to see who will make day 2. Our duelists are ready here in round 6, so let's not leave them waiting.
And first up, we have Corey from Belwa, Wisconsin. His favorite card, Inzektor Hornet, one of my favorite cards as well.
That's a classic.
Really is. Definitely one of the better Inzektors.
And he'll be facing off against Ethan V. His favorite card is El Shadal Construct. Another great one.
Yeah, Construct's only gotten better with time. You know, now you're able to immediately summon it, send down the Shadal Spell or Trap, link it away, and then add it back immediately. Definitely a cool card. Dominated formats back then. Still an impact here today. Both players are sitting at a 5-0 record, so starting off the best you possibly could here at the championship.
And this is an interesting one too, because we've got a matchup here between 2 decks that we haven't seen yet. And if you've been counting and watching all the things, you might be thinking, okay, so what haven't we seen yet? Has there been any Sword Soul yet? No, I don't think so. No Sword Soul yet. What's that other one? The one with all the huge... Oh yeah, Despia.
Yeah.
Despia branded. We haven't seen that at all either. But we're probably going to get a shot at that this time around. And opposing Despia branded is going to be another deck that we haven't seen yet this weekend, and it's not Sword Soul.
Not yet. Yeah.
Oh no.
Sword Soul still eludes us.
It is in fact Libromancers.
Ooh, the world premiere theme out of Battle of Chaos. Definitely got some more cards from Dimension Force, and now we're seeing players taking his YCS. We've seen them have success at the previous nationals for other countries leading up to this tournament. So
I believe there was like a 2nd place and a 4th place finish in the nationals. It's been a strong contender in the nationals, and we'll see how it does here in the championship. It's really Libromancer Fire that kind of put it over the top, giving them both an extra body and an extra search all in one card that you can just special summon as long as you have a ritual monster in your hand to show for it.
Yeah, if you can open it with that Geek Boy and Fire, you can go so far with so little, and then being able to capitalize on using synchro plays, Halka Fibrax, end resulting in something where you can get Artifact Scythe online to stall the opponent's turn out where they won't be able to access that extra deck. But Ethan over here with the Despia branded deck. I'm excited to see this deck in action finally. We kind of hold off maybe not featuring it too early because as the tournament winds down, we're going to end up seeing this deck later on because it's definitely one of the decks to beat here this weekend.
Just seems really unlikely that we'd miss it this much so far, like not even until round 6 when so many people are playing it. Same with Sword Soul.
Yeah, I'm shocked we haven't seen Sword Soul yet, but I'm sure we'll see some later on through the tournament. That's actually my personal favorite deck and pick I would have played where I'd have competed this weekend. But I'm excited to see this matchup here. This is one of the matchups we've probably seen in the previous nationals leading up to this point. It's definitely 2 of the top decks. The Libromancer, maybe not something you're expecting to see or something you're going to prepare for, but I could consider, you'll see it play at least a couple throughout, 9 rounds of Swiss. It's not something that's too far under the radar.
I feel like a good rule of thumb is that you should prepare for anything that has an emergency teleport-like card or plays emergency teleport.
That sounds like a good rule to me, but it looks like our duels are ready, so let's go ahead and jump into game 1 here of round 6 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship.
All right, let's take a look. We've got a 7 and a 5, so it looks like Corey's going to be going first.
Good luck.
With Libromancers.
You have 14 minutes and you may begin.
So yeah, that's pretty good for them. A lot of times you want to just go wild on your first turn.
Sure.
With the Libromancer deck. Some versions of it try to set up Vanity's Ruler.
And that one's special summons and then adds one?
All the Libromancers special summon themselves from the hand by revealing a ritual.
Yeah.
This one on summon searches a monster.
That's fine.
That's a pretty good combination of cards there.
Search monster.
A searcher and a searcher.
Yeah, Ben 10, definitely a powerful card. And you mentioned how impactful fire is for the Libromancer strategy.
For Libromancer.
Geek Boy?
Agent.
No, we're going to get Libromancer Agent here.
Agent.
No. May I read Agent?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a good chance that he already has the Geek Boy, and he was just trying to fish for an Ash Blossom with this one.
That makes sense.
Because if he gets the Ash out of the way here, he can summon the Geek Boy, get first appearance, and then get Agent that way.
Let's see if he does indeed. Yep, looks like you called it. Does have the Geek Boy already, revealing that same Ben 10, especially summon that Geek Boy from the hand. Be able to grab the field spell.
That'll be Libromancer first appearance.
Yep. It was the first appearance it's made here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Libromancer first appearance.
So first appearance lets you add a Libromancer to your hand that isn't already on your field.
Effect search?
Yes, and that searches a monster?
Correct.
Okay.
But I can't control it, so I can't add Fire or Geek Boy here.
Fire or Geek Boy, okay.
So I will search Libromancer Doombroker.
All right, that's all of his
I'll use the
Libromancers.
effect of the field spell to ritual summon.
So the ritual summoning effect here is really neat. It works a lot like Fusion Gate, where you can just keep doing it over and over again.
Effect trigger to search a fairy.
Search a fairy.
Looks like he tributes the Ben 10, so he's going to get to add a fairy from his deck to the hand.
This guy real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Doombroker is interesting. It sets a trap from your deck. It doesn't add it to your hand, so that gets around Ash Blossom. So if you've got one and you've been holding it back, it's probably here or nowhere.
Oh, Ash Blossom.
Ash Benton?
Yes.
And there it is.
Does indeed have the Ash Blossom for the Cyber Angel Ben 10.
And that's usually a fairly good call. Like, if you've got a deck playing Ben 10, you probably don't want to let it search.
Right, especially when the normal summon's still available, right?
Because they can get Herald, Diviner of the Herald.
Definitely one of the best normal summons out there. But it does look like he's going to use the Doombroker set effect.
Libromancer Intervention.
So Intervention can negate a card or effect, but you have to target a Libromancer ritual monster you control and return it to your hand in order to negate it. So you got to be careful with this. There are a lot of ways that Intervention can go wrong.
That's okay.
That can't go wrong with the other one, Displaced.
Like if they're to do something to the Libromancer that you initially targeted.
Oh, so we got a normal summon of Effect Failure.
That's a tuner.
Yes, it is. And that means that we've got a Hack of Fibrax.
Hack effect is fine.
Definitely one of the most impactful cards here this weekend.
That gets Jet Synchron. And that leaves a 1 and a 4. So Herald of the Arclight's a possibility here.
Okay.
Looks like he might be looking to make the Herald Arclight. But, you know, has extra benefits. Is like not just, you know, that spell and trap negate, or monster effect negate, but you also get to search for that ritual card afterwards.
Yep.
And don't forget about the Macrocosmos type effect on it as well.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you're dealing with cards like Forbidden Droplets, but it does look like he is going to synchro or link it away for Artifact Dagda, so he's going to get that graveyard effect as well. Yep. And we see that wombo combo of Crystal Hack of Fibrax and Artifact Dagda.
And the graveyard effect will trigger it so that he can go do something.
I will add Illusion of Chaos.
Yes.
And it's Illusion of Chaos. Great card there. It lets you grab Magician Souls.
Attempt to leave the main phase.
I'll activate Nibiru.
Sure.
That is huge. With not being able to put up any sort of monster effect negation on the board, Ethan's going to be able to use his Nibiru before Corey's able to leave his main phase.
And that's the thing, like, he had it up there. He had the Herald there, and he just let it go.
5,500 attack.
That's tough.
That's tough. Sometimes you're like, oh, this is my combo to go into Hack Dagda, but then you're opening yourself to other, you know, points of interaction. But his turn's not over just yet.
Nope. So Libromancer Agent is your recovery agent. You can add back a Libromancer card from your deck, or sorry, from your graveyard to your hand. And if it's a spell or trap, you have to put a card on the bottom. But it's not. It is a monster in this case, and he gets back the ritual monster. Now, here's the thing. You can just summon the same ritual monster as many times as you want with first appearance. So he could just put it right back out there.
Let's see if that's what he chooses to do.
Yeah.
Right now, he's got the Illusion of Chaos, put a card back on top of his deck since he added Magician Souls. Most of the time, it's the Illusion of Chaos that goes back, so you can send it to the graveyard for a Magician Souls effect.
That's more than once per turn, then?
Yes, the ritual summon effect is. I can just only activate one copy.
That's fine.
And he goes ahead and does that, puts Doombroker back.
Souls effect?
Sure.
And now Souls is on the field as well, sending Illusion of Chaos.
Yeah, so, you know, heads up play here from Corey, knowing that Nibiru is an option for his opponent to have, not throwing all his cards right away, you know, trying to go to the, leave his main phase, go into the end phase, but knowing he was holding back some of his power, so he's going to have this follow-up, even though the Nibiru touched down. Definitely not the same kind of board he would have had. I mean, having how Dagda is going to get you that artifact scythe, but he'll still be able to make something of it.
Yeah, the Nibiru is tough here because it's bigger than Doombroker.
That's true.
Now, if he can keep the Doombroker somehow, its direct attack effect is enabled.
I'll draw for turn.
Since this time, he tributed the on-field agent to summon it.
Standby phase, main phase.
Pretty good card there to draw.
Yes, it is.
See that main deck Harvey's Feather Duster?
Yep. And this is tough. You just have to let it go, I think, unless you want to pick up the agent. You might have to pick up the agent.
Yes, so it negates. And
Yeah,
then you
actually, this makes a lot of sense.
Negates the activated effect, and then I can special summon a Libromancer from my hand or graveyard.
Yeah, I did mention that before, but you also get to summon back. It untransforms your Libromancer.
That's cool. I really like that. And now, it looks like he's probably going to grab fire.
Yeah.
Yep, fire.
You got to get fire here.
Because fire is going to go ahead and grab you the Geek Boy also, so you get to have your follow-up for the next turn.
Search for Libromancer Geek Boy.
Yep.
And it's a nice wall as well. His fire is, it's 1800, 1800.
Strong stats for a monster you can special summon from your hand.
Yep.
Okay, Poly.
Polymerization coming down with a monster on the field. That means he can infuse for Guardian Chimera. Is going to infuse 1 on the field, 2 from the hand. For one of my favorite cards from Battle of Chaos, Guardian Chimera.
So we got, what was that, Mercurier?
It looked like.
Did he have the edge imp in there as well?
Chainlink 1 Chimera.
About to find out. Yep.
He did.
So you use 2 from hand, so it's going to pop 1, draw 2, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Guardian Chimera, for each material you use, if you use from your field, you get to destroy that many cards, and for every material you use from your hand, you'll get to draw that many cards. And on top of that, while you have Polymerization in your graveyard, can't be targeted. And with 3,300 attack points, definitely a fearsome card.
It looks like that's going through. So he gets to add Fright for Patchwork with the Edge Imp. And then he'll draw 2 more.
So I'll draw 2.
And then Discovery 1. Question is, which one?
What are you destroying?
I will destroy the token.
Yeah, I was like, the Nibiru token probably has some pretty sizable stats on it there. So, sorry, the Primal Being token, so definitely going to want to take it out.
It's a little large, a little bit. All right, so that leaves an 1800 defender and a 0 defender.
See if he finds a way to banish the Mercurier from his graveyard. If he has something like Branded Fusion, that would be huge.
I say Branded Opening.
Ah, he just picked up Opening, which is often good enough.
Branded Opening.
2 in hand?
2 in hand.
See if he has an Ash Blossom.
He does.
That's fine.
He's got the Ash. All right.
Now Ethan's sitting with that Fright for Patchwork. Could still use that to get a Polymerization and an Edge Imp Chain, and then perhaps, you know, continue this place further. But definitely a good game we have going here so far.
I take Patchwork.
Sure.
So the good thing is, you know, those 2 cards probably aren't doing anything right now.
Just hoping it's not Branded Fusion. He's just holding till the end of his turn.
Yes.
That's why Corey was kind of debating about the Ash Blossom. Like, do I stop this opening? Do I wait for you to get a Luber to get the Branded Fusion and then Ash the Branded Fusion?
Yeah, you've got to keep a Luber off, though, because if he gets into the graveyard, then he starts causing more problems.
Certainly. And then, yep, going to add Edge Imp Chain and Polymerization, Fright for Patchwork. It almost reminds me of like Preparation of Rites, but for fusion monsters, kind of. Fright for Fusion.
I will normal summon Edge Imp.
Sure.
I will enter battle phase.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Take out both monsters.
Declare attack and activate effect. On attack declaration. Just lets me add an Edge Imp Chain from deck to hand.
Something you don't see too often, but definitely getting all the value out of your cards.
This card has secret text.
Secret text. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh terminology for you.
Can't. It says you can only use 1 Edge Imp Chain effect per turn and only once that turn.
And only once that turn?
Since he used the searching effect, he's not going to be able to add that Edge Imp Chain.
Yep. Okay.
It's important to know the difference between you can only use each effect once per turn, or you can only use this effect once per turn, or each effect once per turn.
Yep. And
Yeah, there's separate texts. There's one that's like you can only use one effect of this per turn and only once that turn. It's like the Dragon Rulers work that way, for instance.
Stand by me.
All right, so this isn't too bad for Corey. Like, this is a totally workable position.
Yep. The only thing he has to kind of worry about is having something like Branded in red set, so maybe he'll have to dodge a Guardian Chimera during his turn, but he definitely can manage. Not the most formidable board here Ethan's put up.
I mean, it could just be a bluff poly.
Oh yeah, we do know he has that polymerization in hand, yeah.
So, you know, maybe it's still in hand, maybe it's face down. Who knows?
That's true.
Resolution?
Good.
Acting first appearance.
Yes.
Good.
Yep.
Search for Libromancer Fire.
We're kind of seeing the cycling that this deck can go through. You're going to be able to get your whole combo every turn, really showing you the resilience the deck can present.
Yeah, the problem is playing only one agent. So he can't like actually loop the whole thing twice because the agent is missing. You see he gets a Geek Boy here.
Not the same.
Nope. Because if you have another agent, you know, you're in business because you're going to get another card back and then you're going to transform, attack directly, that sort of stuff.
Summon Hida the Flame Charger, Fire Charmer Blaze.
Ah, okay. We've got Hida. There is an Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom in graveyard.
Gonna hand that over. Has he got the Branded in red? That would be an incredible draw off Chimera.
It would have been.
If he got opening and Branded in red.
Doesn't look like it though. I'm starting to think with the lack of thought coming from Ethan, that it probably is that bluff polymerization. Or, you know, sometimes the speed at which you respond can really be telling. So maybe you want to keep it a secret. You can just, you know, respond, nope, I'm good. As long as you know exactly the card you want to use your defensive trap against. But I don't know if that's the case here.
So we got 6 spell counters, removes 3. Special summons back a spellcaster. Gets Magician Souls. So he can grab another draw or 2 here. If he would like.
Link 4.
Just looks like he's going to go straight into a Link 4 here. Probably Access Code Talker.
Makes sense.
Access Code Talker?
Yes.
Access Code effect targets Lean to gain 3,000.
That's fine.
Goes up
would you like me
to
put a dice on
53.
it to signify its gain attack or no? Okay.
And on resolution effect, lock the infinite imperm.
Ooh.
Imperm. All right.
So it is a trap, yeah. Even though you can't respond to the summon of Access Code Talker after the effect resolves, you do have an opportunity to activate that trap card, and he's going to be able to infinite permanence Access Code Talker, removing those counters and not letting it destroy his field. So now 2,300 facing down the Guardian Chimera, definitely not as scary.
And I know a lot of people miss that trick on Master Duel. I see it a lot. Toggle on.
Yep, toggle on. Yeah,
toggle on.
If you don't have that toggle on, you could get caught off guard.
All right, so we've got a 2,300 Access Code Talker.
Yeah, too bad there's not like a Link 4. He could just turn his Access Code Talker into later on.
If only.
If only. But now, you know, Corey's still taking a moment to consider his options.
Yeah, this is a much tougher position. This is tougher.
Only 3 cards in hand, I believe.
This is one of those times where, you know, maybe the Access Code Talker is a little extreme. Like I personally like the Doom Broker play to try and get through that way.
Get attacked directly, sneak in a ton of damage.
Sneak in and get the Chimera off the
Attack
field.
for 11.
But it's a lot harder to justify that play when you don't have the agent.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't have the agent.
And see, that's the deck building decisions. You don't want to open up with those agents. You want to be able to search them. But if you play multiple, it's going to help the longevity of your deck and your strategy, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think I like one more trap and one more agent than most of these lists are playing.
It seems like it would make a difference too, for sure. A lot of focus on that turn 1 and not thinking about the turn 3 or 4 that might be ahead when players are building their decks.
There's a lot of rather lengthy duels in this format. There really are.
That's what, so far we've seen that in the feature matches.
Stand by main phase.
Yeah.
I'll enter battle phase.
Yep.
Declare attack.
For 1,000?
For 1,000, yes.
So Chimera takes out Access Code Talker.
7,000 indeed.
All right. So if that set card is infinite impermanence, we know that there's now the polymerization was the last card in hand. He drew one unknown card, and he got the one from Edgem Chain, which is the other Edgem Chain. This is still workable. If you can get the Doom Broker out there now, you're still in business.
Definitely a manageable position. Corey taking a moment to consider his options.
We can go next game.
Really?
Looks like he just doesn't have what he needs to get the cards onto the field. And after that access code was hit by the infinite impermanence, just not able to bounce back into this one.
Really? That's a little surprising. I'm a little shocked he didn't even try to get in there with the Doom Broker. Because he had Doom Broker, Geek Boy, Fire in hand, right? So he could special summon the two of them, and then Ritual the Doom Broker.
Yeah.
But again, that's a position where you want another trap.
Yeah, maybe not having enough copies of the other Libromancer cards, so he's not going to be able to break out of the situation. But
I mean, you're in trouble. Like, you just lose if it's branded as red, but you lost last turn if it's branded in red, so you might as well go for it.
Yeah, maybe just wanted to save some time here. But now the Duelists are deciding, getting ready for Game 2. So the advantage of playing Libromancers, maybe your opponent's not, has decided to prepare just for your ritual-based strategy and maybe not ready to go first. But we'll have to see if he ends up siding in more cards that are going to help when he's going first.
Yeah, I think this is a tough one. If you see Duel and Lockbird, you're just in trouble. All of these ritual decks are using Ben 10 and things like it. So there are a lot of opportunities where you can get caught. Like, the Drytron Alpha attributing Ben 10, for instance. You can have the Alpha come out, activate Ben 10, and they chain draw on Lockbird, and you're just hosed. Yeah, there's a lot of situations like that with these ritual decks.
It definitely feels the worst to get drawn Lockbird when the card you're adding to your hand is the card that's going to add another card to your hand afterwards. So essentially, it's just rendered. You got Ash Blossom, basically, but the whole rest of your turn is going to be stopped. Yeah, Draw and Lockbird definitely being one of those high-impact cards, the monster effects you can use from your hand. We've seen it a lot here today. A lot of players main decking it, even side decking it. It's been really cool, and I think we're going to see a decent amount of Draw and Lockbirds in the top cut once the tournament's all said and done.
Highly, highly likely.
Definitely a good one to play right now. But, going first here for Corey, he has a lot going for him. If he's able to get that Artifact Scythe online, that could really stop Ethan's, fusion summoning strategy. The one downside to the branded Despia deck is it highly relies on the extra deck. If you're able to go first, set something like Dimensional Barrier, you could really cut them off and let their whole turn. If they're not using stuff like the Adventure Package, they're just solely relying on that fusion summoning. Dimensional Barrier can just be game ending.
Yeah, Corey's just shaking his head there for a minute. I don't know if he's got a support section out in the crowd.
I'm sorry I let you guys down. It's only one game, though. It's hard when you lose the game one, not let it get in your head. But you got to shake it off and realize, look,
it is.
You always, at the start of the match, you have to win 2 games. If you lose game 1, you still have to win 2 games. Nothing's really changed there. You just can't afford to lose anymore.
It's a tough one. Getting hit by that Nibiru in game 1 can really shake you up.
That really did change the tide of the game, just having the Nibiru. Even though, he held back on some of his cards, so he'd have some sort of follow-up afterwards and have, get the Doom Broker onto the field. Yeah, it just still wasn't quite enough. But, yeah, Nibiru, there's a reason why it's on the entry playmat, right?
And the Duster hurt, too.
Oh, yeah, the top deck Harpy's Feather Duster.
Not getting to choose when you use the intervention is rough.
Yeah, because that wasn't, the strongest hand from Ethan. Having just a chance to negate a monster effect might have been enough to turn the tides in Corey's favor.
Well, remember, his hand was, 2 monsters and polymerization. So if you negate that polymerization, the hand does nothing.
That's true. And then, yeah, you won't be able to have any sort of follow-up. You just had to have the Mercurier and the Edgem Chain with no way to get it out of the hand.
But, that assumes that the Harpy's Feather Duster isn't something better, like a branded fusion.
Which would have been just as good, if not better, yep. Without further ado, our Duelist, our side deck, let's go ahead and jump into Game 2 of our 6th round of Swiss.
All right, here we go. 5 cards aside, and I already see a Draw and Lockbird there.
On Ethan's side?
Yep.
Oh, man.
I saw him pick it up. Yep.
Stand by man.
We'll have to see if Corey has something like Crossout Designator. And on top of the Crossout Designator, he's going to need, the Draw and Lockbird to banish from the deck.
All right, so we're starting with Prosperity, banishing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just 3? Usually my opponent's only banishing 3 from Pot of Prosperity. I can only assume that their hand is pretty good.
Really? Just 3? All right. Sees Agent, another Prosperity, and Valor. Valor's not a bad one. Agent's not bad either. You probably want to search the Agent with something else, though. So I'm kind of thinking...
I'm thinking he wants to go back and banish 6 instead of 3.
Yeah. But what's done is done.
What's done is done.
I'm thinking he's probably going to grab the Valor.
Oh, he added Pot of Prosperity and Pot of Prosperity. That is not
I will
good.
activate Duel Lockbird.
Sure.
And has a that's rough. Adding Pot of Prosperity with the Pot of Prosperity, so you can't even use that Pot of Prosperity, and then getting hit with Droll. I'm kind of thinking that Corey had no other play and kind of baited that Droll and Lockbird there with that blatant anything at resolution. I think he wanted him to Droll and Lockbird there because he just doesn't have anything going for him, which is even weirder because wouldn't you banish 6 cards from your extra deck if your hand had no starters in it?
I mean, unless you just assume they had it.
Could be just on a whole nother level, but Albion, the Shrouded Dragon effect, is going to activate, letting him send probably Tri-Brigade Mercurier from his deck to the graveyard? Or the trap. This is the trap, right? No, it's just Albaz, yeah. Or, yeah, it's not the one that mentions Fallen Albaz, just Fallen Albaz.
Pardon? Yes. Yeah, Albion, the Shrouded Dragon.
All right. So that's going to go on the bottom, and he'll get a fresh draw.
No, draw one. Resolution, anything?
Nope.
So checking to see if he's got the reverse Droll.
Update Frightful Patchwork.
Things looking good for Ethan. Anytime you can activate, Albion was facing the wrong direction, he just threw down there. Fix that easily, and now he's going to add Edge Chain and Polymerization with Fright for Patchwork. If he's able to stick a monster onto the field and then use that Polymerization, it'll open up access to Guardian Chimera.
Yeah, free
hand.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4 other cards there. That's a bunch of spells. Oh, that's interesting.
I'll take Branded Fusion.
He's probably
one's Branded Fusion. Okay.
He's probably really happy he didn't see an anti-spell fragrance coming in for Corey, but anti-spell not the card you can really use in Libromancers because you're going to be wanting to use follow-up spells. Maybe you don't have your field spell and you need to play it again. First appearance.
And you know he's got the Call by the Grave as well, so it's not like you're stopping that.
Very true.
That's brutal.
It's definitely a good hand for Ethan going second. I mean, Branded Destiny is one of those decks that can go second. It's kind of like Shadal's where you have so many cards that you can play that do so much. Definitely a high-impact deck. Gonna send Mercurier and Albaz, I believe?
So I think that was a Despian.
Oh, it was
Tragedy
Tragedy.
And Fallen of Albaz.
Yep.
All right, and that'll make probably Lubellion.
To summon...
It's usually Lubellion.
Lubellion?
Yep.
Sure. There it is.
Let him shuffle back materials to summon a monster from his fusion monster from his extra deck.
Discarding Forbidden Droplets and Chainlink to Despian Tragedy.
Chainlink 3 Valor, target Lubellion.
Goes for the Valor on Lubellion. So it seems he already had a Valor. Although you'd kind of like to have two in this exact situation, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just maybe have a hope at surviving through the turn.
I'll chain Branded in red.
Oof.
Sure. Oh, that's tough.
This is looking really good here for Ethan.
It's tough.
And hand.
He's going to get the fusion summon from Branded Red. He's still going to resolve his Lubellion.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to go for Chimera.
Summon Guardian Chimera.
Yep. 2 from hand, 1 from field. Now Lubellion resolves.
Resolve the effect of Tragedy.
Yep.
Oh, first resolve the Tragedy.
Yep.
Definitely don't want to write Despia Branded off. It's very, very good. One of the better decks here of the format.
Oh, for ad libitum. Or is that a Luber?
I think it's a Luber.
That's a Luber. Okay, yeah. Not enough stars. Not enough stars.
At this time, please continue to the end of the current phase and then proceed with the end of match procedures. If you need a judge's assistance,
Now he's going to return the Albaz so he can summon the Mirror Jade with the Lubellion effect.
And a new chain link.
And now we've got
a
new chain after all that done with Guardian Chimera's effect.
You want to see the grand reveal?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. I can't believe he didn't banish 6 for the Pot of Prosperity with 3 copies of Crossout Designator.
If I had playable, Droll was not stopping me.
Sometimes the cards you side in, you just end up drawing them all, and it just doesn't work out when you don't have any of your main engine cards.
That's a shame.
I still can't believe he didn't go for 6 on the Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, that was a little surprising.
Maybe you assume he doesn't have any starters hand. He's bound to hit one in the next 3. Because what are the chances, your top 8 cards aren't going to have a single Libromancer card in them? But sometimes it's how the cards fall.
That's why I just kept counting. Surely he's going to get to 6, but nope.
Rough beat there for Ethan, for Corey, but Ethan walking away with the victory. 6-0 here with Branded Despia. Not a shocker with this deck, being one of the decks to beat here this weekend.
It's a good start. Like, if you don't take your first loss till halfway through, that's not that bad. You'd still rather have it in like the last third of the tournament rather than the middle frames, but it's not the worst.
It's definitely not. I mean, 5-1, yeah. Anytime I was 5-1 in a tournament, I was feeling pretty confident, pretty good, but 6-0 feels a lot better.
All right. Well, don't go away. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with an interview with your winner. welcome back. I am here with Ethan, your round 6 feature match winner. Congratulations, 6-0, doing pretty well so far. How did you feel stepping up onto the stage at this point in the event?
I felt pretty good. I thought I'd be a lot more nervous than I was, but it was pretty easy to just tune out everything else and just play the game.
Great. It's kind of tough for a lot of people. There's a lot of nerves, but it's good to be able to keep calm in situations like this. So was there anything in that last match that really stood out to you?
I think the opening 3 crossout designator in the last game, and generally speaking, when you're taking Pot of Prosperity off of your Pot of Prosperity, things are going to be a little tough, I think, for you.
Yeah, there were some interesting opening hands. Yours was pretty interesting in the first game as well. Just happened to get there with polymerization into Guardian Chimera.
Yeah, I was hoping for a couple better draws off of the draws, but it is what it is. It worked out for me.
All right, so moving forward, you just played against Liebermancer, which isn't really one of the standard decks that you see. What are you hoping you run into in the coming rounds?
I'm hoping to run into Sword Soul. That's kind of what I was building my deck for, but I've only played one so far, so I guess we'll just keep rolling with the punches.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of them either, so find out if we get any.
Yep.
And now 6-0. How do you feel your chances are going forward?
Really hoping that I can squeeze in there. I think it's 11 rounds, so hopefully, 5 left. I think I could do it. It's just like a big locals.
Starting 9-0 would be a pretty good start, though, right? If you could make it through the rest of the day. All right, well, best of luck to you on that. That is Ethan, your round 6 winner. And don't go away. We've got even more coming up.
That's right, Jerome. We still have a lot of dueling action taking place here this weekend. But before we do that, we talked to some of our players on Friday about, if they had to believe in the heart of the cards, what card would they be looking for? So let's take a listen in.
Just took random cards out of my binder to give me an expensive card to finish my deck. And after that, I kept in touch with the game so much that, it really motivated me more to see how players are, because the community is more like a family. So that's what really got me motivated more. I kept watching Billy play. I kept watching a lot of good players play on the Konami website when they were U feature matches. And then I also told myself that I wanted to be there one day as well.
Great story there from David Flores. Great guy, UDS champion. It's cool to hear, one of his stories from the past. But we have a lot going on here this weekend at the championship beyond the main event. We have public events, and there's not just one of them. There's a whole slew of them. First up, we have the 3v3 team tournament that starts Sunday at 10 a.m. Attack of the Giant card. We had one that went on 2 p.m. today, and we'll have another one at Sunday at 11 a.m. Dragon Duel Constructed tournament. If you were born in 2009 or later, you can enter. There's going to be one tomorrow at 11 a.m. as well. The Dragon Duel Seal Tournament, also have to be born in 2009 or later. We'll have another one of those events going on at 2 p.m. on Sunday tomorrow. And another Speed Duel Attack of the Giant card also on Sunday. And then also on Sunday starting at noon, we'll have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Charity Tournament. You're going to want to make sure if you're in the area to come check it out. That's not all. We have more. Speed Duel Constructed, 8 Duelist flights. As soon as they fill up, they'll go. They'll be running all the way from 10 to 3 tomorrow and until 6 p.m. today. And then we also have structure deck tournaments. These are all going to be flights, and as soon as they fill up, they'll be going off all from 10 to 3 tomorrow. A tag duel tournament you might want to check out. Also going to be running from 10 to 3 tomorrow as well. And we have Winamats for the exclusive Winamat here for the championship this weekend. It's really a lot to do here beyond just the main event, but we will have more main event action coming up shortly. This was round 6. Round 7 will be coming soon. Don't go anywhere. It'll be more time to duel, certainly, to come in the future.
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
Hello everybody and welcome back to the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship here at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont, Illinois. Hope everybody's been enjoying the dueling action so far today. We are 2/3 of the way through day 1, heading into round 7 here. I hope everybody is staying hydrated and got something to eat in between rounds, because it's only going to get tougher from here, as we are now down to 26 undefeated duelists from a starting pool of 1,840.
Yep, the undefeated duels are definitely thinning out as we go through those Swiss rounds, as we adventure to the top 64 cut. Once again, 9 rounds of Swiss today, 2 more tomorrow before we get there into that single elimination bracket. But with that, still a lot of very cool decks out there, some even undefeated.
Absolutely, and we're going to see one of them in this match. Let's meet our players.
And first up, we have Johnny from Wichita, Kansas. Favorite card, Minerva, the Exalted Lightsworn. Definitely, yeah, very powerful one for a very long time. Against his opponent, let's see who it is. This is Dalen from Buffalo, New York. Miss Valley Shaman, his favorite card.
Interesting. That's a card I haven't seen in quite some time. Not a bad pick, though.
Yep, definitely not. Looks like both duels are excited and hyped to get into this feature match. I know I am. Both undefeated. It's going to be a cool one.
So, one of the reasons why this is exciting actually starts over in the Dragon Duel North American Championship, which just concluded earlier. And the final match in that was something that you just don't see every day, or any day really. I haven't seen it before. One of them was Tenny Sword Soul, which it seems you see it everywhere, except in our feature matches this time. It just seems to be largely absent. Don't know how that happened. And the other was a Mech Knight deck. Just a Mech Knight deck, not a Mech Knight Orcus deck, not any of those other combination decks with Mech Knights that you've seen, that just run the purple and blue, and that's it. Just a straight up Mech Knight. He's pretty much all the cards came in second place. Come over here, and we're taking a look through the undefeated deck list, and what do we see? But basically that exact same deck. And we see that, well, we have to cover it now. 6-0, never seen it before. Can't wait for this match.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. I think this happens often at these sort of continental championship style events, right, or nationals, is you get these duels who've been playing a deck for so long. They know all the ins and outs, and they just, tweak it a little bit here and there, modify it for whatever the metagame or the format may be. And this is a great example of that. We have an undefeated pure Mech Knight deck.
Yes. And this is one of those ones that kind of thrives on going second, and especially thrives when you don't know they're playing it. If you get sloppy with your column play and you're not spreading all the cards out, it's going to be a lot worse than getting hit with infinite impermanence. You're going to enable the summons of those cards. You could give up multiple searches to a single blue sky. All sorts of bad things could happen to you. So, you got to watch out. And it's just one of those things where, game 1, there's a good chance you just get got with it. And if you can get enough game 1s that way over the course of a weekend, you have a recipe for making your way to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think important things to note there. One, this is a going second deck, right? Which we see as a very powerful way to approach this format.
Yes.
Right? 2, you do have cards like Infinite Impermanence that already exist in the format where you're kind of mindful of columns, but not to the degree that you probably should be against Mech Knight.
Yep, you're only thinking of spells and traps in that case. You're not thinking about where your monsters are. So you might end up, putting a spell and trap and a monster in the same column, especially if it's an extra monster zone, for instance, if you're going to play a Link monster.
Yeah, exactly. And then that leads us to number 3, right? We're talking about how important that game 1 is, right? If you can get a game 1 and push it to where you get to decide whether you're going first or second for game 3, that usually spells a recipe for victory.
And that's part of the advantage that these going second decks have, is that you don't care who wins the opening die roll. They're probably going to choose to go first, and you're not. So it's more of a formality. The same result's going to happen either time. But once they know that you want to go second, that messes up their mental math as well on what they want to do if they get the chance to choose.
Yeah, definitely. I think the funniest is when you see them get really invested in the die roll as if they think it matters or they want to feign that it matters. I love the sub games with it. It's very, very fun. But the cool thing is I'm not sure what Dalen is playing yet.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how his strategy lines up against something like Mech Knight. And we're going to find out how well it does in our first game here. Oh, it looks like Learlusk Tri-Brigade.
Really? All right, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, one deck that was an absolute dominating force at one point, right? Like an obvious tier 1, if not like, you know, a best deck contender in a format.
So that's a 10. I'll start.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, Dalen's going first.
You too.
Yeah, I don't think anybody woke up today and said, you know, I can't wait to see this Mech Knight Lyreless Tri-Brigade match. But you're going to be glad you're seeing it now.
Especially round 7 with both duels undefeated. Like,
yeah, I am pumped.
Normal summon Tri-Brigade Nerval.
Yeah,
his opponent's excited to see it too, it seems.
Lyreless Sapphire Swallow in hand.
Yeah, so we need to special summon.
Seven summons itself and another.
Okay, got to control level 1 for that. That's why we got the Nerval.
Sparrow effect to search for a level 1 bird. Lyreless Cobalt Sparrow's effect to search for a level 1 bird.
Yes.
All right.
I hope.
the best part here is that Dalen might think that, like, oh, we're at the feature round table because I'm undefeated with Lyreless Tri-Brigade, not knowing what Johnny's playing, which would make it even funnier for me personally.
I love it. This is great. He grabs DD Crow, which does, I don't know that really does a whole lot here. It can block World Legacy Secret,
Link 2.
or at least the special summoning part, not the monster effect negation part.
Tri-Brigade, Farragut, the Baron Blossom.
All right, we got Farragut.
All right. I'll activate Tri-Brigade Nerval's effect, banishing 1, 2.
Absolutely.
And grabs, I guess that's Bear Brum.
Get this far.
He did not think he would get this far.
Yeah.
Dalen said. But maybe a little bit of a peek into what he's playing against, right? There might be a reason that we don't see any sort of like disruption effects, right? It's because Johnny's deck doesn't try and do that.
Nope, it doesn't care.
Rampager.
Fascinating.
Link 4.
Yep, and then we see the Link 4 here.
Here's Appaloosa.
So chain links will be.
Who's calling me?
Farragut, chain link 1. Bearbrum, chain link 2. Nerval, chain link 3.
Yes.
Yep, and then he's going to go ahead and resolve.
It was made with 3 materials. Yep.
All of these effects.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting thing. So Appaloosa's got 2,400 attack, 3 arrows, let's put it that way, since it's the bow of the goddess. Mech Knight special summons don't start a chain. So you could just plop one down if it's big enough and just run her over.
Yeah, I talked about a few points why this Mech Knight deck might be performing so well, right? Another is that how it operates also does not line up against how most people are approaching the metagame, right? Like things like effect negation, not that strong against it, and similar. So yeah, it's something like Appaloosa, which is a card as powerful as it is, right? One point dominating, like, oh, this has to be the most powerful Link 4 monster, right? Probably before Access Code Talker was released, to where we don't see it too much in the current competitive play, right?
Not at all. It's really fallen out of favor. So you got, Despia. So you got 2 decks that are locked into their own mechanic, right? Like one is all fusions, one is primarily synchros, but runs like Hauka Fibrex, for instance. So those 2 are out. And then after that, you've got stuff like Punk, which is mostly synchros, and it takes some extra space for zombie vampire, that sort of stuff as well. It doesn't really have space, and it thinks it can do better things anyways with more kind of omni negation.
Exactly.
And Dragon Link's mostly the same.
Yeah.
Ooh, starts with Mystic Mine.
That is fine.
I don't think it's fine. I don't think he thinks it's fine. That's the impression I got there.
He'd like to believe it's fine.
Yep.
Part of it is convincing himself.
All right, so he sets another card in the Appaloosa column.
Is he interested there? Response to setting a card. That's the hint, right? Let's see what he chooses to do here. Looks like he was going to summon a Mech Knight. Might be thinking a little bit.
16, 24?
24, yep.
Yeah, I don't know about summoning a Mech Knight here.
End phase?
Yeah, because
it seems a little odd, if you would.
Yeah, risking the Mystic Mine, right?
Standby.
Because even if you get rid of the Appaloosa, now you're the only one with a monster.
Correct. Maybe it was better just not to play the Mystic Mine there and play the Mech Knight.
Ooh.
Ooh. Also main deck Cosmic Cycle. It's something that...
Wise.
Yeah, well, very
it's
wise. Especially in a format dominated by cards like Mystic Mine, right? Like we saw how well it was performing in the previous Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
I think it's just a good rule in general is you have to be able to get rid of field spells and you have to be able to get rid of continuous traps.
Yep. Cosmic Cyclone being those ones where you pay a little bit extra for a banish effect also means, you know, extra powerful against maybe like Eldritch trap cards and similar.
Normal summon Kit. Normal summon is successful.
So Kit makes it to the field.
Activate Kit effect. Banishing 1, 2.
And he's thinking about whether he wants Rugal or not. This is a tough one.
Sorry, thinking.
Not sure how many extra copies of stuff he's got. So he's going 3, and that's going to get you...
kind of. Kind of. Yay. Sorry.
Interesting part for me here.
I'm not saying this name.
Is that...
Doomeagle?
Oh, Chris Velg.
Anything on summon?
No.
Like, Johnny probably felt very safe with the Mystic Mine, right? Like, that set card, likely not something super defensive just because of how his deck's built. There's a chance this is just game, right? Like, depending on how much the Tri-Brigade deck could do.
Yep, because there's the access code up next.
Kit, Chainlink 2,
so it's 24 and 53. So he just needs 300 more from somewhere, and Kit sends something to the graveyard, Nerval in particular, which gets another Tri-Brigade.
Yeah, is he out of cards? Karaz would be nice here, but I think he might not have what it takes in his hand to...
okay.
Oh, it is Karaz. Oh, he does have a couple cards in hand.
Anything here?
I like to concede.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it. We saw this earlier. Just conceding to make sure, you know, no information beyond that. All Dalen knows is that, oh, there's Mystic Mines in this deck, right? So make sure to keep in, you know, spell and trap card removal. Doesn't realize it's a going second deck yet. Anything about it. His hint, the only hint he's gotten is the set in the same column. Do you have a response?
Yep.
Right, which is, you know, he could just be playing diligently, right?
Yeah, like maybe he's just, you know, throwing an infinite permanence down there or something.
Right.
Yeah, but, you know, why do you put it in the column of the monster? That's the thing. You want to match it up with the spell and trap card. So if it was imperm, he put it over where the set card was.
Yeah. It's a lot to think about, but there's a good chance Dalen just doesn't even recognize. Like, we have perfect information, right? Which is why we're reading into these things. Good chance you just don't.
It's one of, if you have the encyclopedia of Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters in your brain, then you'll get it. But I feel like most people don't dedicate that much memory to all of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters and their unique properties.
Yeah, I mean, if you see that, you got to be thinking about what decks exist in the current environment and what you're likely to play against, right? Because he could still believe, like, oh, you know, I'm playing a unique deck. This is why I'm at the future match table, right? Oh, it's a Mystic Mind strategy. Maybe it's something like Sky Striker, right? He played a card, set a card. I was able to deal with the Mystic Mind, and he folded pretty quickly. Likely, you know, a deck that doesn't have a lot of those defensive tools. Maybe one of the more likely ones, right?
It's tough, though. You've given up your advantage of winning that opening roll.
Yeah. I mean, big thing is that Dalen's also going to be signing for going second, right? So we expect even more things like spell and trap or similar. So Giant's going to put him on going first is what we assume, right? Hopefully just have a hand where he's able to break up whatever's going on and end the game very quickly, right? But then it puts Dalen in an interesting position where now he's going to game 3. He's like, well, do I choose to go first, right?
Yep.
And that's interesting in its own right. So
that's assuming, though, that Dalen just doesn't win this one. That's the thing with that spell and trap card removal is, you know, if he can make that opening, he can just get in there, as you can see there, with 8,000. It just takes one opening.
Yeah. That
just
is very
one opening. One weak link.
That's very, very true. Yeah, it would be interesting to see Giant's side deck as well, right? Or like more so, I would be interested in what his side deck plan is, like when he chooses to do things for going first, right? Because I feel like it might be something where, oh, he chooses to go second game 1, His
And then
opponent
switch.
sees that, beats it, right? And then game 3, he switches his up and then chooses to go first or something, and then catches them off guard with some sort of like side deck package, right?
Yeah, we do see that sometimes.
Yeah, but here, that plan's sort of thrown out, right? Which is the unfortunate part. Losing game 1 kind of impacts that whole, if it is this sort of master plan side deck strategy.
It looks like they are just about ready, finishing shuffling each other's decks there. That's an interesting shuffle. Just bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting ones when it comes to the opponent's decks, right? Like I've seen the bottom top, I've seen the take from bottom and top at the same time to make a new pile, 2s, 3s. People get a little extra creative when it's the opponent's deck.
Yep.
They've like solved the system. They've solved the algorithm. Yeah, it looks like duelists are shuffled and prepared for this second game. I'm excited to see it go underway. I'm sure Dalen is trying to still figure out exactly what his opponent's playing. I have to see. So yeah, both duels looking out of the crowd a little bit. Hopefully Nerve's not getting there, but you know, 1-0, gotta feel a little confident for Dalen. It looks like Johnny's also having a good time, right? Big thing is, as long as you're having fun, everything else sort of disappears, right?
Yeah, that's one thing I've noted is that most of our feature duels seem like they were having a real good time.
Yeah, that's what matters. Especially, like, as soon as you can get along with your opponent too, that just makes playing the game so much better, right? Like, it doesn't matter who wins or loses at that point, you're just enjoying what happens.
All right, and it looks like they are paused just a moment while they get ready to go. They're laughing about it, whatever it is. All right, here we go. Game number 2.
We'll see if Johnny is putting Dalen on going first. Have to assume so, right? 'Cause this is where you get the advantage, like catch your opponent off guard a little bit. Yeah, and Dalen's looking at his hand pretty quickly there. Looks like quite a few monsters. See exactly how this turns out. Gonna go ahead and start with Fractal. Yep.
We'll send.
Pretty good one.
Yep. Gets to load up the graveyard, right? Usually you do this and to get into Nerval, get your all your monsters in the graveyard, get a search for whichever Tri-Brigade you'd like, load up their load everything up for the effects. Oh, just straight to Nerval instead.
Straight to Nerval.
Yep.
Interesting.
So only needs 2. Let's see what's you grab here. Maybe the Karis. Yep.
It could be that there's something with the ratios of his deck that makes him do it this way.
Yeah. Also, you know, maybe what he's discarding with Karis, right? He knows he's already going to get the 3rd one in.
Oh, yeah, if he's got a kit?
Yeah, or something.
Oh, I saw Karis. Yeah, Karis.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know that name. I don't know. Like, something with a K, bro.
No, I get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
you're good. Search across. Yeah.
Normal summon kit.
Yeah.
I'll activate a kit. I'll banish 2.
No response.
All right. So similar to last time, banishing 2 first.
Anything here?
For Farragut.
No, it's good.
That's good.
Baron effect to summon from hand. Sorry, Baron. Farragut effect.
Farragut's going to summon next.
I have no response.
And we've
I
got...
don't think I get this far.
we got Nerval.
Summon Nerval. Tri-Brigade Nerval. Link.
This is a 2 or 3.
Now you're good. Rugal.
It's 3 for Rugal.
Yes. Can I read this?
You're good.
Yep, he's going to get that send-off kit before he triggers the effect of Farragut. Or so resolves the effect of Farragut. Send with kit is going to send down another copy of Fractal.
And then he gets what? Draw 1, put 1 back?
Yep.
Like it. You playing some Spice, Tri-Brigade Spice, man. I haven't seen this deck for a while, man. I like it.
I've been playing it for the past 2 years.
This is exactly what I'm
there
talking
you go.
about.
You
Yeah.
got to stick with what you know.
Tri-Brigade Fractal. And then after.
Yeah, there's a reason these duels are undefeated, right? It's really just like once you get comfortable with something, you stop making mistakes, right? Like that's a big part of it. There's always the temptation to change up last minute.
Yeah.
Like, that's the big thing.
Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
I've fallen into it way too many times. I'm one of those people that has, like these wide eyes whenever I see something with someone, like someone's playing something cool. But
Getting rid of.
all right, looks like he's going to use a Nerval next. Banishing 2, so another Link 2 monster.
Summon, Bear Broom?
Yep.
Anything here?
I've seen this all the way up to the World Championship.
the only
Is
thing I know
people
how to
seeing
do-
something and then immediately saying, "Oh no."
Activate Bear Broom effect?
I made that mistake at my World Championship as well with
Oh,
certain
no.
side deck cards. It ended up not mattering, but there was a key mistake I made because of those side deck cards that I look back on like, I'm glad it didn't matter, but it was silly for me to do that. Yep. So it looks like we're going to see another Link summon of Appaloosa. Makes sense because Dalen saw that he summoned Appaloosa game 1, and it sort of may or may not have won him the game.
Yep.
It might be his perception.
It's also hard just not to. Like, she's so strong in a position like this.
Right.
Especially if you're going to get to the point where you're backing it up with Tri-Brigade Revolt.
Yes, exactly.
Set one.
That's sort of the bread and butter of what this deck used to do, right? You set up an Appaloosa, you set up Revolt. You do a lot of things with like additional Tri-Brigade triggers the following turn, get some Sure Egg activations.
So this is just all Tri-Brigade this time around. None of the Lyrilisk part.
Yep.
I would attempt to activate Harvest Feather.
Just going to force out the Revolt.
And it's nice. Like, the nice thing about this deck is drawing either half is good and drawing both is good.
Yeah.
One, two. For another Faragite. He's got the Starlight Faragites too.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. He's been playing for a minute, right, with this deck, so it makes sense.
I will go Tri-Brigade, Nerval, Chain Link 1, just Nerval.
Just Nerval?
Yeah.
Just Nerval.
All right. So he gets to put a couple monsters back from his banish into the graveyard, get a Nerval effect search to get him Kit to his hand.
Add Kit.
Yep.
Fields a Faragite as well. But Johnny now sitting with 5 cards, right?
Anything on my turn?
Really just has to worry about the
same grave effect. If it gets sent, draw, put one back.
Okay.
yeah, really just has to worry about the Appaloosa. Maybe some disruption from the hand as well, you assume.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Doesn't line up too well against Mech Knight, though, still. So
Still main phase.
Yeah.
Activate Prosperity.
All right, and now he's almost certainly going to see.
The jig is up. Go ahead. Likely to banish the full 6 here. There's 3. Yep, he's going to keep going. 4, 5, and let's see where that 6th one is. Can give it a little bit of thought.
I'm not going to count this time because I won't get fooled again.
Yep, banish 6 cost.
You have 4 in hand?
Ooh, it actually might get hit with the Ash Blossom Joy Spring. No, he's going to be diligent and hold it. I think that's pretty smart from Dalen's side, especially not knowing what his opponent's playing.
And there it is. Now he knows.
Yep.
Gearsu, along with Red Moon, Purple Nightfall.
Dalen's here shuffling his hand, cool as a cucumber. I'm like, oh man, he's good at this. Then goes, leans back, and just looks Johnny in the eye and leans back forward. It was pretty good. So yeah, a lot of options here for Johnny. Few Mech Knights. He has options like Terraforming, Nibiru a little late.
I like all of them, bro.
Gearsu's a strong one, though.
There's a lot of good stuff here. The trick is, what else has he got? Like, can he get rid of the Appaloosa?
Right.
Damn, that's pretty hard.
Purple Nightfall is big.
Terraforming's fine.
So grabs Terraforming. Now, Dalen still has this Ash Blossom of Joy Spring, right?
Yeah.
Do you think now that he's seen what's going on, I feel like you have to Ash Terraforming.
Yeah, to stop the mine, because you know he's got mine.
I'll chain Ash.
Yeah, this is a smart one. Yeah, that's another reason to hold Ash Blossom too, right? Assuming that like maybe he has the 1 copy of Terraforming with knowing that he has access to mine. I guess Terraforming at 1 though, maybe not the card you always want to hold on to, but oh, this hand is...
He's got Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I saw. And Dark Ruler no more. There's a lot going on. This board was being broken one way or another.
Let's go Dark Ruler. And Dark Ruler's nastier. He doesn't even have to deal with the Appaloosa now because she's just 0.
Yep.
And she's going to stay there.
Spell summons a Mech Knight, right?
Mech Knight face of defense.
Yep, it does.
Dalen's familiar.
He knows.
He knows.
So this is a 0?
Yes. Yes. Is that what?
Let's put something purple. You have a response?
No.
Yep, gonna go ahead and grab Purple Nightfall from his deck.
To activate Purple's effect to target
All right.
himself to vanish.
So he's now locked into Mech Knights.
Doesn't seem like too big of an issue here.
Time to activate Mech Knight Blue Sky. Or add Mech Knight Blue Sky. I didn't.
I'll say
I can't even talk like this now, man.
Nah, you're good.
Talking weird.
May I?
Yeah, I'm about to go back in though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're all good though. You can cut.
Important to keep the one spell to make sure you can get enough in that column.
Special summon, activate effect of Mech Knight Blue Sky.
All right.
Search, you're good.
So Mech Knight Blue Sky. So all the Mech Knights can be special summoned from your hand if there are 2 or more cards in the column that you want to summon them to. And that doesn't start a chain. You can see it's got the from the hand in parentheses. There's no colon or semicolon. There's not an effect that starts a chain. It's an effect that creates a legal game action. And Blue Sky in particular, when it's summoned, you can add Mech Knights to your hand with equal to the number of cards that your opponent has in that column. So it could be 0 to 3.
And then activate effect to send a World Legacy or
You're good.
Normal summons Girsu. He's going to send probably a World Legacy. It's got a couple of those.
I'll send the World Legacy World Chalice.
Ah, the original.
So you used to saying all the names.
Oh man, it's hard though. I don't normally say World Legacy. I just said World Chalice, but
The original one.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that card in quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I feel like the last time I played this card was when we were doing the
Link summoning demonstration.
Exactly, yes. Many WCQ ago.
Many. It was here though. It was in this convention center, wasn't it?
I believe it was. It actually was.
I'll take 18.
Wait, was it here or was it Columbus?
It might have been Columbus.
I think it was
Might have been
Columbus.
Columbus.
I think it was Columbus. They all end up looking the same. From the inside, they do eventually. It's going to go move battle phase after sending down the card with Girsu. Clearing both monsters, obviously. Appaloosa at 0, as we mentioned.
No damage, though, thanks to Dark Ruler No More.
Indeed. If Dalen getting the effective Fairjit there, drawing, putting one down.
And now we're going to lick those away for Mech Knight Morningstar.
Activate effect on summon, pitching, making Mech Knight of the Morningstar. Activating effect of Morningstar to pitch Mech Knight Yellowstar for cost to search a World Legacy card.
May I read?
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
So this goes and gets a World Legacy card, and one of the advantages you get for playing the pure Mech Knight deck is that you get World Legacy Secret, which is a very good card that both revives a monster and gives you monster effect negation.
Chain effect Veiler to it?
Sure.
Or perhaps it does not, and it just does nothing.
Okay.
Would you like to cut my deck?
Yeah.
See, this is interesting because with all of that, right, we know Dalen has Kit.
Yep.
They searched earlier.
Standby. Main one.
And he's got plenty of stuff in the graveyard. Losing that Morningstar effect is utterly brutal. If that goes through, this can't do anything. Because the secret lets you negate effects of monsters in the same column as your Mech Knights. So what you do is you get Indigo Eclipse and you just chase around the monsters that your opponent's playing.
No card in hand, right?
Yeah,
no. What does the card you search off a Girsu, what does it do? I mean, you sent off a Girsu. Yeah.
It searches any World Legacy card when you banish it from the graveyard, but you can't use it to turn it center.
So you can send. Oh, you can banish yourself to search.
Yeah, but you can't use it to turn it center.
Okay.
So I couldn't use it last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Activate Kit effect. I will send.
It also has another effect too.
Oh.
It, like when you send it from the field to the graveyard, it sends all monster special with the extra deck. Turn that special summon to the grave.
Okay. I'll go.
Johnny being good about just informing his opponent exactly what it does, even things that might not be as relevant right now.
One card in hand.
One card in hand.
No response.
Also doing a good job of feigning some interaction as well with his set card.
Doom Eagle.
Yeah.
And we've got Fresvelg again.
Doom Eagle effect. I'll target the World Legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To put back in deck?
Deck?
Yeah.
One thing Tri-Brigade's good at,
Shuffle.
incidentally getting cards out of the graveyard, right? The fact that it could just search DD Crow just as a bonus during its effects, things like the Doom Eagle as well.
Doom Eagle.
Yeah.
I like the Doom Eagle.
It's a good one. Sometimes it's just game because of Doom Eagle too.
Yeah, because if they got the empty graveyard, it doubles up.
Yep.
48.
I will go Link 4. Access code?
Yeah.
Chainlink 1, Tri-Brigade kit to send. Chainlink 2, access code, target Doom Eagle.
I feel like Dayla just looked out of the crowd, nodded a little bit, like he's got this. So
Nerval effect of search?
Yeah.
I'd be excited to see it. It looks like he still has maybe a card in hand. If so, Karaz gets a lot better.
Hand? Hand, what are you doing? What are you? I'll add fractal to my hand.
Sure.
I will then go access code effect.
Sure.
It's cost?
Yeah.
Hit the back row. Oh, send the back row?
Yeah.
It gets rid of the face down Lightning Storm first. That's the thing, like Lightning Storm in this deck, a lot less good when there's no back row cards to hit with it.
First damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, first damage.
27 to 8?
Yep. Main phase 2?
Yeah.
I'll set 1. Pass to you.
I know Fractal on
You know Fractal, yep.
So talk to me about top decks when it comes to Mech Knights.
Yeah, it's not great. It's even worse. It's even worse. This is a very high spell count deck. Like half of your deck is spells.
Wait, did I roll Legacy? I forgot. It was memory, so it was in the
Yeah.
So, he's at least starting with a monster on the field. It's not like 5,300 access code talk are good, but there is a Mech Knight that can destroy stuff. So there's a Mech Knight that can destroy spells and traps. There's a Mech Knight that can destroy monsters. I believe he's discarded one of the two, the Yellow Sun. He's going to go for Gearsu.
Anything on resolution of searching Gearsu, the Orcus Mech Knight?
No, you're fine.
Yeah. At this point, Johnny knows all the cards, right? There should just be a Fractal on hand.
You're good.
He's going to use the effect to send.
Does anti-spell say you can't activate it unless you set it?
So
you have to set it first.
You have to set it first, and you gotta wait till your next turn.
Okay. I'll send the Gold Challenge.
Yeah.
I'll attempt to use Gearsu, the Orcus Mech Knight's effect to summon 2 tokens because I control no monsters.
That is fine.
Can I use the token?
So he's going to summon a token to each side of the field.
Yep. Putting another card in that column.
Yep.
Right.
Link summon with the token and Gearsu.
Yep.
Make lib.
Yeah.
Ah, so he's got the World Legacy in the graveyard.
Master's effect to set a World Legacy spell or trap from my deck.
That's fine.
Because I have a World Legacy monster, I can make it.
Yep. So yeah, that's the thing. It's just 2 monsters, but you have to already have a World Legacy monster in your graveyard if you want to summon Lib. She's very strong, though. The World Legacy pool is just a ton of different stuff.
Yeah.
World Legacy, you need
Sort of similar to that whole like Tri-Brigade group of cards, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Everything involved.
Card.
Spans across many archetypes, many themes.
Like years worth of.
Yeah.
It's kind of the equivalent of the Albaz cards, essentially, is what it is.
Yes.
I set it there.
Yeah.
I'll attempt to special summon Mech Knight Red Moon.
Oh, he's got Red Moon!
That's the monster pop?
He's got the Monster Destroyer.
I'll attempt to activate its effect.
Oh.
Gearsu for cost to target access.
That's a good one.
That was his draw too, because he searched the he searched out the Gearsu.
I will proceed to.
And now he also has that the card that he said. That's the secret.
The secret. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're at
I'm at 8K. Yep. How much time? 11 minutes. Okay.
I'll proceed to battle phase.
Yeah.
Declare an attack on the token.
That's fine.
And then declare attack on Mech Knight red move for 23.
I'll take 23.
So there's World Legacy secret. You can target a level 5 or higher monster in your graveyard, any level 5 or higher, really. Summon it.
And I will proceed to the end.
When it leaves the field, destroy the monster, but you negate any opponent's monster effect that activates in the same column as a Mech Knight monster you control. And that's effect that activates, as in it is an effect that activates, not an effect that was activated while the Mech Knight was in that column.
Okay.
So if they activate something, you can use one of the movement effects, like Indigo Eclipse, to move your Mech Knight into that column to negate it upon resolution.
That's cool.
Attempt effect going for...
All right. Goes for 3 there.
Yeah, for 4.
For 4?
Yeah.
Chain, World Legacy Secret.
Yeah.
Chains the secret. It's got to be level 5 or higher.
Mech Knight, yellow star.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yellow star goes into the same column. It'll be negated.
Game 3. Game 3.
That last card isn't going to do it.
Yep. Looks like it was a spell card.
Yep. Massive, massive turnaround. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, that was wild. That was very, very cool.
Like, he had the search queued up for the...
Johnny also can't believe it.
Like, I think it had to be that, because he needed both the Red Moon and the Gear Suit to make that work. And he picked up the Red Moon and pulled back the Gear Suit. I guess it could have been either of them, but
right.
You know, one of them's a one-off, and he's already spent one of the Gear Suits.
Yeah.
So low odds there, but he comes away with it.
Yeah, especially facing down anti-spell fragrance, right? Because that also cuts down any like sort of spell card you can use to find.
And he's got a lot of them. Like the Mine, for example,
Yeah.
couldn't be activated to save him.
Yeah, this deck is mostly spell cards, in fact. Which is important, right? Because you just need these cards. It makes sense that this deck would play a lot of spell cards, right? Because you could both set them so that it like fills the calm requirement for you to summon a Mech Knight, but then not feel like, oh, I just set a trap card that I can't use until next turn. Instead, you're still being proactive, flipping it, doing something with it.
Very much so.
Yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting. I can't get over both Johnny and Dalen's eyes. I feel like they're just doing crazy things over and over throughout this whole game.
They're very expressive.
Yeah, very fun to watch, especially... You know, usually we see a full face with the masks. Emotive eyes is all I need.
Man, so what's this third duel going to have in store from us? I already feel like we've seen it all, but we still got one more game left.
Yeah, here's the interesting part, right? So I see Dalen doing something with his anti-spell fragrances. I don't know if they were like putting them back into the side deck or like looking at them, maybe putting like keeping them in the main deck, but it looks like he was moving them out, which means he might think that he's going to be put going second. But it seems like he knows what the Mech Knight deck does.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to me. Maybe he's somehow making the read that his opponent might do some sort of mind game trickery where he's like, oh, actually, I don't know. Well, actually, Daly's the one who gets to choose. So that means maybe he's choosing to go second, which makes sense, right?
To try to mess with Johnny's entire strategy. Of course, if Johnny knows that and he's also side decking, you know, something like artifacts.
Yeah.
Or something else that he can put in to stop him from using his extra deck.
Yeah, some sort of like trap package, right, is what you can expect. So something that might just stun the opponent out, right, whether it's, you know, something like artifacts or just continuous trap cards that really hinder them. One of the two. Yeah, continuous traps have to also just be good in this deck, right, because they just always take up columns.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the secret, which is a continuous trap, but if you have anything else that works as well, like you're probably not summoning as much as they are, so if you're going to put, you know, the summon limit in, that's going to work out fairly well here. It's kind of like Subterror, like that.
Mm-hmm. You don't need to do a lot, right? You're just, the two things you do is enough, whereas you just expect that to hinder your opponent, especially something like Tri-Brigade, right?
And you also have, one of your advantages is when the Purple Nightfall comes back, it just returns to the field.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't special summon.
Nice, yeah, so it gets around summon limit.
Yeah, so you're just getting all of these extra cards.
That's cool. Yeah, it's good when you can bend the rules a little bit like that to
just
make your cards just a bit stronger. Especially when like summon limit, right, is wild card.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised when he knew instantly what World Legacy Memory did.
Yeah, I mean, and that's real recognize real at the best table right now, that's for sure. Fun to watch, as we said, you know, both duels playing effectively rogue strategies at this point, right? Like, 1 point Tri-Brigade, definitely a best deck, right? Mech Knight, a contender, never really like a top spot, right? But the fact that they're both 6-0 at the biggest tournament of the year matters. And here we go. This is the final duel between our undefeated duelists here in round 7 of the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. We'll see if Dalen chose to go first or second. He put Johnny on going first.
Makes sense.
And I see Summon Limit in his hand, so he made that read. He's put in some trap cards.
You said 6 minutes left?
6 minutes left is not a ton of time, which likely means Dalen is just going to try to be aggressive here, maybe cut off by the Summon Limit.
Activate Tanky.
Ooh, all right. Starts with Fire Formation Tanky. That's a good one. Let's grab level 4 lower Beast Warrior. Makes your Beast Warriors gain 100 attack too, which is always relevant.
Definitely. But the fact that it's a continuous spell also means you're always going to have a card that exists in that column.
Yeah,
it does indeed.
Okay, you're good.
I'll spell summon Warbler.
Is it a reveal in hand?
No, it's an inherent.
Oh, okay, so throw no more special in this card.
Yes, so no monsters. You can summon Warbler. Warbler summons back Sparrow. Flip Summon Limit.
I like Dalen does not take time though. He realizes how much time's left in the round, just gives a quick thumbs up. Yep. He's got to figure out a strategy, either to win or to maybe just wall up enough where he's not taking damage. Those are his priorities right now.
Yes, sir.
All right. So he's going to need a removal for this Summon Limit if he wants to continue.
He knows there's copies of Mystic. Oh!
He's got it.
Yeah, knowing that there's copies of Mystic Mind in the deck, right, you expect to keep in some amount, but man.
That's the tough one, though, because you do lose 1,000.
Yeah, that's it. That's really, really tough.
Right. I like it, though. I actually like it, though.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Dalen's got to play fast.
Starling?
He's got to play real fast right now.
Starling's activating. Adding a level 1 Wing Beast.
That was disgusting.
Oh, here we go.
Yo, chill.
Amazing.
He's got to think fast here, too.
Yeah, this is rough.
I will activate Swallow's effect in my hand. Good?
Yeah.
How much time is left?
Lyrless combos also take a minute, right? It's a lot of searches, a lot of summons, a lot of overlaying. Not really fast.
Link 2.
It looks like, he's going to sort of bridge into the Tri-Brigade part, right? Links away, he succeeds longer at his Lyrlusk 4 Farragut, has the Nerval in play now as well.
That's fine. I'll attempt to banish 4.
They are having him keep it there.
Yep, a little worse just because of where the arrow points, right? But hopefully he can still play through it.
It should be fine because you only need to summon that one extra one.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and link away that Shrek that he just summoned off the Farragut with his Nerval.
Bear Brum. Chain Link 1, Nerval, Chain Link 2, Omen. Sure. I'm sorry, one more time on time?
This is one of those things where, like, if you're doing all this and then you get Nibiru, that would hurt.
It's not even that, it's just you're doing all this, but you end with like maybe a minute left and your opponent just tries to do something and it's just not enough time because of your Cosmic Cyclone. That's the rough part, right?
He does get to attack, though, since this isn't the first turn.
Oh, you're right. Yes, this is very true.
He gets to attack.
Farragut effect, the summon from hand? Sure.
I'm sitting here like it's turn 1 because of how little Johnny did. But yeah, you're totally right that the summon limit was set, so this is turn 2, so he gets a battle phase, which is a big deal.
He hasn't left the field yet.
No, EG's open.
All right, we're doing those two. For Link 3, there's Rugal.
Chain Link 1, Farragut, 2 Kit.
Yeah.
Farragut will send. Or sorry, Kit will send, then Farragut will draw and return.
And then now I have to draw and put something back.
Yeah.
You're good. That's fine.
Yeah, so Dalen basically has this then, right? Like, he gets to summon a lot of cards, enter the battle phase, deal a ton of damage, pass it back to Johnny.
Unless there's Nibiru.
Oh, you think, like, as you enter battle, Nibiru?
Oh, when you try to end your main phase, have a rock.
Thinking here.
Is he locked into anything where he can't Appaloosa?
2 minutes 10. Sorry, thinking.
As long as he uses the tri-types, he's fine. He can do it.
All right.
It's just a matter of if he does it. So here's the thing, though, with Appaloosa. Because if you Appaloosa, then you leave yourself open to like an Imperm or something like that. That'll zero out her attack.
That is true. But you have to figure the Emperor might have came down earlier, right? Or I guess maybe he really...
Access code, okay. So that makes sense because it's guaranteed damage. But also, that's the most vulnerable card you've got.
Put back. Not that, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Battle phase?
Sure.
He hasn't got it. He's just going to take the 53, and I don't think it's going to be enough time.
I'll set main phase 2? Yeah. Set 1. Here.
He also has
Standby?
Yeah.
Revolt into, like, with a hand effect.
Hit the back row. I'll chain revolt. Sure.
He's got the revolt. For 1, 2.
I put it there. That's fine. That's fine. I'm nervous.
It's a pressure time.
1, 2, 3, 4. Monster comes out.
Yeah. Chain link 1 will be just Nerval.
Sure.
And I think it's all your spells and traps, right? You should take out the tanky as well.
Sorry.
Indeed.
Yep.
I already took it. Yeah, I'm out of the game. Yeah.
Anything?
No, you're fine. Thinking.
So blue sky. That gets
fine.
2 searches.
Good game.
Good game. I'm sorry.
Yeah, runs out of time there, as we kind of predicted, but I feel like Dueling could have just ended the duel there. I think if he didn't make misstep, there's definitely a way to get game. But maybe...
Yeah, I do think there was a way to 8,000.
Yeah, if he wasn't committing to a way to like stop the Nibiru, like you mentioned, there had to have been a better thing to do than access code talker. But doesn't matter anymore. Dueling takes victory now, 7-0 with Learless Tri-Brigade. Johnny still, though, sitting nice at 6-1.
Yep. That's one of those ones that I would have liked the extra 5 minutes for. I want to see how that plays out. But the interesting thing was because of the access code in the extra monster zone, for the Revolt, he had to put his new monster in the same column. So that created the column there as is to maximize the power. It just lets him play the Mech Knights, maximizes the power of Blue Sky. It's very interesting that you had that interaction in this particular matchup that has showed up. Lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff in this one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's sort of how the Mech Knights were designed, right? Like to take advantage of the link mechanic, which is something that the Tri-Brigade is a link deck, right? Yeah. Not one of these things that just sort of uses the links as additional or bridge into something else. Like they are very much a link-centric side.
Very much so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to have an interview for you coming right up, so don't go away. All right, welcome back. I am here with your round 7 winner, Dalen. Man, that was an intense one. We were sweating back there. And you're up here on the feature page. You have to play these games out. So how did that make you feel being up here in round 7, undefeated?
Nervous. I was very nervous. This is my first feature on. I just did what my cards did. I just wrote my cards did and just played them. I took it one match at a time. That's all I could do.
Yep, that really is all you can do. It's a good way to think about it as well. So did anything in particular stand out about that match? Either, you know, the way you played or just something that happened that really stood out to you?
I didn't know Mech Knights played Mystic Mine. It was by sheer luck my next top deck was Cosmic Cyclone. Was actual sheer luck. I think Mystic Mine was the only thing that caught me off guard. Game 2, I didn't have much gas in the tank, so I just had to rely everything on Anti-Spell. And luckily, he top decked his out to play around Anti-Spell, so it was a back and forth.
All right, so you got Mech Knights out of the way. You got 2 rounds left today. What are you hoping to see in these last 2?
Not Despia. Anything but Despia. And I know as soon as I say that, I'm going to play against Despia.
Yeah, you've unfortunately cursed yourself.
Yeah, that happens.
All right, well, Despia aside, 7-0 now. That's not bad. What do you think your odds are for the rest of the event?
Good question, because I didn't think I'd get this far. I think I'll be okay. I actually do now feel like if I can play well on a feature, everything else should be a cakewalk, so.
All right, yep, good attitude to have, and thank you for coming on out.
Can I have a couple shout-outs? Can I shout-outs? Okay, so shout out all of Buffalo, shout out the buddies, Rasheen, Johnny, Chubbs, shout out everybody at OTS at Joe's. If it wasn't for y'all and inspiring words, I don't think I'd get this far. Bless for everybody from Buffalo.
All right, that's Aylin, your round 7 winner. Congratulations to you, best of luck into the future. And for all of you watching at home, don't go away, we've got more coming up next.
Awesome to hear from our feature match winner, you know, especially those shout-outs. They're always cool. Yesterday, we sat some duelists down, asked them what their favorite game mat was, what it meant to them. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they had to say.
The game mat I am using right now is a 3v3 Team YCS. It has the Armageddon. You basically get it by topping top 16, the Team YCS 3v3. This is actually someone that a very close friend of mine. He like let me get it. So yeah, the game mat is really good. It's basically one of a kind, and this probably won't exist anymore. It's a really amazing mat. The design is different from every other championship that you would play in. If you play a recent 3v3, it'll be related to the current ones, but this one was specifically designed for the first 3v3 YCS that ever existed.
So I use this mat because I think this is one of my favorite designs. I think Illusion of Chaos is like such a beautiful card, and I only play on zoned mats because it just helps me keep my deck like organized, because I can be like very messy when I play. And also, this is like one of the only events that I've been able to play that wasn't a YCS, and then I just like got this mat, and I think it's fantastic.
I'm using King, Queens, and Jacks Knight because that's like my favorite, one of my favorite decks. You know, Yugi Yami, the creator. You know, I'm glad he made that for us. You know what I mean? This is something that I like. It's just a troll aspect of the fact that nobody want to lose to Kings, Queens, and Jacks Knights. So my thing is to make you lose to it.
Some great answers from duelists out there. You know, also some sweet game mats. There's tons of ways to get game mats just like public events. Let's go ahead and take a look at what public events we're offering this weekend. Oh, sorry, not public events, but upcoming events. Also a great place to get your own promotional and special game mats. First up, we have San Diego Comic-Con. There's going to be exclusive game mat available there. That's July 20th through 24th. After that, the Remote Duel Extravaganza will take place online that same weekend, the 22nd through the 24th. Then the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series is taking its next trip to Niagara Falls. That's September 10th through the 11th. Following it up, Minneapolis, Minnesota, October 22nd through 23rd. And then finally, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series makes its return to California, Pasadena this time around, November 5th through 6th. And then finally, we will have one more Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series to wrap up the year, December 10th and 11th. And with that, we're going to go ahead and cut to a quick commercial break, but we're going to be back with round 8 of our North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Stay tuned.
It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
All right, hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship at the Rosemont Convention Center. See that beautiful downtown Chicago. It's a great city, and I'm happy to be here. We compete with, 1,800 players showed up this weekend to compete, and only one will be crowned champion at the end of the weekend. We see the beautiful trophies that they're all playing for. There are the champion trophies right there at the top. Only one player will be able to walk away with the champion trophy of the championship, and then we see the Dragon Duel champion trophy there right next to it. The players are getting ready here for the 8th round of Swiss. As I mentioned a moment ago, we had 1,840 players in attendance, and now we're only down to 13 undefeated duelists, and that number will only continue to shrink as the day winds down. And now, when we're the last 2 rounds to go today, before we cut off to our last 2 rounds that we're going to come back for on day 2, it's exciting to see what decks and which players are going to make that cutoff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if we, at least from my side, I don't know about some of the ones I wasn't here for, we've had nothing but exciting feature matches. They've all been really cool. We've seen very interesting decks. Some decks there's no way we would have expected to be undefeated at this point in the tournament. And as well as like new innovations on very popular strategies, right? We've seen the whole, just everything you could imagine and more.
Yeah, a lot of variety, and it's not like we're like having to dig to these deep low tables to find the variety. We're taking the top tables, and they're just different decks every time. But it sounds like our players are ready, so let's go ahead and jump into our 8th round and meet the players we have for our feature match.
I'm definitely excited for this one. First up, the man himself, Ryan Levine, Arlington, Virginia is where he hails from. Favorite card, Rainbow Dragon.
That's a good one. I'm sure you're going to be excited about all the Crystal Beast stuff upcoming this year.
And his opponent, Adrian from Harvey, Illinois. Favorite card, Baby Raccoon Pompoko.
Pompoko's a great one. I'm a huge fan of, any sort of beast-type monsters, so to see the Baby Raccoon Pompoko, definitely a cute one. So cool to see that's his favorite card here. And, his opponent, no slouch. Ryan Levine is a YCS champion. He won YCS Sydney, Australia.
I believe so.
Yeah, some time ago. But now he's here trying to get that championship win under his belt. Both these duels are 6-1. They've already suffered 1 loss, but with 2 rounds to go, they're still in prime contention to make day 2. So a lot more is on the line when you're not undefeated. You already have that 1 loss. You don't want to take the second one. Even though you're still in it with only 2 losses, you feel a lot more comfortable with only 1 because you still have that cushion round that you may be able to lose later on. So this is definitely where things get a little scary for the players.
Yeah, I mean, that psychological impact of that breathing room you have, right, completely changes how some of the games feel.
Yeah, certainly. Just even have just a little less pressure, a little less stress could, make your gameplay feel a little better. I mean, you have that second loss, everything's on the line. You can get a little nervous, a little stressed, but the way the tournaments are, it's just 1 round at a time. You can't look at it as a whole. Just take each round as it is, just 1 game. The rounds aren't really connected. You want to learn from maybe mistakes you made early in the tournament, adapt your side decking strategy as the tournament develops. Maybe you had some side deck cards you thought were going to be good for a certain matchup, but as you played against that matchup, you learned they're not as great as you thought. So you can kind of adapt as you're going on throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's big what you touched on. The 0-0 mindset, right? Like, every game is just fresh. You can't worry about anything previously that's happened, let alone, like, the match, let alone the whole tournament.
Exactly.
That's definitely a key to success. Excited to see exactly what these duels have brought to the table as well. We mentioned Ryan, a YCS champion, has also, had fairly good success at a WCQ prior, right? World Championship competitor as well. And we're going to head down to the first game of round 8 of the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. And it's going to be Branded Eldritch against Adventure Phantom Knights.
Ooh, I'm excited. I didn't know that Adrian was going to be bringing the Phantom Knights. Adventure Phantom Knights, a favorite of mine. So I'm excited to see what Adrian's packing to bring in here. We'll see maybe if he's including the punt cards, or if he's just using, traditional Phantom Knights, Speedroid Terror Top, maybe a junk forward here or there. But it looks like he will be going second to Ryan Levine, and Ryan is going to start things off with Branded Fusion.
Yeah, definitely a good one to start with it. Ooh, definitely a little bit of teched out deck. Do you see that? What's on top while he's fanning? It looks like a main deck copy of Gozen Match.
Ooh, maybe that's his edge he's trying to get in this tournament.
Just a little spicy. A little spicy.
Does send Eldritch the Golden Lord down from his deck with Branded Fusion for the light for Albion, which is kind of cool. So once the Eldritch Golden Lord's your grave, you can send any spell and trap from your field to add it to your hand and then special summon a zombie from your hand. Normally Eldritch the Golden Lord would be the zombie you summon. But Albion's going to banish Albaz and Albion to make Mirror Jade.
Activate Curse Eldon?
Yeah. Oh, and he has Cursed Eldon. So now he has Cursed Eldon plus the Golden Lord, so he'll be able to add a Golden Land with the Cursed Eldon, send the Cursed Eldon to summon the Golden Lord, and then get to send another card from his deck to the graveyard to set up the traps that he'll need during his end phase to disrupt Adrian's turn.
Yeah.
And that's also an interesting search right there. Not a common Eldritch trap card.
Unless you're playing Master Duel. Golden Land Forever is definitely
not
a cool
really
one.
popular as in TCG until then, I feel like. Yeah.
Really? Yeah, it really hasn't been.
Yep, and so as you mentioned, he's going to go ahead and send that Cursed Eldland to the graveyard, which then going to trigger its effect to send another one down. Let's see which he chooses here.
It's going to be Haquero of the Golden Land.
Going to go ahead and set 3. To move to the end.
This is cool. Like, this was a pretty solid opening. You know, Branded Eldritch, not exactly unpopular, but definitely not the most popular variant of the strategy.
Right, and I mean, opening Branded Fusion plus Cursed Eldland, like that's a pretty, we see what it kind of results in here, you know? Getting that Mirror Jade plus the trap setup, and then you're going to have your continuous flow of trap cards in the graveyard. We see the beautiful Eldritch, the Golden Lord from Maximum Gold, El Dorado. Well, probably my second favorite alternate art from Maximum Gold, El Dorado. Rescue Cat being my first.
Yeah, it's such a good alternate art. It's such a good one.
It really is. All right, but now the play is to Adrian. You know, Phantom Knight's not a deck that really can deal with a lot of back row. It's going to be a little tough for him here, but Rhoda's a good start. He can probably grab something like Junk Forward or Phantom Knight Torn Scales if he isn't going to be using the adventure package quite just yet.
Adding the Phantom Knights of Silent Boots.
Looks like he's going to grab Boots, so he's going to go for a monster that extends his plays, but it's going to require him to stick a Phantom Knight onto the field, which might prove difficult with all the defenses that Ryan has.
Activate Dark Ruler.
All right. Dark Ruler No More is going to turn off the Mirror Jade. You know, heads up with Ryan, you know, bringing a deck, you're knowing players are main decking stuff like Dark Ruler No More. He also has a ton of traps that he can be able to deal with those board breakers. Because a lot of these decks, you get Dark Ruler No More, you have no responses during your opponent's turn. But now that he has the Eldritch package alongside that, he'll be able to still do something like Conquistador. Yep, here comes Conquistador to the Golden Land to get that Phantom Knight off the field.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it a lot, right? Decks are built this weekend to take advantage of going cycling cards like Dark Ruler No More, etc. There's also a lot of hand effects we've seen, right? That's another way people are trying to take advantage of the format, as well as like anti-spell fragrance coming out of side deck is sort of like a staple catch-all against many matchups. Relying more on the trap cards, a great way to take advantage.
It certainly is, and we'll have to see what else he has set. We know he has a Golden Land Forever set as well, so going to have the ability to negate a spell or trap on top of this already.
May I concede?
Okay. And Adrian has seen enough after that, knowing that, you know, he has all of that in his back row already. Ryan very set up. It's not going to take much more.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy game there from Ryan, just showing the power of Branded Eldritch. You've been wondering, like, okay, Branded Despia, I know that's a good deck, but why are the people using the Eldritch cards with it? Well, Branded Fusion plus Cursed Eldland results in a quick, easy game one in most cases. But, you know, the part that's hard for when you have such a strong Eldritch strategy is that your opponent's going to side deck a lot of those spell and trap removals. So a lot of people don't main deck a lot of those kind of cards, but they're definitely going to have them in their side. The Harpy's Feather Duster, your Red Reboot, your Twin Twisters, your Lightning Storms, Cosmic Cyclone. The list is really endless of all the cards you can put in to counter these kind of strategies.
Yeah, I mean, Eldritch being one of those decks, though, where even if you do destroy the traps, they keep bunko. Yeah, unless we're talking about Cosmic Cyclone, right? Like, unless you're breaking up the field to, like, take advantage, like, take the game right there, establish a board that your opponent just can't come back from. If you give them any breathing room to sort of like get back in the game, they will. They definitely will. It's going to be an exciting time. I'm excited to see exactly how Adrian takes this second game, right? As you mentioned, he's going to be more prepared for these like trap strategies going in.
Yeah, definitely. That's the cool thing about the Branded. Also, when you're using these two strategies, you don't just fold to like one of these side deck cards. You can also rely on the Branded cards. I would be shocked if maybe he was siding out some of those trap cards, knowing that they're going to be coming in. The spell and trap hate's going to be coming in, so maybe siding into more like of a just focusing on the Branded part of the deck, because you're also going to be going second, right? Mm-hmm. And what's worse when you're going second? The Eldritch cards. You don't really want to set traps. I mean, sure, if you draw the Golden Lord alongside a Golden Land, you can discard, send it to the graveyard, take a card out from your opponent's side of the field. But maybe I would be shocked if I wasn't seeing him signing more offensive cards as opposed to leaving those defensive options in his deck.
Yeah, I can see that, right? Sort of like a conversion side where he removes a lot of these like reactive trap cards, does a lot of more proactive things.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's something I used to always do. Yeah, anytime you're able to like have even a little bit of a conversion side and catch the opponents off guard, especially when you know they're going to be putting in so many cards, it can really help you out. Like, especially when you win game 1 so quickly, you just can easily take that game 2 by catching them off guard on your strategy switch up.
Yeah, big fan of conversion sides. Definitely a huge fan.
I used to, there was a time period where I just couldn't stop. If I was playing in a tournament, I was just 15 cards. I'm changing my deck as fast as I could. It was so much fun because catching your opponents off guard is really, really cool.
That was exactly me with stun monsters. I was like, how many Thunder King Ryos, Fossil Dynas, or Banishers can I fit into my deck post side to just do that instead?
Yeah, Beast King Barbaros and Skill Drain was a big one for me.
I remember that, Mr. Caliber Cat.
Yeah, those fans of the Edison format, the Time Wizard. We have our LTSs you can play, previous formats in the Time Wizard format, and you can check it out and maybe try out some of those conversion strategies in those tournaments. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, very, very fun. And some decks had the craziest conversion side decks too. Do you remember like Frog FTK back in the day? The conversion side that deck had into like some weird synchro deck with like Monarch.
Death Frog Synchro.
Yeah.
I main decked this. I didn't main deck the Mass Driver. I just wanted to play the fair version. I wasn't trying to win on my first turn. I was just trying to do the cool Death Frog and Synchro plays.
You just love making things harder.
I do. I want it to be a battle. I can't let it be too easy.
Next, you're going to talk to me about Wind Up Magician. That's going to be.
Wind Up Magician is a solid card for sure. Maybe a little overlooked at the beginning, but that's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and jump here into game 2 of our round 8 feature match here at the championship.
You've got to assume Adrian will be going first.
Yeah, especially after that brutal game 1.
Yeah. It's rough.
Activate Aqua Enchantress? Yeah.
Ooh, so he's going to go ahead and start with Water Enchantress of the Temple. Going to banish it, grab the Rights of Armasir. Assume he's going to smack that one right down. Yep, there it is. He's going to get a Adventurer token, as well as place the Faithful Adventurer from his deck face up into his spell or trap card zone.
I like that one.
Everyone's been using that Faithful Adventurer token here this weekend. You're able to get it from the token booth and take your picture with it, and you become the actual token itself.
Yep, you'll have a chance as well if you're coming to San Diego Comic-Con next weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely going to check that out.
All right, so he's going to activate the effect of Faithful Adventurer next. Looks like he's going to grab another copy of Water Enchantress before he discards a card. Let's see what he chooses to discard.
Draco back.
Ooh, already has the Draco back. So he gets the value there. Water Enchantress, a level 3. Very important for a deck that's rank 3 centric like Phantom Knights.
Effect special. Yep, fine.
And there it comes out. It's going to special summon it. Oh, it had a full
squad.
So yeah, Ryan said it's a full squad. The Water Enchantress. A troop.
Wow, that is pretty funny. But the best thing about Water Enchantress in the Phantom Knight strategy is you're able to special summon a level 3, normal summon a level 3, and then that gets you to Cherubini. And if Cherubini gets resolved, that really gets your whole Phantom Knight strategy online.
Yeah, it's right. Adrian's hand was 3 copies of Water Enchantress and a Draco back.
Sure.
So that means there's one mystery card that wasn't in this Adventurer package.
Search shape.
And it looks like he is going to send down the Phantom Knight Boots, banish it to get Shade Burgundy. Interesting. For me, I like to send down the Cloak, because Ancient Cloak can search Shade Burgundy, but that's the only trap that it can.
His 5th card was Wandering Griffin Rider, so his hand was Draco back, Wandering Griffin Rider, and 3 copies of Water Enchantress.
Okay.
Luckily, he's using the Phantom Knight deck, so he's able to still capitalize on drawing those multiples. Here comes Rusty Bardish. That's going to let him send a Phantom Knight monster from his deck to the graveyard and set a Phantom Knight trap to the field.
Setting Fogblade and sending Ancient Cloak. Okay.
So it looks like he might just be going for a double Fogblade Griffin Rider opening here.
The classic.
It's a classic. It's definitely not the strongest board that the Phantom Knight deck can make, but it's something. Oh, but it goes into add Torn Scales. Maybe he has other plans here.
I'll set 1. Yeah. And end my turn.
Draw?
Yeah.
Semi-phase, main phase?
It's an interesting opening here from Adrian, but we know he has a Fogblade set, the Griffin Rider on the board. Doesn't have the Break Sword in his graveyard, so if he is able to get a Fogblade in his graveyard, he's not going to get that Rusty Bardi's destruction effect during the opponent's turn, but definitely has some forms of interruption at least to prevent Ryan's strategy from getting online. But if he's able to set a bunch of trap cards, he could really fight back into this game.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to go ahead and activate Eldritch the Golden Lord, discarding Sanguine, and I'm going to target I guess the Adventure Token, yeah.
The Adventure Token?
Yeah.
So he did draw the Golden Lord plus Elixir of the Scarlet Sanguine, and he's going to send them both to the graveyard to send the Adventure Token.
Negate with Griffin.
Yeah, that's fine.
I bet you're going to take the opportunity to negate with the Griffin there, just because the token's face up. Token's no longer there, so you can't use the Griffin anyway.
Go ahead and activate...
Draco back still represents something.
The Deer Servant coming down.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ryan doesn't need access to his extra deck, so he'll be able to send a card from his extra deck to the graveyard.
Natis to the graveyard.
He's going to go for a Natis, so he can add a Dogmatica or Fallen Albaz.
Dogmatica Ecclesia.
Going to grab Dogmatica Ecclesia. Now the Natis effect is going to trigger to destroy a card on the field.
To destroy the Adventure Token.
I'm still going after that Adventure Token, really prioritizing getting rid of that Draco back.
Yeah, Rusty Bardish is one you don't want to really send to the graveyard. If you want to remove it, you want to try and get it back to the extra deck or banish. Because anytime Rusty Bardish is in the graveyard and then get like a Fog Blade or a Wings into the graveyard, they'd be able to banish it to summon back the Rusty Bardish. He also needs that extra deck monster on the field so he can special summon Ecclesia from his hand. And then that's going to prompt a Fog Blade from Adrian.
Set a card. Time to activate the effect of Golden Lord. Yeah. Going to send Super Polymerization.
Going to trade his Super Polymerization he's not going to be using to add the Golden Lord to his hand, then special summon it, and it gains 1,000 attack and can't be destroyed by the opponent's card effects until the end of the next turn. So that's Eldritch Golden Lord with 3,500 attack, attacking over Rusty Bardish with 2,100 attack for 1,400 points of damage.
Yeah, looking at this game too, clear that Ryan's deck is much more Eldritch leaning than on the branded side, right? Cards like Nadir Servant, along with the Dogmatica, you've got to assume there's a small package there.
Yeah. Activates Scarlet Sanguine. Yep.
Yeah, what's cool about the Deer Servant and Branded Fusion is you can use the Branded Fusion, you're locked into Fusion Summons, but then if you use the Deer Servant after that, you don't have to go into your extra deck, you don't need to Fusion Summon, so they all work kind of in tangents together.
Yeah, Nadir Servant, one of those cards that still just such a powerful spell.
I mean, yeah, you get your option. You can either send down something like Titaniclad to get to add or special during your end phase, and Natis to help break apart the field. But now, all those water enchanters are going to pay off here for Adrian. He's going to be able to start his turn by banishing Enchantress to grab a Rite of Aramis here from his deck to his hand. If he's able to get that Fog Blade off his field by getting rid of the Eldritch the Golden Lord, actually it's on Ecclesia, right? So if he gets rid of the Ecclesia, he'll be able to get the Fog Blade in his graveyard, use the Fog Blade to bring back Rusty Bardish, and use Rusty Bardish effect again.
Exactly, yeah. We know he has Torn Scales already, right?
And being able to shuffle back that Griffin Rider is huge because he'll be able to search it out again and potentially special summon it this turn.
Yeah.
And may I check a graveyard while you're doing that? Thank you. Okay, cool. Okay.
It looks like he does activate the Fateful to add Wandering Griffin Rider.
We'll see what he chooses to kick down. We know he has a Rite, the Wandering Griffin, alongside a Torn Scales and a Mysteries card.
Yeah, he could send down the Torn Scales, and then if he finds a way to banish a Phantom Knight card from his graveyard, like the Fog Blade, if you can get it there somehow, he'll be able to bring back that Torn Scales. You know, that's kind of the cool thing when you're using Rite of Aramis here. It does not allow you to use the normal summon monster effect, but if you have a monster effect that you can just activate, you don't need a normal summon it. Just find a way to special summon it, and you'll still be able to use the effect, which is the way Phantom Knights are still able to use Torn Scales' powerful effect, despite not having access to the normal summon.
Normal summon?
It looks like he's going to go ahead and just discard the Rites. Normal summoning the Torn Scales.
Yeah.
And that's going to immediately prompt a Conquistador.
Yep.
Adrian checking his last two cards he has in.
End phase?
Yeah.
It looks like he's just going to move to end phase.
I'm going to end phase Quero.
Yeah.
I'm going to banish the Torn Scales.
Aquaro's going to special summon the field, and since he controls the Eldritch the Golden Lord, he'll be able to banish the Phantom Knight Torn Scales from the graveyard.
I just want to know when it goes to graveyard.
If the monster leaves the field.
When that monster leaves the field, destroy this card. When that monster leaves the field. Okay.
Yep. Fogblade will go anytime the monster leaves the field.
We're at 66.
There's a lot of options here. You can make a rank 5 with his 2 golden lands. It looks like that is what he's going to look to do. Maybe something like, yep, Pallades. That's a good one, a classic.
I was thinking about bouncing his Ecclesia.
It might be.
I'm going to
Maybe.
bounce this back to my hand.
Now the Fogblade's in the graveyard. He'll be able to banish it to summon back the Rusty Bardish.
Mark search.
Yeah, I think Ryan's probably in the position where he doesn't need to end the game this turn. He knows he can just sort of grind it out, right? He's got these Eldritch cards under the Pallades as well as in the graveyard, right? Getting a copy of Punishment to his hand, which is always going to be a 2-for-1.
I'll activate Griffin.
And the Golden Lord just being large enough where he can probably swing over most things.
Except the Griffin Rider. Griffin Rider does have a pretty beefy defense, sitting at 2,800 defense.
Go back in, hopefully. One for the end main phase after Griffin.
Yeah.
The Golden Land Forever.
So he's going to use the Golden Land Forever to negate the Wandering Griffin Rider to send his Golden Lord to the graveyard. So now if he's able to get it back, it's going to give him that extra damage he needs. But Adrian does still have that Fogblade to bring back the Rusty Bardish, but he's only going to be able to use that to block some damage, which is definitely not the way you want to be able to use it.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and send the punishment he just searched.
Yeah.
Attack for 25?
Yep.
You're at 600.
So he's going to take the first 2, so he can summon the Rusty Bardish.
Targeting Rusty.
Sure.
So he's not going to be able to take that last 1,500, so he's going to survive with
600, I believe.
2,000. Oh, 600. Yeah, he's already at 66. Yep, 600 life points. Yep.
End phase. Activate.
Yep.
In phase, the Golden Land is going to vanish, so he can set an Elixir.
It could be a little bit of an opening here for Adrian, though, right? Really just has to deal with the Pallades bounce, and that's it in terms of disruption.
Yeah, I would imagine Ryan's just going to snap do it there during the draw phase or standby phase before he can activate Rusty Bardish effect in the main phase, send it back to the extra deck. Because even just resolving one Rusty Bardish effect can really help out the Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
Okay. Just drop.
Yeah.
Standby.
Yeah.
Nope. Decides to let it be.
Standby.
I was thinking about standby.
Okay.
Second thoughts.
He's like, wait, yeah, see, he's like, I do need to get rid of this Rusty Bardish.
He had 2 phases to think. He had 2 phases to think about it.
And since it was special summoned by Phantom Knight Fogblade, it's going to be banished when it leaves the field. So the 3rd Enchantress is going to be banished to add right from the graveyard to the hand.
Yep, there's a lot of different ways this duel can end, but they all seem like they're in Ryan's favor. Ryan's last card in hand was Lava Golem, so I was really just hoping that somehow Adrian would field 2 monsters. Yeah, but there we go. Ryan Levine is your victor here in the 8th round of Swiss. He's advancing with a 7-1 record.
Yep, definitely a solid day 1 record to have with 1 round to go here in Swiss. You know, he's pretty much locked up to make it back for tomorrow, but if he really wants to win the next 2, he's going to try and guarantee himself a spot in that top 64 cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, this version of Eldritch seems pretty powerful, right? You get access to cards like Brain Infusion, which is one of the strongest, powerful things you can do. Also, you know, the Deer Servant, something we don't see in a lot of Eldritch decks even now, right? But very cool that you can just use Ecclesia, always get access to Punishment, which is just such a powerful 2-for-1, and it's just synergies with some of the other, like, branded-related cards.
Yeah, I mean,
powerful.
The deck is full of synergies. Like, every card kind of works together. I mean, the Branded Fusion, being able to send down the Golden Lord, you're able to having a Mirror Jade just give you that extra push. Because one of the downsides of Eldritch is if you don't have those, like, Floodgate cards like Skill Drain, you only have, like, Conquistadors of Disruption. But having a Mirror Jade alongside that can mean everything. But we'll be right back with an interview with our winner, so don't go anywhere. right, welcome back, everyone. I'm here with our Round 8 winner, YCS champion Ryan Levine. Congratulations on your Round 8 victory. Now moving on with a 7-1 record. What was it like playing on the feature match table? Was it a little different than just playing in the tables outside?
It has been quite a while since I've played a feature match. Well, it's been a while. I think the last one was YCS Pasadena 2019, and I got destroyed. So I was a little nervous. It's been a while, but it worked out. It was good. And I did some cool plays, too. Some stuff.
Yeah, you really got to show off some cool stuff about your sweet deck. Is there anything in this particular match that really stood out for you?
I think I attacked in the wrong order with in the last turn. Like, I think it's important, even if you win, to look at the mistakes that you made so you can improve. And if I attacked low to high instead of high to low, I would have been able to attack over the Bard each by battle and then not have to use Pleiades and hope he drew a dead card. But I got lucky, it worked out, but I'll make sure I don't make that mistake in the future if I want to win this event. So
yeah, you sacrifice a little bit with that damage, so you don't get to attack with the Ecclesia, but you get to force out the Bardies. So definitely a heads up. Really good to look back at your matches for sure. And now, are there any decks, like so the tournament is winding down, but are there any decks that you're looking forward to facing, maybe a good matchup for your deck?
Every deck's a good matchup for my deck. Sorry, this is not actually. No, I think I've played a good spread of decks. I've played Flunderies, I've played Adventure Punk, I've played 2 Sword Souls, I've played 2 Despias. One of them was a Predaplant Despia. Like, I've played a different deck, and then Phantom Knight, I've played a different deck almost every round. So I don't know what decks are left, honestly. I haven't played a mirror yet, and I think that's when I have some cool stuff in my side deck. I think I'm a little bit more prepared for the mirror than the other people playing this deck might be. So I am hoping I play some of that later.
Yeah, certainly a ton of diversity in this tournament. And, that's why safe picks are really good against a lot of matchups, really paying off here for you this weekend. And after all, how do you feel about your chances for winning the whole thing this weekend?
After round 1, when I lost, I felt awful, but now I'm 7-1. I actually think my deck is insane, and I feel really good. It's been a while since I've really felt. I've been playing Eldritch on and off pretty much since it came out. I checked my my online deck submission, and I have 7 different Eldritch decks going back from the first the remote extravaganza. So I should know what I'm doing, and if my deck is actually good, I think I have a good chance.
That sounds like you do. Comfort is key, but this is round 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our final round of Swiss today, round 9. Stay tuned for more awesome duels.
Well, we've finally made it to the end of day one here at the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Championship at the Donald E. Seaman Convention Center in Rosemont, Illinois, just moments away from Chicago. Got a nice view of the lake there, Lake Michigan, and here's a nice view of the inside of the hall here as we take on the final round of Swiss. Here in round 9, from a starting attendance of 1,840 duelists, we are down to just 6 left, and you would not believe what decks those last 6 duelists are playing. If I had to describe this event in one word so far, it would be unpredictable.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect word. You know, a lot of variety. We're taking these tables from the top. You look at the top tables, there's just different decks everywhere. Different, you know, adaptations to the strategies, not just the same strategies, you know, branded. We've seen Preda plans being used with them, adventures being splashed into a ton of different decks, but actually just completely different themes, you know, being piloted by these players. And now they're here moments away, if they're able to win this round, to walk into day 2.
With a 9-0 record, seems pretty good. We've got a great match for you, so let's take a look.
All right, and first up we have Mitchell. He's from Puerto Rico, and his favorite card is Diviner of the Herald. Maybe a little sneak peek at what deck he might be playing here this weekend.
New one, but a good one, that one. And he'll be facing off against Timothy M. from Washington, D.C., whose favorite card is Cyber Dragon. Really a game definer right there. Good stuff, Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, it really is. I remember when it was released, it really, you know, changed the game a lot, and one of my favorite GX era cards, so it's cool to see it being a favorite card here. There's actually a lot of, you know, big Cyber Dragon fans out there. I've noticed that's one of the decks a lot of players kind of continue to use throughout the format.
And it just got introduced to Speed Duel as well in the Duel Academy box not too long ago.
Yeah, it certainly did. That's definitely something we want to check out. If you want to play it with your friends, it's a really awesome product. I know I got one and immediately got to play with, you know, some of my friends that hadn't really played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a while and were able to catch up to speed just playing the pre-constructed decks from the Speed Duel GX Duel Academy box.
It really is, I think, the best way to share your love of Yu-Gi-Oh! And with your other gaming friends who maybe aren't into card games, that sort of thing. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it certainly is great. But now these duelists are getting ready for this final round of Swiss. A lot on the line here. You know, it's good. It's been a long day, and we've seen a variety of decks, and we're seeing 2 decks here that we haven't seen yet so far. And we feel like we say that every single round so far.
And it keeps being true. And there's still one of them isn't Sword Soul.
Unfortunately, for all the Sword Soul fans, including myself out there, we weren't able to get any on the feature match today. Maybe we'll see them in the top cut later on. But today we have Mitchell playing Drytron. As you saw, his favorite card is Diviner of the Herald. So, you know, definitely going to be something cool to see if he's able to go first, maybe get access to something like Vandy's Ruler onto the field and, you know, be able to shut the opponent out before they can really get things going. Meanwhile, on the other side, Timothy playing something we haven't seen yet either.
It looks like we actually got the points mixed up. They're on 18 points. That is 21 points. That's a 7-1 record here. So this is actually a pretty crucial match. The difference between going into day 2, 8-1 versus 7-2 is massive. There's no wiggle room if you're 7-2. Even with the expanded top 64 cut, with so many players here, you could be in trouble. So Timothy's deck is a fascinating one. This matchup, I think, is going to involve a lot of the players just throwing cards at each other. They're just playing them. They're just going to play cards.
I think you're right.
It'll be good. Nothing's going to stop them.
Yeah.
And we'll see who comes out on top between Drytron and Ignister.
Yeah, both of them very focused on, you know, getting their strategy online, turn 1, going first. Not a lot of resistance can be met by either one, probably. So it's going to be, the die roll is going to be huge here to see who is going to end up going first. Alright, looks like we're ready to jump here into game 1 of our 9th round of Swiss. The dice have been rolled. It looks like
a 9 versus an 8.
That one little number might make all the difference here.
And it looks like Ignister is going to start things off.
Oh, I see a Signet Mining. So Ignister definitely got a little bit of a boost and from Ghost from Past Second Haunting, getting a new Link monster, Deco Talker Heat Soul. Really great in a lot of cyber strategies, especially ones that use different attribute monsters. And Ignisters, that's all they are, different attributes.
That's kind of the whole thing. With Ignister Island, you can only summon each attribute once using it.
Yep, looks like he's going to grab Picari here from Sign Up Mining.
Normal summon Picari, effect to add a spell trap.
Picari's the one you want to normal summon because it's going to let you get the AI Island without having to rely on the Dark Infant. Because a lot of times if you can Veiler or Infinite Permanence the Dark Infant, you can kind of cut their strategy off. But when they start with Picari, they already have it, so there's really not much point in negating the Dark Infant. Maybe saving your effect negation for something like Splash Mage or some impactful part of their combo.
This is nice though, because if you have two of them, if one of them gets popped in response to special summoning, something like that, you can just play the second one. But I've actually seen some people running Ghost Ogre here this weekend as well.
Oh yeah, it lines up really well against a lot of cards in the format for sure, like Fateful Adventure as well. But AI Michu is going to let him reveal. He's going to reveal Heat Soul, so he'll be able to add a fire attribute monster.
And that's the one that's going to search out another monster when it hits the field. Now, the key with the Ignister Island is that you can't have any monsters in your main monster zone when you're going to use it.
A Chi-Chi effect to add a monster? Yep.
So he special summons a Chi-Chi, and that's now a fire monster summoned by Island. Picks up Hiari. That is the water one.
Going to go for a Link 2 here. As you mentioned, you have to clear that main monster zone, so you're going to have to keep Link climbing with your Ignister monsters.
We'll activate Ignister Island. We'll summon Doyon. We'll go Chainlink.
Already had the Doyon in hand.
Wicked, banishing the Dark Infinite for cost. Chainlink 2 Doyon, targeting the Picari.
That's good.
Yep, Doyon's going to add back the Picari on summon, and when it's sent to the graveyard for the Link summon, he'll be able to special summon back an Ignister monster from the graveyard as well.
And Baru.
And then we do the Cyber's Wicked effect. Grab Boobaroo. Not Aruru, but Boobaroo.
And then we'll activate Hiari effect. I'll tribute the Cyber's Wicked to add a level 5 or higher.
Okay.
Explaining it very well as he goes.
And we'll add Gachiri at Ignister.
Gachiri, one of the really cool Ignisters, going to gives you a little more disruption during the opponent's turn.
I will then activate Gachiri, targeting the Doyon, negating effects to special. Yep.
All right, that's 3 on the field. And that's going to get you to... He's going to go for the Templar here. There it is, the Dark Templar.
We will go Doyon, Chainlink 1, add the Aimichi back to hand. Gachiri, Chainlink 2, targeting the Dark Templar.
It's an effect anymore, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Doyon adds back to hand.
We'll then go Ignister Island effect special.
Going to summon Baruru.
We will go Dark Templar, Chainlink 1, Baruru, Chainlink 2.
All right, and so we're going to use Baruru first to send Picari. And then Dark Templar is going to get 2 more monsters.
Templar.
We kind of called it where whoever gets to go first is going to pretty much get to do their whole combo uninterrupted. Both these decks really focus on that going first kind of strategy, and definitely paying off here for Timothy. So the Pegasus is going to bring back, or the Baru's effect is one when sent to the graveyard, he's able to bring back a monster from the graveyard, so he's going to be able to link all of his monsters away.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The arrival.
For the arrival at Ignister. And that should be done with 4 attributes, I believe, which will make it for 4,000.
Nice. Check your graveyard.
Unaffected by the opponent's card's effects. Definitely a powerful card. A hard one to deal with when it has so much attack points.
Oop. Thank you.
And there it is. 3+ monster with different attributes. Link 6 monster. You can only have 1. And it's the number of materials used towards Link Summon, which naturally must have different attributes. The main thing here is that it's unaffected by other card effects.
Stand by main phase.
But wouldn't you know,
Mitchell has that Mystic Mine. But Timothy has
set rotation.
The 1 set rotation, definitely a powerful card. You know, it's so strong. The reason why it is limited to 1, and it's going to be able to out the Mystic Mine right here.
As long as he's got...
I do not have a valid target.
Oh no! Disaster. Only having the 2 copies. He added the 2 copies of AI Island.
He only has 2, and it's why you can't just play 2.
Yep.
Oh no.
That's why you can't just play 2.
Disaster. It looked like he had a moment to actually break the Mystic Mine, but looks like he has nothing, so he's going to have to pass right back to Mitchell.
Draw phase, stand by phase.
So being unaffected by card effects as a monster doesn't make a difference if you, the player, are not allowed to take certain actions.
Yep, we'll pass 6 cards.
Draw phase, stand by phase.
And here's the thing, like there's no way Timothy wins this one if he can't get rid of the mine. He's already so far down in deck size, and I don't think he's got anything to put those cards back in. So this one's basically a wrap.
Yeah, unless Mitchell decides to take some action at some point, which I don't think he's going to. You know, knowing the matchup, the Admixture deck's probably not playing a lot of cards that might be teched in to be spell and trap removal because, you know, it's so focused on that turn 1 explosive to get to the arrival. He's probably not going to play any cards, just keep passing back and forth until Timothy runs out of cards.
I feel like there's one of these AI cards that can take out a spell or trap. But maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think he's playing them.
We'll have to see what he's packing in his deck. Maybe he hasn't conceded yet. So a lot of times when you don't have an out, they will just instantly concede. So maybe he knows he has some sort of answer that he's looking for in his deck.
It's a tough one.
You know, this is where the preparation comes a lot of play. We saw Mystic Mind dominate YCS Hartford.
I can't imagine playing nothing for it. Well, he figures he plays a set rotation for it. That's the answer to it. But only 2 islands. So if you're doing your combo and searching out double island, then you've just left yourself open to it, even if you have the one of. Absolutely brutal, but you know, it's a case of reaping what you sow on this one.
Oh, I wouldn't have discarded Mystic Mind. I would not have given my opponent the information.
I would not show them that.
Well, Silent Mining.
And thin his deck out a little bit. Using Silent Mining, discards a card to add a Cybers monster from his deck to his hand.
Only useful if you actually have something in there.
It could just be speeding up, you know, the end result of this game.
Well, there's another way to do that. That takes no time at all.
Very true. Maybe just hoping his opponent makes a mistake, gets a little antsy, and decides to go for it into all of these face downs.
I don't know.
I don't see it happening.
There's absolutely no reason.
Does he use it again? Okay, it decides not to use the third Silent Mining, discards it this time. Natasha being discarded, Imperm being discarded. Drytron Nova being discarded.
I suppose he's getting to see a ton of his opponent's deck. There's that. But, you know, I don't know how many extra cards you need to see after, you know, the Vanity's Ruler or the first Drytron monster to know what it is.
Yeah, just know like the little tech cards they have in the deck. Everything else will be... All right, decides he's wasting a little bit of time. He's not going to have an out and concedes game 1.
Absolutely nothing he could do after that.
No need to apologize. You know, that's definitely a counter to a strategy like Admixture, having something that Mr. Mind, as you mentioned, you know, affecting the player and not the card.
Yep. And, you know, that's the thing. It's the 2 islands. That's a deck building choice that he made. He cut the 1 island, and this is one of the reasons why you don't. It's not just a matter of you seeing it more often. It's if set rotation is your one way to get rid of Mystic Mind, you can't do a combo where you add both of them to your hand and then expect set rotation to get you out of it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if maybe this kind of situation came up earlier. Maybe that was his previous 1 loss where he needed that 3rd island in his deck and wasn't able to get there. Could have been a lesson he learned earlier, but, you know, as you determine your deck list for the tournament, not something you can really deal with that. Just have to deal with what you have as you're going on. And but definitely a good, you know, good deck choice here from Mitchell, being able to play Drytron and, you know, a deck that can explode turn 1 and, you know, summon something like we saw the Vanity's Ruler he discarded. But if you go second, you still have options like Mystic Mind. And a lot of the decks, you know, if you play against like Punk Adventure or Sword Soul or something, they do put up monsters that can negate the Mystic Mind. But something like Admixture, they get a lot of cards and make a monster like the Arrival that's hard to deal with, but no way to actually negate Mystic Mind.
And we saw a Drytron deck quite like this the last YCS as well, so it's a known quantity.
Yeah, it did very well. It made top 4
as well. Yep. Actually, did it make to the finals? Was the finals the Sky Striker?
I think he lost to the Sky Striker in the top 4.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Because I remember watching that one kind of on the zoomed out camera.
Yeah, it was a crazy one. That event was really interesting, but we really got to see the impact of Mystic Mind if the other duelists in that tournament aren't prepared for a card like it.
And I think the same thing happened to the Drytron Duelists last time around, is where set rotation was their only way to get out of it. And they had drawn the, I think it was Drytron Fafnir, the field spell.
Yeah, set rotation, yeah, great option, but if you're not able to activate it, not much you can do.
That's the thing. That is the risk of using it as a removal card instead of just another terraforming.
But now the Duelists are siding. I'd imagine Timothy's going to try and go first again. I don't think you're going to want to go second against Drytron, but maybe, you know, he's definitely going to have some cards in his side deck. If he didn't include them already in his main deck, they're going to be focused on spell and trap removal. I mean, he knows he's playing against Drytron, so you don't really want to have spell and trap removal because outside of Mystic Mine, they're not going to have much in the terms of, you know, the spell and traps, but you just have to have something in your deck that can deal with that card. Otherwise, you get the result we had here in Game 1.
Even if it's just for one turn.
Yeah,
if you can just negate it for a turn, you're fine.
Yep, even like Harvey's Feather Duster or something like that. Just anything to deal with it, just so your opponent doesn't think they can just deck you out all the way.
Looks like the final decisions have been made here.
Yep, players are ready, and we're about to jump right in here to Game 2 of our Round 9 of Swiss, the final round here, Day 1 at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Championship.
All right, exact same start there, discarding even the exact same card to Signet Mining. But oh, different result here. He's getting the Achichi this time.
Normal summon effective Achichi.
So he's going to be able to grab Fakari off Achichi.
Sends that away for the infant.
Effective infant.
You know, this is the scary point. Effective infant. I always want to negate the infant. You don't want to let them have access to that field spell. But here he goes to grab the Ignister Island.
Effective special?
Yeah, I get the feeling that he has. Now it'd be interesting to see. Okay, good. He didn't get the. He did not get the other island again.
Yeah, he did it this way, so he'll be able to just get the AI Michu. So he'll just be able to grab another monster. Maybe, you know, realizing that maybe the slight mistake there from Game 1.
Activate AI Michu?
It wasn't so much a mistake, but more so playing around in Effect Veiler.
Yeah, the issue is getting the second one. Once you have the first one, you don't need the other one.
Very true. And he's going to grab Doyon, add Ignister.
Effective Island special. We'll go Wicked Chainlink 1, Doyon Chainlink 2, banish this for cost, and we'll target the Achichi.
Looks like everything is going to plan so far.
Yeah, the Add Ignister deck, it's a consistent one. If you don't have something to stop the Dark Infant, they're going to be able to get to their full combo fairly easily just off any number of their normal summons in the deck. Plus, on top, we've seen the Signet Minings to get the specific normal summon they're looking for.
Transcode Talker.
Links into Transcode Talker.
Yeah, this is neat. This is a different line of play than we saw last time.
So it's Baruru, Add Ignister from the hand.
We'll go Transcode Effect to Revive.
Gets the Wicked there, and that's 3, 2, and 1, but it's still 3 materials for Dark Templar.
Land effect special. We'll go Dark Templar effect.
Templar effect activates here, gets 2 monsters back. 2 monsters back to the graveyard for Wind Pegasus.
Effect to revive the Pikari.
Pikari comes back. Everything goes to the yard. Arrival Cybers at Ignister with 4 materials. It's 4,000.
We'll set 1 card and we'll pass turn.
Sets a card face down. Now that looked, it looked a little green.
I don't burn for this one.
I didn't catch it.
Draw face.
It looked a little green. I think that might be Magic Deflector.
Ooh, that's one of my favorites. I used to love that card against Cosmos.
It's like equip spells, field spells, quick play spells. Rituals, I think, as well. It's everything but normal spells.
It's a cool one. It's really good in this format because, you know, quick launch, emergency teleport, you can straight up chain it to those kind of cards and negate the effects when they resolve. Plus, you know, Mystic Mind's a big one you'll be able to turn off with that Magic Deflector.
All right, no Mystic Mind this time. It's Drytron cards, and Mitchell, too, is off to the races. He's gotten to Ben 10 here.
He treated Draconids, it looks like.
It's just a matter of can he do anything about this 4,000 attack monster.
That's fine.
And he's definitely going to have to find a way Like, the arrival is just really, really difficult to deal with. Anytime a monster with a lot of attacks unaffected by your card effects, I mean, we saw Mystic Mind be able to deal with it, but outside of stuff like that, it can be quite difficult.
This one? Zeta.
Yep, so you use Zeta's effect to tribute Ben 10. So now Zeta's going to add a ritual spell from his deck to his hand, and after that, on a new chain, Cyber Angel Ben 10 is going to activate to add a fairy. He added Meteonis Drytron with the Zeta effect.
Oh, it doesn't block rituals. It's just equip, field, continuous, and quick plays for Magic Deflector. So a ritual spell could go through.
Effective Diviner is okay.
Diviner the Herald, when it's normal summoned, he's going to be able to send a Herald of Arclight from his extra deck to the graveyard, then be able to add a ritual monster or a ritual spell from the deck to the hand.
Effect? That is fine.
It also gains the levels, so Diviner is going to now be a level 6 tuner.
Yes, 4,000.
Interesting. What could he have here? He's got to get bigger than it, right? So.
Oh, there's a good way to do it. Cyber Angel Edatin.
Edatin can make things bigger. Could you Boral Sword and gain the attack points?
Ooh, maybe. Looks like he's going to overlay the Zeta, and I think that's the Alpha for Mu Beta Fafnir. He's going to banish Denmari from the graveyard to negate the Fafnir's effect.
All right, that keeps the Drytron name out of the graveyard. All the Drytrons are on the field now. It's going to go Meteonis Drytron.
It looks like
he's reading it. It is.
Because you think Magic Deflector stops all the other non-normal
everything else, but it's not.
Cards in hand?
Not the rituals.
Rituals still work.
We'll chain Nibiru. Yeah.
Yes. Now Nibiru is unaffected by card effects. Sorry, not Nibiru. Arrival Cybers is unaffected by card effects. So it's going to be everything but the Arrival.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool way you can use that in Adagnister. Even going second, Nibiru is not going to clear your board, but also destroy all your opponents.
And yep, no machine type monsters, can't tribute anything, don't have anything left. We just go next.
This is kind of how you pretty much called our game. Both the players kind of just throwing all their cards at each other.
They're just throwing them. And that's fun. It's a lot of fun sometimes to just fling all your cards on the board and just see who wins.
Yep, certainly. But, we saw Timothy go first in these first 2 games, and now Game 3 is coming up. Mitchell's finally going to get a chance to go first. We're going to see what his Drytron strategy is going to be able to do without having to face down, the Arrival plus, a graveyard full of Adagnisters.
It's the perfect late-night Yu-Gi-Oh! Just start flinging stuff. Yeah, I'm going to play this, I'm going to play this, I'm going to play this. Attack, attack, attack.
Both these decks kind of do that, yeah. We'll have to see what he opens up with. I'm excited. It's cool that they've kind of gone back to the Vanity Ruler. It was something that was really popular in Drytron, at the beginning of our remote duel era, and now to see it being used again, because Drytron really fell off after the Bin 10 limitation, and losing Ava was a big deal. It really changed the way they play. They can't really rely on Beatrice to really carry a lot of the weight, or the Herald of Orange Light, discard Ava, then grab another copy of Herald of Orange Light and Diviner from their deck. So now they're more focused on, Mystic Mind breaking the boards, going first, summoning something like Vanity's Ruler, while still being, the consistent ritual strategy that Drytron has been since its release.
Yeah, I'm happy for Vanity's Ruler. After all those years of playing second fiddle to Vanity's Fiend, the Ruler is finally on top.
Finally, yeah. Being a fairy makes a huge difference.
Yep.
And it also stops only your opponent from special summoning, not you.
Exactly. It's nice. It's a great card.
It really is. Now, this is going to be the final game of the day here at Swiss Round 9. One of these players will be moving on to day 2 with an X1 record. The other one, X2, you mentioned going into day 2. It's a lot easier to sleep at night knowing you only have to win 1 round tomorrow to guarantee your spot in that top 64. But you're at least going to be happy you're coming back for tomorrow, but it's going to be a little stressful because just 1 more loss, you'll pretty much be eliminated from the tournament.
It's tough. That first one the next day is always the hardest round because you're still half asleep. Hopefully you got some food in you, but what happens at these events sometimes is all of the places where you can get food in the morning are just swamped.
Yep.
So, are you going to get food before they run out? Who knows?
Yeah, I've definitely dealt with that in my past tournament experiences, but there's a lot more to the game. You want to make sure you're well hydrated, get well rested, and make sure you're in the best mental state ready, because you got to be focused for these games. There's a lot of intricacies.
And that goes for you at home as well.
Definitely. At least we know Mitchell isn't stressed.
Nope, he's fine.
He doesn't look stressed. He looks very focused. Like, I believe his shirt.
We're asking questions here that are already answered by the shirt, so we're fine.
Yeah, for being the last round, he looks both players actually seem very calm with, so much riding on the line.
I will say this, though. Everything's been pretty well prepared here at the convention center. I thought for sure when I went in to get like a breakfast sandwich that they were going to be out. Nope, we got everything. We're good.
Yep, I was able to go we had the lunch break earlier too. It's really nice for our players, able to go and get some food in them in the middle of the day. It's a huge benefit. I love having that little lunch break in the right after that round 3. But speaking of the number 3, we are jumping right into game 3 of our last round of Swiss here today at the championship in Rosemont, Illinois.
Here it comes. It's Drytron Fafnir starting things off. I feel like I don't really see that card activated very often.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, they're probably playing. He also probably has his own copies of like set rotation as well, since he is packing Mystic Mind. But able to get to that Drytron Nova. Nova's really cool because not only it gets you a monster on the board, so you're getting access to a name. You're going to be able to turn that into a Link Karibo, so you're going to be able to use a Link Karibo later on in your combo while putting that Drytron name in your graveyard. Looks like he grabs Zeta, and then he's going to tribute the Zeta off the field for Alpha. Doesn't need to link it away. But we do see a Troll and Lockbird.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to get ashed. Ash Alpha, not always.
Oh, here we go.
That's the thing, like the Droll and Lockbird, you want to catch them on like Alpha Tribute thing. But because he tributed off the Zeta for the Alpha, the Ash is a lot more powerful there. That's regular preparation, right? It gets you a 7 or lower. All right, so
activate the Droll and Lockbird on the bin 10.
Ben 10 hasn't activated yet.
Oh no, he added preparation and rights to add the bin 10.
Right, but he's going to get him on the Ben 10 here because it gets the Ben 10 out of his hand.
Oh, he wants to. I see. He's waiting to let him get the Medionis. But now he has Medionis where he's able to summon back the bin 10. But yeah, I can see it a little bit, getting the bin 10 out of the hand. Just holding off on the Droll to let him invest a little more resources into the game.
Yeah. He's getting the Ben 10 back is a lot worse now that he doesn't have any more searches for the rest of the turn.
Very true. Yeah, I don't think it was a mistake that he didn't activate the Droll and Lockbird. It was definitely a choice.
Normal effect.
Goes with Diviner of the Herald.
The effect, thinking.
This is a ton of interaction. Like compared to the first 2 duels, we've already seen Ash, we've seen Droll, we've seen Effect Veiler.
I think he also has a Nibiru in his hand as well.
Nibiru?
I think he does also on top of all that. So maybe he sided into a lot of these going second kind of cards, or maybe he was main decking them all along. I mean, we know how Nibiru, we saw how good it is in that game too. He's able to use it despite having the rival on the board. But
and the other was Infinite Impermanence.
5 interactions.
5 interactions, and he just drew Mystic Mine.
That anti-spell fragrance is going to be life-saving here for Mitchell.
Absolutely saves him.
Draw face, standby face.
Oh, wow.
This game playing out completely different than the first 2 games.
5 interactions and a Mystic Mine off the top. Wow.
He's going to tribute Zeta to summon Alpha from the hand. No responses here from Timothy. Mitchell taking a moment to sit up. He knows that if he plays this right, he could potentially win the game here this turn. If I was Mitchell, I wouldn't expect any more interaction. I wouldn't think he would have another card that would do something.
I'm not expecting the Imperm at all, which is why it'll be a little more effective.
Ben 10 effect? Ben 10 is fine.
It actually paid off that he didn't set the imperm in like the
in
same
the anti-spill column.
Because then
I
it
was
would
just thinking about that
it
because
would
it
just
telegraphs
been
it
Mitchell.
immediately.
Yep. And then if he was going to be forced to use the imperm, he doesn't want to turn off the anti-spell during Mitchell's turn.
Exactly. Exactly. This is a really smart game. This one.
Overlays Alpha and Zeta for Drytron, Mu, Beta, Fafnir.
This time it's successful.
Probably going to send down Drytron Gamma, unless he already has access to it. Gamma, my favorite Drytron.
Freeze play. Freeze play. Championship competitors. That is time to
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Do apologize.
At this time, please continue to the end of the current phase. Then proceed with the end of match.
Flips Meteonis Drytron.
Smart setting it, knowing he has the anti-spell and he's still going to have to activate it. Yeah, the anti-spell is going to stop him from being able to add back that Meteonis Drytron and be able to use it again. But he just has the Vanity's Ruler.
He tribute summons the Vanity's Ruler.
Wow.
All right. So, well, now we know what the imperm has to be used.
Ben 10 effect? Ben 10 effect.
Ben 10 is fine. He's had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that his fifth?
It's his fifth.
That's his fifth summon.
I know if, yeah, the imperm kind of telegraphs that he has Nibiru in his hand.
That's me, dude.
How crazy would it be if this Nibiru gets him back into this game?
I mean,
right?
Yes.
He's still having to deal with the anti-spell. He's not going to be able to really get access to the island, but...
Yeah, that's the tough part is, okay, you get rid of the board, but then what?
Looks like with...
The mine's no good against one token versus one Nibiru.
Definitely not.
And the anti-spell is still there.
He grabs Natasha off the Benton effect.
End of main.
Benton only has to be tributed, whether it's for a ritual or a tribute summon.
This is the fifth. You went Alpha, Zeta, Fafnir, Benton, Vanities is the fifth.
Alpha was not on the field?
Alpha was
No,
not
he
on the
tributed,
field.
off the field
He
from
summoned
hand.
it from his hand because it was negated by Ash Blossom on the previous turn.
Yeah, this was the fifth summon.
It is indeed the fifth summon. We already counted it ourselves.
Because you went Alpha tribute the Zeta on field from hand.
I went
and then you added the Benton. You went Zeta tribute the Benton. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So he summoned both of the level 1s and the Ritual Monster and the Mu Beta Fafnir and the Vanity's Ruler. Because the trick was the Alpha was still stuck in his hand from the turn before when it was negated by Ash.
So yeah, it was a huge play by him using that Ash, despite having the draw and Lockbird already, choosing to keep that Alpha in hand, knowing he might need that Nibiru on the following turn. Just next level plays coming from Timothy.
Yeah,
here.
and I could see where the confusion is, because like Mitchell knows that he activated Alpha, right? So if I activated Alpha, then, well, yeah, of course I must have summoned Alpha. And that's another one of the dangers of dueling late at night, is that sometimes these things can escape your memory a little bit.
It's been a long, this is the last round. It's been a long day.
It's a lot. And this particular game is of such a totally different tenor than the last two, that switching gears to play this very interactive game versus the ones where you're just flinging cards, it could be really tough, especially once you get down to the last game, last round, middle of the night. It's tough. So it's really easy to see, how you can forget how many summons you had. And if you thought you started with one on board, well, there you go. That's how you get the situation that we have right now. But I am confident that they'll be able to unravel this thing.
Yeah,
get it all sorted out.
I mean, Timothy could was easily explaining each summon that happened. I'm surprised they weren't able just to be like, yeah, this is the fifth summon. It was pretty. We were able to tell right from the get-go, but maybe it takes a few times.
It's the Alpha being ashed and staying in hand that's causing the confusion there.
Oh, that's right.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, but I'm sure we'll get this resolved very quickly. This is the last round. It's been a long day, a fantastic day. Like every round has just been
really has.
Even
right?
the rounds I wasn't on, I was watching from the sideline. I was jealous almost. I was like, I wanted to commentate these rounds because they were so cool. Seeing the Leerless Tri-Brigade match from the last round was really awesome.
And I missed that Punk one with the Amazing Dragon. I would have loved to see that in person.
Oh yeah, with the Gizmek, that was really cool. I've always been trying to work on that pure punk deck, and I was looking for like a level 8 monster that could really stick on the field during my opponent's turn. The Gizmek is perfect.
Gizmek's a great one.
And especially when you're playing a deck with, the punk combo where you're able to go in that Chaos Ruler into the Zombie Vampire, you're going to be milling 9 cards. Chances are you're going to send one of those Orochis into that graveyard. And then all you have to do is get the punk monster that lets you tune Synchro during your opponent's turn, and then you're set up.
It's good stuff. I'd love to see some Gizmeks, though. Gizmeks are so cool, especially Orochi. Orochi's been like an all-star for a long time, even back in, like, they still played it in Orcust. It was out at the same time as Orcust, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dark machine you can just summon to the field. Yeah, you can send, you can summon it, and then able to summon it during like your opponent's turn, banishing the 8, and then you can have a destruction effect at the start of your turn by banishing the 3 cards from your extra deck if you want. But just kind of one of those cards that just keeps on coming back as long as you have cards in your deck that you can keep on banishing.
Huge in Gren Meiju as well. I think that's probably really where it had the greatest impact, was in that deck, helping to banish a ton of cards and clear the path at the same time.
Yeah, I've definitely faced a few of those in Master Duel.
There is an awful lot of them. Yeah, Master Duel has been, Master Duel's really interesting to me. Just the dynamics, the different dynamic between best of 1 and best of 3.
It really changes a lot. It changes your main deck, it changes the decks that are good. It's really, really...
I think there's a lot of value in playing best of 1 to help you build your best of 3 decks for game 1s. Like, to come up with the best game 1 deck you possibly can. I think there's a lot of value in playing those best of 1s, seeing the kind of mix of cards that you need so that you can go first or go second against a wide variety of decks, and you can take some of those lessons back to the physical game as well. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them.
Gamma.
All right, looks like we're jumping back in the game. They realized exactly what we knew all along. There was 5 summons, but Mitchell's turn is not over. So he's going to use that Gamma to summon back in the graveyard, going to bring back Zeta, and now he can go into a Symbol Nightingale. Gets attacked directly twice. So 1,600 points total after the 2 attacks. And now that's an Xyz monster who attacked. So we know what's coming next. A card we haven't seen today yet, I don't believe.
The big one. He's thinking about it. He's looking for it.
Maybe he's thinking about going to Symbol Nightingale pass.
I don't know how viable that is.
Goes into Downard.
There, Downard first, and then Divine Arsenal, AA Zeus. First time all weekend with 4 materials too. Now that's a bit of a double edged sword here.
Comes activate Mystic Mind.
Flips over Mystic Mind. It's going to prompt immediate chain here from Zeus.
So he's got to use it.
Still has one more go at the
What's the last one? Oh, no, he can't play it. So
it's
silent mining.
He has no other cards in hand to discard. Mitchell's graveyard full of Drytron.
If he lives here, because I don't think he has any way to get those Drytrons back out.
No, nothing to tribute. Just going to have to take the attack direct for 3,000.
Because they're stuck beneath that Zeus. 2 cards face down. Stand by. Another anti-spell fragrance.
Devastating.
Oh my goodness.
Devastating.
Oh my goodness. He's got 4,200 life points left.
Does he draw? He just needs any monster to tribute for a Drytron from his graveyard.
Well, the Drytrons come out in defense, so he's got to do something with it.
Yeah, I mean, if he can just get the Alpha on the field, Alpha get him to bin 10, and then be able to summon.
Yeah, if he can get to another Mu Beta, then he's fine.
I feel like how long he's thinking about it's not so obvious for him. Maybe he's contemplating using Zeus effect. Doesn't have it. Going to take for 3,000. Goes down to 1,200 life points.
I kind of think this is the safe route here.
Pass.
Because you know that last card is not another Mystic Mine.
Stand by main phase.
So he gets to use Signet Mining finally, but with that anti-spell face up, he's not going to be able to use AI Island.
$1,200?
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Normal summon a 2/2 effect to add a monster.
Normal summon. Yeah, that's good.
I think that's going to be fine. So the one thing I'm thinking about is Lingaribo.
Ooh, Lingaribo to like stop one of the traps maybe you could have set.
So like, if you get a monster here and the other card you have is Island, and you negate the anti-spell for a turn, I mean, you're still going to get Zeused.
But at least, I mean, he's at 1200. Yeah, things aren't looking good.
I'm struggling to come up with something that gets past this Zeus.
Can I read that?
It's the water one. We're going to link out for Dark Infant. Dark Infant activates, grabs Ignister Island.
Timothy not quite giving up just yet.
He's probably knows something that we don't here. Dattery's just trying to bait that Zeus out.
Yeah, I mean, I see a couple spells in his hand.
He's got to be trying to bait the Zeus. I don't know that there's, because you have to use it at some point, right? Because if he gets to Arrival, that can just fight the Zeus.
We'll go Splash Mage effect.
I'm assuming, yeah, I assumed he had a droplets he's been holding on this whole time.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, all right. So Splash Mage is halved and negated.
I think this is going to be the end. Yeah, just an attack over Splash Mage will do it.
Yeah, and that droplet was set before the anti-spell was active, so that's fine.
Yeah, he had a couple turns there where I was down, yeah.
Zeus effect.
Interesting to see Zeus effect here.
Zeus in it.
Yeah, but that's going to be enough. Mitchell is going to win this round. 3 epic games. The first 2 kind of were similar, but this last one was a nail biter.
That was, it was really a roller coaster. It was high on one side, low, and goes back the other way. And then that last one, the cards are flying, but not quite the way you expect. As Timothy opens up with 5 interactive cards and just goes toe-to-toe with every one of Mitchell's. The Nibiru, huge. You'd think game-changing, possibly impossible to recover from, but he does it anyways with the power of Zeus. Incredible final game to help finish up our night.
Yeah, it really was. You know, back behind the 2 copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance, really, that second Anti-Spell Fragrance really sealed the deal for him. After have the Zeus on the field, he had to use the first effect to get rid of that first Anti-Spell, but just had another one ready to go. What a fantastic match.
All right, we've got one last interview for you, so don't miss it. All right, welcome back. I'm here with Mitchell, the winner of your wild round 9 feature match. Man, that was a tough one. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm quite tired. It's been a long day, and I actually think it was one of my toughest matchups in the day. And Nestor is always a tough matchup. That Mystic Mind helped me game 1. I swear to God, so I prayed so that he didn't have the out. But game 3 was insane. He was a good player, and I just want to go home and get some rest for tomorrow.
So is there any one thing that stood out to you about that match?
The main deck draws. So once we started discarding, I see he didn't have the draws. I didn't really go for game that time because draw just destroys me. I was just going to pass probably, and the Arrival in Nestor is a really strong card. So I didn't expect to play Nestor in round 9. But other than that, it was a pretty Drytron-ish matchup where you get hand trapped and you just draw your side deck and you steamroll. So it was a fun match either way. Yeah.
All right. So you're coming back for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you expect to see tomorrow?
Tomorrow I have 2 more rounds to play. I haven't played against a single Sword Soul today, and which is kind of strange since I see so much representation of it here in Nats. So I expect 1 or 2 of them tomorrow. My deck is prepared for it. I actually prepared for it, and I just hope to get 1 more win at least, and get to top 64 and keep on rolling after that. You know, I want that trophy. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned the Sword Souls. We haven't seen any either on the feature match table. It's somehow dodged it the whole time.
Yeah, they're extinct.
All right, so you want that trophy. What do you think your odds are?
I think the odds are what they are. I'm just here to play my game. You know, I feel all the blessings from all the people around me that are rooting for me, so I'm just going to carry that out up until the finals if I can. If not, well, I'm still glad I'm still here standing today. So.
All right, great. Thank you for your time. Congratulations on finishing day 8-1.
Thank you.
I think we need you over there for just a moment, so thank you for your time. We'll see you back here tomorrow. All right, gentlemen, come on up. It has been really a fantastic day. It's been wild out here. Maybe we'll see some Sword Souls at some point. I don't know. He didn't see any. We haven't seen any. I think it's been a common thing that's, you know, the deck diversity and the decks specifically that are showing up have really been unexpected. Like, you're seeing a final match, Ignister versus Drytron. There's Marincess all over the place. They've been all over the top 10. It's been a crazy one. I have no idea what's going to happen. I thought I did before I showed up for the event. I don't know. But I'm really excited to find out about it tomorrow. And I hope that everybody out there is going to come on back and join us as we find out who is going to be the North American Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Champion. So from Billy, Robbie, and myself, thanks for watching. Tune in tomorrow. Have a good night.